Welcome to the War Room. I am your host, Christo. We are going to get you up to speed for KARDS Open number 8 coming up in just under an hour. We're going to have Darkness, Bubbles, and Ollie calling all the action for you 100% live and in Technicolor. We also have a little bit more of something different coming for you today. You know, we've done the experts panel for quite a while. We've moved away from that and done a few interviews recently, and I've really gotten a lot out of those. I've enjoyed them a lot. So we have a very special guest for you today, a very exclusive interview, an OG of KARDS streaming, Scout, who is coming back from a little bit of a sabbatical, is going to sit with us today, talk about some of his history within KARDS, what's brought him back, and what he's looking to accomplish down the line. But before we get there, let's take a quick peek at the bracket and see what kind of matchups we're going to have going on later today. The KARDS Open has also changed just slightly, where now we have 2 qualifying weekends, and the top 16 came together and played their games yesterday. So we've got a Final Four set up for you. XY Loser against John PX on one side of the bracket, and we've got Tiger versus Kosnik on the other side of the bracket. Something to note here, the Team Eastern Front has 2 representatives in these semifinals with John PX and Kosnik. So there's a potential for an all Eastern Front final. That action is coming up in less than an hour. But before we get there, let's take a quick jump over and catch up with Scout with the interview that we did earlier this week. Scout, thank you so much for joining us in the War Room. How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. Got a good night's sleep. Feeling rested. Just pretty great. What about you?
I'm doing very well, thank you. So what you're saying is you are, well rested. You are set for this interview. You are prepared. You're ready to dive deep into the nitty gritty of your KARDS career. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think I've ever been prepared for a damn thing in my life.
Perfect. That means this interview is going to go swimmingly. I mean, look, you're one of the OG KARDS streamers. You've come, you've gone, you've come back. Like, I'm excited to dive into some of the details of that. But before we get there, there are newer players who aren't familiar with exactly who you are. So why don't you go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well, I am Scout on Twitch, Scout Shout. But also my real name is Trevor. A lot of people know that. That's pretty cool. I've been around in KARDS since the early alpha days. I want to say like September of 2019, so pretty early on for KARDS. I was one of the first streamers, definitely the longest running streamer, as far as like just total time. And done a little casting here and there, casted both world championships, few OCCCs, some other events too here and there, and yeah, just a whole bunch, a lot of card stuff in general I've been a part of.
Very nice. So what got you involved in KARDS to begin with? You said you picked up the game in, was it alpha at the time?
Yeah, it was alpha at the time. It was, I think, around maybe the later half of alpha was when I got in, but actually one of my friends saw a Facebook ad for this game, and he was like, "Hey, I know you're a nerd that likes World War II stuff. Here, check this out." And I'm like, "Oh, cool." And then just kind of went from there. I did a lot of theory crafting early on in the early alpha days. A lot of people may remember Gearbot. He was kind of my go-to partner back then, and he went on to become the first world champion. So that was pretty cool.
So it was literally a Facebook ad, and the fact that you were into World War II stuff that brought you into the game.
Yeah, sure. Sometimes it's just that simple.
That's awesome. Were you big into card games before that? Had you played other card games, or was it really this your first foray into the genre?
Honestly, not a big card game guy, really. I
Okay.
I dabbled a little bit in Shadowverse when that like came out. Didn't stick around too long with it. Thought it was okay, but that's kind of the only card game experience I've had before this. It's really the World War II aspect that keeps me around.
And what kind of piqued your interest in, the World War II history? Was there anything specific around it that then you kind of transitioned into cards, or how did that kind of come up?
Well, the World War II fascination came from me being a little tiny baby scout, sitting with my dad watching the History Channel all day,
Some
and just from there I get my first computer game, World of Tanks, and then a bunch of other World War II games. Then eventually just kind of landed here, and
That's that's awesome. So it's actually so funny because I did an interview with Darkness a couple weeks ago at this point, but he was saying how he got into cards because his background was, playing video games with his father. So I think it's so interesting that just the tie-ins around, some of the, like you said, the beginnings of you as a person and just hanging around with family or your father or whatever and watching the History Channel. So that's awesome that, years later that has transitioned into you playing this game. So you mentioned you got involved with it. What made you take that move from playing the game to actually streaming the game?
uh well, I'd kind of been like getting into streaming on my own a little bit, kind of as a hobby. So I'd been streaming other games beforehand, but cards uh cards just kind of stuck, and I wanted to keep doing it. There was a lot of motivation from the community and the devs specifically, because sometimes they would come into my chat,
Mhm.
and at the time when you're just a little dude with like maybe 10 viewers, it's that's a lot of really exciting motivation to have the dev of the game that you're playing come in and say hi, and you're like, oh wow, this is so cool. This is it. I don't know. It's just really fun.
Awesome. So, obviously you mentioned making that kind of transition to streaming cards. What games were you streaming before that? Was it just kind of a mix of different things, or was there something specific you were streaming before?
Nothing real specific, just kind of jumping around what I felt like playing with my friends that day. No specific genre or anything, just all over the place.
So now you've mentioned the name Scout quite a few times. Where I always ask people this because I think the stories are so interesting. Where did you get the name from?
Um, I get it from my World of Tanks days, actually.
Yeah.
Uh, Back in World of Tanks, I actually started playing that game in 2011, so right when that game first came around, and I'm sure a lot of people know that game's been around forever by now, but I had a strong fascination with light tanks in that game. Like that
Yeah.
was my bread and butter, the scout tanks, and I just named myself after that because I love the light tanks, and I got pretty good at them. There was actually one point where I was one of the top 10 light tank drivers in North America in that game, and that was
No
pretty
way.
cool. Yeah.
So were you heavy kind of onto the competitive side of things when it came to World of Tanks, or was that just kind of fell into it just through playing the game?
Uh, yeah. After a while of playing World of Tanks, I definitely started doing a lot of tournaments for it, and I actually ran one of my own teams for it, and that kind of went on for a couple of years. I had a lot of fun doing that.
Awesome. So from that competitive side of World of Tanks, did that transition much onto the card side? Like you mentioned, you kind of did some casting and things like that. Did you ever play heavily on the tournament side of things within cards?
Honestly, the competitive side of cards hasn't really been a huge interest of mine. I think that's because cards, I really want to use it as like a nice casual outlet,
Mhm.
kind of separate from the competitive side of things. And I don't know, it's a nice way to chill out and like have fun and test all the funky interactions in this game, and kind of I save the competitiveness for other things.
That's totally fair. Everybody needs a minute to come down, and not everything needs to be about, yeah, that tournament scene or competing all the time. So you went from, playing in, let's say, alpha, you went over to streaming it, then you kind of jumped into casting as well. What attracted you to the casting side of cards?
Honestly, I hadn't considered it at all
Okay.
until one day, Cybernetic, which was the co-host of the first World Championship, he just came to me saying, "Yo, hey, I talked to the 1939 devs and asked if they wanted community casters for the World Championship." And he's like, "I thought you would be a good fit." And I'm like, "Yeah, sure, why not? I'll give it a go, see what happens." And that was kind of my first time casting was the World Championships, and it just kind of went from there.
That's too funny. So how have you enjoyed it? Did you, I know you kind of just threw your arms up and said, "Hey, let's go." Even at the beginning of this interview, you said, "You know what? I'm not prepared for a lot of things in life, but we make do, we do the best we can." So, coming out of that first experience, were you now bought into it saying, "Hey, I want to do more of this. I'm really enjoying it." Or you just kind of, open to doing it again if it came up? What were your feelings like getting through that first event?
I thought it was a great experience. It's something I'd never done before, kind of really putting my face out there
Mhm.
and just kind of goofing off, being me during the whole time. Just I don't know, it's really fun. I like throwing my personality out there. It can maybe be a little bombastic, a little eccentric, excuse me, eccentric at times, but it makes for a good show sometimes, I'd like to think.
So, you talk about different games, talk about World of Tanks, and now we're talking about a card game where, it's one-on-one, it's turn-based. It can be a bit slow sometimes. Do you think that having that personality and being able to, kind of fill some of that dead time and put your personality out there, do you think that plays into, casting a game like Cards or other CCGs that are a little bit on the slower side sometimes?
Yeah, I would say so, especially if I have like somebody to kind of riff off of as well.
Mhm.
I really like really trying to like coming up with those kind of like, witty quips and responses to whatever someone next to me might be saying, or just having a big knee jerk jolt reaction to anything that might happen on the screen, crack a few jokes when I can, just keep it super chill, super casual, just try to make sure everybody's having a good time.
Love it. So, you did a whole lot of cards content, whether that was streaming, casting, and all that, and then you took a little bit of a break in between. What kind of caused that break, or what made you decide to take some time away from the game? Was it just life getting busy? Was there something specific tied to it?
My first big break from cards, it was honestly, it was burnout. Like I kind of pushed myself a lot. I had a talk with the devs. I was like, hey, I love you guys in the game and everything, but I just need to step away for a little while. I think I burned myself out. There were days where like every day of the week I would be streaming for 12 hours, and
That's
that's too
wild.
much. That's way too much. And I pace myself a lot more these days. And it went so far as to where my original Twitch name used to be Scout Card, but I made the choice when I made that break to change it to Scout Shout to kind of not like separate myself from cards so much as just kind of not be tied completely to cards and just kind of be my own thing,
Mhm.
if that makes sense.
No, totally. You mentioned burnout, and that comes up, quite often when it comes to streamers and Twitch, or even competitive players who are jamming hundreds of games on ladder, let's say. What made you realize that, what, I need to take a minute, I need to step away? Was there something specific that kind of you caught on to and decided, all right, now's the time I'm going to step back?
Just I don't know if it's anything specific. It's just your brain gets tired of it. You get bored. It's not even just cards specifically. Anything that you
Mhm.
just do a bunch of way too much. It's like I've had it with plenty of other games in the past. Just kind of you get that like little addiction to it, and you just want to keep doing it. And then all of a sudden, one day it just bursts, and you're like, I'm gonna be sick if I see another card. And it led to me getting like really angry at the game a lot too. Like I was at a point where I was actually getting into a lot of arguments in the cards Discord, and I look back on that and I'm like, I'm not proud of it, but I've learned from it, and I try to be better these days.
I think what you're saying is something that a lot of people experience, and good on you for recognizing that and deciding that, hey, you know what, probably what's best is just to take a little bit of time away, recharge, come back in fresh, and feel good and that excitement about the game again. And speaking of coming back, obviously you're back here, you're doing this interview with me, you're stepping back into some of that casting. What made you decide to come back and decided this was the time to do so?
Well, there's actually been two breaks.
Okay.
My second break, I think, is the one you guys are probably more familiar with, and that one was caused by a lot of home life stuff that we don't have to get into. But
Sure.
The reason I'm coming back now is honestly just because I've never wanted to quit cards. Like
Mhm,
that's never been a thought in my head. Like I've always wanted to stick around. I've always gone into the breaks knowing that they were breaks.
mhm.
And the reason I'm coming back now is just honestly, I'm in a much better position personally, like in my home life. I just moved to a new house, a lot of family dramas behind me, and I can just sit down and focus on the things that I want to focus on and just be happy with myself. And I think that personal life happiness can translate really well into what I'll be bringing as far as like online content is concerned.
Yeah, I definitely think there's always a bleed through that goes in both directions where, like you were saying, that burnout in game can affect your personal life, just like that personal life can go in and affect how you're feeling when you are either streaming or casting or whatever the case may be. But it's great to have you back. And I think it's interesting because you do have such, a long kind of experiencing cards. You've been around since just about the beginning to now. Getting involved in the community, the tournament scene, the different events going on, casting, all that. Kind of what have you seen change over time as to where Cards is today versus where it was when you first jumped into it?
That's a good question. I would say definitely in the early days, things like net decking were very much not a thing, really,
Mm.
because the game was so new to everyone there, and there were so few people that everybody was kind of just a pioneer on what worked and what didn't. And I think a lot of those people early on, whether they knew it or not, kind of had a lot of say in where the game would be going in the
Mhm.
future. And I think nowadays the devs definitely have their vision like super ironed out. They know where they want to go. And not saying that players obviously don't have any say in what happens anymore, but it, it's definitely fallen off a lot there. And I don't know. I don't know. The game overall has just gotten a lot better over the years. I think a lot more variety. Way back in the day, there used to be like maybe one deck that was way above everything else, and just I don't know, things were the Wild West back in Alpha.
Well, you mentioned doing a lot of, theory crafting and things like that. And when you're in those alpha stages of the game, and like you said, everybody's kind of a pioneer, that makes a lot of sense because you're just trying to come up with, hey, what's the next best thing? But when it comes to, let's say today, you mentioned that, the meta is a little bit more solidified because you have people net decking and things like that. Do you think there is less room for some of that theory crafting and being a little bit more creative? Or do you think there is more space for it because now you have an opportunity to kind of disrupt what's going on out there currently in a meta that's a little bit more defined?
Hmm.
I mean, the option may also be that you don't care what the meta looks like and you're going to play your fun stuff and it's going to turn out the way it turns out.
I think there's still a lot of room for creativity, and I think like as a new player yourself, you can kind of still go through the game and discover these things as
Mhm.
well. Like you don't necessarily have to be the first person to discover something to feel like you're being creative and finding something really cool. Like you could go in there, not look at anything that's already out there, like a bunch of info and stuff, and just kind of figure stuff out on your own. And I think that's really cool. Find out like like interesting combo decks or cool synergies that may not seem super obvious at first, and you could definitely go in and get that kind of thrill of like just finding it out all on your own.
Absolutely. And I think there continues to be room for that in just about every game if you want to take the time and put it in. And if that's your goal and you want to be creative, you have to take the opportunity to do so. Now, jumping back into the game, you're getting back involved in casting with some of the upcoming events. What are you most looking forward to in general coming back to the game and what you think might come for the rest of this year or even into next year?
Really looking forward to the World Championships again. Those are always really fun. Um, Hoping they bring me back again this year. And the mess hall brawls that you guys have started, those seem
Mhm.
like a really fun thing too. Definitely a great opportunity for maybe people like me that aren't super competitive to kind of show off that different side of cards. And I kind of really looking forward to more of those events. And later down the road, mobile release.
But I mean,
Oh,
it's funny because you laugh because it's been talked about for, I don't want to say forever, but it feels like it. But that's, not just from a convenience perspective of the current player base, but that's a huge opportunity to tap into a whole new player base and continue to grow the game, because there are people who just, flip through their app store and go, oh, this looks interesting. I like World War II. And next thing you know, you got a whole other group of players out there who wouldn't have been exposed to the game
yeah,
otherwise.
dude. Yeah, I'm gonna make so much money, dude, when they drop mobile. I can't. I can't wait. No, but the convenience is also a big part of it for me. There's a lot of times where I'm like, just chilling out somewhere, maybe
Mhm.
even just laying in my bed, wouldn't mind just opening up my phone, playing a game of cards and stuff like that.
Right on. You also mentioned the mess hall brawl before, and I think that that's a nice touch when you're talking about like somebody like yourself who's not super competitive, and obviously the esports tournament scene has been growing, the world championships and all of that. Do you think that, as cards continues to grow, there will and should be more opportunity for, just kind of fun events or special rules events or things like that kind of allow different people to get involved, whether that's through, their personality being out there, creativity, kind of what do you think the future should hold from a content perspective more so than from a competitive perspective?
Hmm. I'm not super sure because it's a card game. I I'm no expert on like game design or anything, and really no expert on like competitive or event organization. And I'm really not sure. This is a tough question. I don't think I'm really super qualified to answer, if that makes
Sure.
sense. Like
Yeah,
just but
absolutely. So why don't I
hmm.
rephrase that a little bit for you? Would you like more opportunities to do stuff like the mess hall brawl and other events that allow you to kind of, again, get that personality out there and just have more fun with the game than something that's a super serious, let's say, tournament style just competition?
Yeah, me personally, I definitely like any opportunity where I can throw my face onto something. But
There's
uh
No, there's nothing wrong with that. So, Scout, I just want to thank you again for taking the time to join us here on the War Room. But before we go, I wanted to give you the opportunity to address the cards community. If there's anything you want to say to them, anything you want to share with them, now would be a great opportunity to do so. And feel free to also share where we can find you out there.
okay. All you cards people out there. I thank you guys for sticking around. I've got a small little community of my own that's super chill, super laid back, just constant vibes all over the place. That's what I want to see more of. I know this can be a very competitive game at times, but I think it's really good to sit back and just chill out and kind of try to be understanding of other people too. Like you might see somebody get upset. Like occasionally, you'll see people go into the cards Discord, get real mad about something, but that's okay. We're all human. It's gonna happen. All that I ask of the general population is to not snap back at them. Try to sit back, sympathize a little bit with it. Be like, yeah, man, I get it. That sucks. Or just let people vent. Let people get the frustrations out. There's a lot of times where oh, I'm fucking rambling, but
But I think that's a great message, man. Like, I think that's such a
uh,
great message in any online community to be more understanding. It's really easy to be aggressive behind the keyboard, but I think you hit the nail on the head when it comes down to just,
mhm.
sympathize with people a little bit, understand
Yeah,
where they're coming from.
yeah. I think I'm not saying it's necessarily great to start out being aggressive, but I really think you shouldn't respond with
Yeah.
aggressiveness. Like just understand why they might be upset and just let them get it out. Like we've all been angry before. We all get frustrated. Happens to me all the time on stream. Just it it's not permanent. It passes and just try to understand that from people and don't make a huge deal out of it and just yeah. Yeah.
I love the message, Scout. Where can people find you out in the community if you're not, rambling
Oh,
on in the cards Discord?
where can they find me? Um Easiest place to find me is twitch.tv/scoutshout. That is SCOUTSHOUT. From there, you can find my Discord, which is where we have a really nice community there of super chill cards players and just World War II game players in general. Yeah, it's really the best places to find me, just on Discord, really. Twitch and Discord.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate once again you coming and hanging out, Scout. It has been an absolute pleasure getting to know you a little bit better. So thank you for taking the time and being on the War Room.
Thanks for having me. It's been great being here.
Next up for you guys, we're going to take a look at a match played with some of these new cards. So this was a match, we were just playing around in the office, and Inko recorded this match. I sent it off to 983. We put it up in the stage, and now we're going to take a look. Let's just roll the match. I also want to highlight one thing there. Look at that coffee cup.
Nice.
Look at that coffee cup.
Wow.
I was not sleepy when I was when I was watching this game, and Inko was not sleepy when he was playing this game. So.
And those Icelandic flags, that's unusual to see in any competitive sport.
Yeah, especially since Thomas is German.
So Inko is taking a long time here to see. This is probably the only time we're going to see an Icelandic flag there. Normally it's other countries that are doing well. But you can see the hand there. So the deck that Inko is playing actually utilizes that card, the Inskilling Fusiliers, quite a bit. That card does 2 damage whenever you play an intel card. So kind of the purpose of this deck is to not really rely as much on your commandos as you normally might. They're kind of removal bait, right? Because you can really, if you get into a late game and you manage to establish a board, you can really start doing damage with the Inskilling Fusiliers, especially if you have 2 established, right? That's 4 damage every time you cast an intel card.
Okay.
Another interesting mechanic in this is that you really want to find the PZL KARDS Bomber really quickly in this deck, because that generates an intel card every single turn, right? So that's kind of one of the, oh my God, and that's one of our new cards there. For anyone that is interested, that card is called the Matsue Regiment, and it adds the credit cost of a discarded card as the attack for that unit. And wow, we're turn 3 and there's a 10-5 on board for Thomas. I mean, he did lose a B-17, but there's a 10-5 on board for Thomas. Inko responding in turn, really armoring up their second plan west, along with an intel card being played there, buffing the entire backline. And now, all of a sudden, we see that Matsue Regiment popping up into a 12-6. Now, I got a question. Thomas moving into the front line there gives an easy trade for a couple of those legions. Could have maybe been better to keep it in the back line for a little bit longer. Have those legions units work for it, marching across the battlefield. So this is all taken on the dev server, so none of the ranks here actually represent the ranks that people are. But just wanted to show you a little bit of a fun game. This is how testing works. When you're developing a game, right? You make weird decks and you make bad plays, and sometimes you record it, and sometimes Ole takes that recording and shows it to the community, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, and as we see that now, pressure being put on into the front line there. Thomas holding 3 credits. We don't see his hand because we didn't have his hand recorded, but interested to see if he manages to pull something out here. I really like the chat's reaction here. When the unit drops, that's 10 attack on turn 3. I want to take a look at that coffee cup, guys. I mean, look at it. The coffee moves. It moves in the coffee cup. It moves.
You can almost smell it.
Yeah. Now, Inko choosing not to attack face there, establishing the Fusiliers instead, developing the board. Probably not expecting a whole lot of removal there from Thomas in his deck. It's more unit-based, more about putting on the pressure. So what Thomas is playing, Huge misplay there from Thomas, playing Lightning Conquest and accidentally passing. Misclick there. But basically what it does, it runs a whole lot of supply shipments? No, not supply shipments. Special deliveries. Yeah, it runs a whole host of special deliveries that basically discard the baddies. It runs a bunch of experimental flights. It's kind of a self-discard flight deck.
There you could see he was playing these special deliveries.
And there's the experimental flight as well. And all of this, like, when you do have the right hand, they can become really overpowering, right? You might have like 3 baddies established, on turn 4 or something. And if you're playing, especially the deck that Inko's playing, with slow infantry units on the other hand, it can be sometimes difficult to deal with that. So there it is, the PCL 23 KARDS. That's actually pretty big there for Inko. It is an intel card itself, right? So it can actually proc the intel. And there you see it. The Fusilier is shooting the HQ for 2 damage there on deploy of the KARDS. And that's going to be game. Inko taking the game there against Thomas and utilizing some interesting triggering for the new cards.
Yeah, it was fun to see.
I mean, from my perspective, like the first thing that jumped out at me at this game was when the Matsui regiment came down. It was like, boom.
Yeah.
A little bit of a mistake not making use of, the slow-moving infantry on the other side to get at least a favorable trade for yourself. Forcing them to spend credits to walk over the field. But I think it's an interesting concept. Started off kind of pretty strong, but as soon as you fall behind against that bridge deck, I feel like there's not a whole lot that you can do to kind of get back to it.
Yeah, exactly.
That being said, there was one game that I saw them play with the same decks where that situation kind of had come up, and then Thomas just whipped out a To the Last Man and just completely came back and crushed the game, right? So, I mean, it can go either way.
Yeah, I mean, the Banzai card, new one, might be good there against those types of decks.
Ooh, that actually might be pretty insane.
Thank you again, Scout, for taking the time to join us. We've got a lot of cards action before the year is up. You can check out in-game right now your opportunity to qualify for the World Championships. That's right. If you've never competed in an Open or the OCC, it doesn't matter. Go in game, check it out. There are going to be events going on every weekend from right now to mid-October. Now, each player, to successfully have a legal qualifying score, needs to complete a minimum of 3 of 6 sessions. So there's a lot of details around that. Do check it out in game. All the details will be there for you, but don't miss this opportunity. The top 4 of the World Championships, COVID willing, will be flown to Iceland to compete for a $10,000 prize pool. Now, this is a huge aspect of cards esports, so don't miss out on the opportunity. It is in game right now. If that's not your cup of tea, or alongside of that, you can always compete in KARDS Open number 9. That's going to be going on. This is the last KARDS Open of the year, taking place in November. There will be, as always, a $1,500 prize pool, so keep your eyes open for that. We're going to be doing 2 qualifying sessions as we did for this event. That was a mouthful, but lots going on and lots of exciting stuff going on in cards. That being said, we're going to kick it over to Darkness, Bubbles, and Ollie for the top 4 of KARDS Open number 8. There will be $1,500 on the line when XY Loser, John PX, Tiger, and Kosnik go head to head.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the finals for Cards Open number 8. My name is Olikrummi, and I am joined here by Darkness and Bubbles, and we can't wait to bring you all the action from the top 4 of this Cards Open number 8. How are you guys doing today?
I'm doing
well.
fine.
You go.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's it. Bubbles, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing fine as well. You know, we almost said the exact same thing, which would have been good. We could have really cut down on our efficiency if we just learned to talk at the same time and say the same things. We'll be super efficient.
Maybe you can teach that to your bird. How is
Yeah,
he doing?
get him in as well. All of us speak at once. It'll be like, you know, the creepy twins in movies.
Yes, I like that. So how has the summer been for you guys? I mean, obviously, Darkness, you came and visited us here in Iceland. How has the rest of the summer been for you?
The summer was fine. I started working again, but after Iceland, I still had a week to rest from Iceland. I really needed that. But currently, it's a little bit heavy because there are a lot of changes for me coming in the next months. My girlfriend will move to another city, start studying law 500 kilometers away from me, and I decided to follow her. So currently I'm sitting here and thinking about getting a new job, writing some applications. So there's a lot of going on in my mind currently, and I wasn't very active in cards. But that's why I'm very glad I can just be here with you today and enjoy the top 4 finalists of this Cards Open 8.
Yeah, I mean, we are very, very happy to have you and wish you all the best in the changes coming in your life. What about you, Bubbles? How has your summer been?
Yeah, difficult to notice it's summer. I know we've got a little bit of sun right now, as you can see coming through my window, but up until this point, I do wish someone had told the weather that it was summer. So I'll be honest, it feels just like another grey, sort of day. But luckily, I can distract myself with the World Championship qualifiers, which are going on right now. And anyone in chat can as well, so long as you're ranked 15 or above. Hop on, and we'll see if we can't play each other.
Excellent shout out. Everybody that is watching, log into Cards if you're ranked 15 and higher and participate in the World Championship qualifiers right now. Post 3 qualifying scores and you will be able to get access to the World Championship 2021 card back. So, well, for me, summer has been great. I am super happy and pumped to be back. We have a lot of broadcasts. We had a bunkers chat the day before last where we talked about Uprising. We have the Cards Open now. Then not next weekend, but the weekend after, we got the OCC finals. And then we have a special invitational event that we can't wait to tell you all more about. But let's turn our attention now to the finalists here in Cards Open number 8 and start by taking a look at their journey through the bracket. And there you see it, guys. We have our top 4. It is XY Loser versus John PX. And then it is that Cappuccino versus Kolbasnik on the other side? Yeah.
Tiger is this.
Tiger versus Kolbasnik on the other side. If we look at the path that these guys took through the tournament, none of them had an easy walkthrough, right? Xyloser had to take on Thanatron there, then Rafkin before making it over to take on John PX. John PX taking on Apara, and then I Love Mooncake. I Love Mooncake having posted awesome scores in tournaments before, and both of those are 2-0s. Same for Xyloser, so they come undefeated through the bracket here into the semifinals, and I can't wait to see what they bring out in this battle, which is a best out of 5. All the matches today are best out of 5s. On the flip side, we look at Tiger 2-0'd Vinny, and then 2-0'd Ari Big Ben. Those are some big names to have on your kill list that early on in the tournament. And then Kolbasnik having 2-1 against Spoos and 2-1 against Callan. So tight series there for Kolbasnik to make it into the semifinals. Looking at the bracket like this, guys, what do you think we have in store here, and who do you think are our tournament favorites today?
I think this tournament today will be amazing. All of these players have a lot of tournament experience. Well, starting with XY Loser, he was a big name at the last World Championship. very new that time and mainly an aggro player, but he improved. And now we are looking at his 4 deck lists. I can already see them. He's bringing 2 control decks as well, so he's not only the pure aggro guy anymore. He definitely made his homework and got very, very strong deck lists. We will see them later. But other than everyone else, he didn't won something yet, so he is the underdog in this tournament with still a lot of Ollie? No, never mind.
That's fine.
With still a lot of experience, and he was facing John. He's facing John PX, and I think John PX is maybe the strongest player. He definitely had the most success in previous tournaments in terms of tournament earnings, and he's definitely one of the strongest control player currently in cards. So I'm excited to see old control versus new and improvement, the underdog on that side.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe I'm even more hyped to see Kosnik. I really appreciate this guy. He definitely had some success before, but he is the most unique in terms of deck lists today. He's bringing, for example, a very interesting control British Soviet list. Bubble and I, we will talk about this later. And he is facing Tiger, another strong tournament player with some success before. So maybe we can see Xi Loser as underdog here. I don't really know who is the favorite, because, for example, Tiger didn't lost a single one in the qualifier B, and John PX had the most previous tournament earnings, while Kosnik was ranked 2 after me in the last KARDS Open. These are all great players, so I'm pretty hyped.
Yeah, and I think it's awesome to see XY Loser here, and like you point out, having grown his collection from when we first saw him in the World Championship last year, when I think he made it to the top 16, and he had like a less than 50% collection completed, right? And that was just purely on his skill as a player. So super pumped about that. What about you, Bubbles? I mean, John PX is a previous KARDS Open winner, right? So he's also the only guy that can double qualify for the World Championship by winning here today. All 3 of the other guys can secure themselves a spot in the knockout stage by winning this tournament here today. So how is this looking to you, Bubbles?
I mean, you know, there's one thing scarier than one John PX. It's 2 John PXs coming towards you. It should be a really good day. Something we briefly touched on earlier, and I quickly want to go over again, is that all the games today are best of 4s. And what this means is best of 5s, sorry. What this means is you're not going to be able to win games. When you play in a best of 3 tournament and you're playing against a much stronger player, you think maybe I can just win a couple games, get some early wins out against them, and just somehow take the series. With a best of 5, this isn't happening. You need to be comfortable outplaying, outskilling, and outshining your opponent in all aspects. So I'm really excited to see the sort of tactical mind games we see, especially with the deck ban, because when you have 4 decks and you have to ban one of them, and your opponent bans one of yours, there's a lot of mind games at play. And I think there's going to be a lot of getting in each other's heads, and I think there's going to be a lot getting into people's own heads. They're going to be possibly outplaying themselves if they're not too careful.
Yeah, well, I think with that, it's time for us to just jump on in and take a look at the decks that these guys are bringing. We are edging ever closer to the first semi-final matchup here between XY Loser and John PX. So starting off with XY Loser's decks, why don't you talk us through these Darkness and Bubbles?
So one of the decks I want to touch on first is this Fast Heinz deck. This is Germany-Japan. Now, there is a certain card in this deck which makes it a lot scarier for the control matchups, which is this Leopold, this late game Leopold. And you might think this is an aggro deck, and the most expensive card before this cost 5 credits. This is out of place here, this 10 credit card. But how many times have you played aggro and you find yourself in almost a stalemate against control, and you just can't break through, and the game reaches late and you just drop this Leopold and it completely resets your opponent's board. This Leopold, when you're playing against this sort of fast Heinz, is always in your mind for a control deck. I think this takes this deck from sort of S tier to S plus. If you're not putting Leopold in your fast Heinz deck, put it in now. It's insane.
Bubbles is completely right, and this was on. I think this was introduced by some top player mid-season of the last months. Kosnik was actually the first one I saw using Leopold in his fast Heinz decks. But this is a very recent meta change where people start again playing Leopold in their aggro decks. But it's extremely efficient for the reason Bubbles just named, because you are able to send back 2 Grenadier Guards and 1 Force Highlander and just finish the game by killing the HQ.
Yeah.
I think Leopold is still one of the strongest elite cards in this game.
For anyone new, by the way, who is possibly newer to cards and doesn't know what all these cards we do are talking about, Leopold is a very late game card, and when you play this card, it sends all cards that your opponents have on the board currently back to their hands. So this is why we're making such a big deal of it, why we're going into it so much, is it's such a big tempo swing, it sends their entire board back to their hand. So,
yeah, I mean, it is one of the legendary cards in cards, right? It's one of the things that you never want to see your opponent play against you, because it has the ability to absolutely decimate your board. And if you don't have an answer to it, it's really hard to deploy stuff back into it, because it can just shoot it off the field without taking damage in return. So, yeah, great highlight there. But what about the other decks that they're bringing?
The second deck is the Soviet Britain control deck. This is very standard in tournaments, and we saw these for a while. You are using the strong Soviet elites like the 6th Airborne and Zukov into 1st Rifles, for example, and KV-1 to have a lot of value. And with this value and the recent expansion cards, Parade and Confusion with Fuel Factory and Red Banner combo, you have insane control potential. On top, with ally with Britain, with Italy is usual too, but with Britain you have even more control, like the Seaforce Highlander and Blackwatch, Carpet Bombing, and some early stuff with Honey. These are very strong control decks, but not only strong against aggro, they are strong against other control decks too, because of the massive value potential.
Absolutely.
Do you want to switch, or I can just continue, because the next one is my favorite actually. Britain US. I really like this deck list. This uses all of the strong Britain control cards, of course, Carpet Bombing, Rule Britannia, and Monty and Shelling. I really love these cards. They are so damn strong. They are paired with USA Ally, and the interesting part of this is the Rampart. With the War Machine and War Bonds, you can gain some ramps. That means you can get more credits early on to use these strong cards like Carpet Bombing and send all of these J aggro and Heinz player to the graveyard.
Graveyard.
Yes, thank you very much, Bubbles. But it's not that strong compared to the Soviet Britain list against aggro, but this list for sure is insanely strong against other control decks like this Soviet control deck, and this is why the reason he's playing this with a Rampart to face other control decks.
So I believe the fourth and final deck for Zoloser is this USA Aggro deck. Now this deck is very interesting. because he's got the usual, Greyhounds, maybe First Marines, Shermans, but then not only has he got the T-19 howitzer, the 1-3 artillery that can remove guard, but he is also running the 37mm M1 AA gun. Now this AA gun, when it shoots, resets the attack of the target, so it's a perfect counter to things like Fast Hinds and Brit Air, which are both very, very meta decks at the moment. And then he also has cards like Shinoto, and for the Emperor, I think this deck, if we get to see it, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. I don't know if it's S tier in your sort of deck tiers. I think it might be, kind of second tier, but not top 1 tier. But when this deck works, it is probably the most enjoyable deck to play and the most enjoyable deck to watch. I think this deck is going to be a lot of fun, so long as we get to see it work.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited. I feel like we saw a very similar deck to this in the last OCC, and that was really fun to watch as well. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. Do you have anything to add on XY Losers decks here at Darkness?
No, I just wait to see them in action.
Yeah. All right, let's jump on over to John PX then. And as you can see there, the Swiss record for XY Loser was 6-0. Swiss record for John PX was 5-1. He is a member of a team. Do you want to tell us about that team, Bubbles?
Yeah. So as you know, in World War II, there were many different fronts of battle, and this is Team Eastern Front, representing the sort of eastern side of the war. We've got people from all over from over there, and we do have a couple sort of exiles, myself included, who kicked out of our homelands and sent to the Eastern Front to help our fellow comrades. And John PX is a proud member and waving the flag proudly.
Awesome. I love seeing more teams form in the cards scene here, but why don't you guys talk us now through John PX's decks here?
Well, first we are looking at Soviet Italy. Soviet Italy is a control deck similar to Soviet Britain. We already saw a deck list like that from XyLoser, but Soviet Italy is a little bit different because of the ally nation Italy. You do have more control aspects like Lion for a Day and La Decima, what makes this version of a control deck stronger against other control decks. Even Brit control, for example, Brit US ramp control, you are able to beat these control decks with the Soviet Italy, but you have a lot of anti-aggro potential too. Well, you need to find the right cards early on, but for example, the Fiat, the Bologna regiment only won Mare Nostrum because Mare Nostrum got nerfed. If you hit the right cards, you can crush everything. But compared to Soviet Britain, it's a little bit more likely to get overrun by aggro if you don't have the right cards at the right time.
Yeah.
And looking at the second deck list, this is Britain, US, very similar to the list we already saw, but they have a few changes. For example, one doubting system, and for USA you can see 1 stars and stripes. This is very interesting. It's another removal, and most of the time you're not using this card in tournaments, but against certain decks who are using a lot of drops into the back line, for example artillery or commando or even control decks, this card can be devastating.
Yeah, I feel like that's definitely the case. I've been wrecked a few times by Stars and Stripes, and I definitely feel like Stars and Stripes is a perfect counter against specifically commandos and anything else, and artillery. Anything else that kind of relies on just sitting in that support line, forcing the opponent to have to close the gap and spend credits doing so. So I really like that as a tech card, especially in the tournament setting.
Yes, definitely. Mostly useless against German aggro or Japan aggro because you're always running to the front as soon as possible. but I really want to see how this card is working in this matchup. Well, his third deck list is German-Japan, and he is using Leopold as well. These decks are looking very similar. He's, well, not using as much removal, honorable deaths, for example, from Japan. He is not using this, but he's using 2 pursuits as well. So we will see a lot of fast games with these German-Japan decks from both sides.
You know, he's not just running 2 pursuits, he's also running a Jag Bomber and an Admiral Hipper. When you get to the mid game, this guy is bouncing everything you have on board. And if you manage to survive the mid game bounce, like you said, there's this Leopold waiting for the extra bounce. No unit you play, you can never be confident that your unit is going to stay on the board, because all he's going to be doing is just sending it to your hand over and over again. And you know, the mental warfare with these sorts of decks. When my C4 Finders get sent to my hand and I play it and it gets sent to my hand, I just think, I'm not playing this again. Too many times. I'm not having this happen 3 times. And at that point, you just give up and keel over. Maybe you crawl into a little hole and cry, but other than that, there's not much more you can do.
Yeah, it definitely feels bad when you manage to fully counter like 2 full turns from your opponent by just pushing it back into hand. All right, and what about his final deck list then?
So this final deck list is actually quite different in playstyle. It's another US aggro deck, but it's very different from the old US aggro one we saw. The old one, the previous one we saw has a lot of artillery, a lot of sort of greyhounds to support this artillery, and then they have the island hopping, which is very powerful because you can once again buff your artillery, make them nice and big. It's more of a sit in the back line and pick away, whereas this is a much more get in your face and try and get all up in your grill. He's got pattern for this chocolate boy combo where you get down 4 units for 1 credit. He's got pursuit in here, he's got the trop, he's got the beef wagon. This is a fast-paced deck. And your usual answer to fast-paced decks is to AoE them. Just carpet bomb them or shallow them or something like this. But we do have we can do it in this deck. And carpet is 3 damage to all for 7 credits. We can do it, draws you a card, and gives everything 3 defense for 5 credits. It's cheaper than carpet and completely cancels it out. I'd be scared of this deck, this USA deck. I think this is a scary deck. I'd be scared of this. What do you think, Darkman?
It's definitely scary, and for me, this is the second most interesting deck from all deck lists today. Because, well, this looks very similar to the Bolsters ranked decks. Early on this year, in January, they were very popular, and the deck list looks nearly identical, but we had a few expansions, and they are not using Bolsters ranks anymore. This card got nerfed and doesn't have as much power, and we don't need these big tanks, these Penta Gs. But there's a new card, and this is underrated from a lot of people. It's a BF 109 something troop.
Yeah.
This is this 4-credit German fighter with 3/3 stats. But it's getting +1/+1 if you do have 1 infantry or 1 tank, and +3/+3 if you have both.
Yep.
So this is an aggressive deck. You're spamming a lot of infantry and tanks, like usual, but on turn 4 you're dropping a 6/6 unit. And what do you do? Even if your opponent is playing ramp into carpet bombing, this unit will survive. And with pursuit, you can send back Grenadier Guards and the big boys. I'm scared of this list too, Bubbles, because, like I said, this deck list was very underrated and this for a long time. But I think it has insane damage and tempo potential. But we will see this.
All right, guys. Well, I think it's time for us to start jumping on into the games. I believe the players are standing by and almost ready to start the game. Here we see the bans. Both players opted to ban the German list from their opponents, so XY Loser will remain with a US, Brit, and Soviet list, and John PX the same. Now, unfortunately, due to technical difficulty with getting the signal from China, we won't be able to see XY Loser's hand, but we will see crystal clearly what John PX is up to in these matches. And I am now just beyond excited and can't wait for us to get on into the show. Who do you guys have for this match, and how do you think it's going to play out? You know, what decks do you think they're going to bring, and is this going to be a 3-0 stomp, or is this going to be a full 5-game series?
I don't think they're going down without a fight. These are both strong players, experienced players. They know what they're doing. I think this is going to be a good series. I've got literally no idea who's going to win, but I'm going to say John PX, just to sort of, create some tension, try and get things running. What about you, Darkness? What do you think?
Well, both player banned the strongest meta deck right now, the German-Japan Heinz deck, and both have very similar decks left, like US aggro decks, Brit, US RAM control, and Soviet control. So this is a little bit like rock, paper, scissors. You want to play your aggro deck against the other's Brit deck, you want to play your Brit deck against the other's Soviet deck, you want your Soviet against the other's US deck. They need a little luck, but I think John PX will take it because he's playing Soviet Italy control, and if he is able to win against Xi Loser's Brit deck here in this matchup, I wanted to talk about this. He will maybe stomp him 3-0, but it will come down to this matchup, I believe.
We are underway. We are into the match here between XY Loser and John PX. John PX starting off fairly strong. Has a really good opening hand there. Has a nice turn 3 on curve, nice turn 4, and a turn 5. So nothing to complain about here for John PX.
Turn 2 War Machine, though. Whenever you're playing against Brit Control and they play turn 2 War Machine, you're just thinking to yourself, this is only the start. This is just going to get more and more out of hand. He does have to make sure he's keeping enough tempo, because right now, Xi Loser is 1 credit ahead on Ramp and 1 credit ahead on Pioneers. All his orders, he's 2 turns ahead of John PX, and he can very quickly run away with the game if John doesn't do enough to keep it under his control. I'm curious if we'll see him go for the Siberian transfer combo, or if we're just going to see him, build up his resources, and by this time, getting double 6th Airborne. It's a pretty nice duplicate, especially in a deck where you're running a red banner and 3 euros. You'll often have a card to combo with it since it spawns in that 5/5, and then you can create it into a unit that stays forever.
Don't you like isn't it turn 5 combo to do the Siberian transfer one? Don't you want to push that tank into the front line before you roll a red banner so that it just puts immediate pressure?
It depends. Yeah.
It feels better, yes, of course. But for the next turn, you need like a lot. You need to, if you're getting a tank with superation cost, you're spending your entire turn 4 to move this to the front line and attacking. And if the opponent is able to pin it or to block the front line, this will slow you down. So actually the most efficient way is to run this tank into something. Like with 7 credits, for example, you're playing this, going to the front line, killing a nasty unit, and upgrade it to get an 6 or 7 credit unit into the front line after trading, and damage is already dealt. This is the most effective way. Very interesting is looking at Xi Loser's options here. Well, we saw his deck list. He's not running Ultra or Doubting System. So he had turn 2 War Machine, but
dude, the 8/8.
Yeah, that's a lot of pressure.
8/8, that's huge.
It's a lot of pressure. He's got a Mirror Nostrum in hand as well, so he can make that a 9/9, and he can heal himself up for 9, taking half the HP off the HQ here. That's absolutely huge.
it is.
Now, we know Xyluza has research in hand, and he's on 10 credits. If he has a Monty or a Shelling, he could very, very quickly go to active sonar and just completely brick John's hand, and that could be the difference between win or loss. See the Avenger? Oh no! Oh.
Unlucky there.
The 50-50 chance of Avenger comes into effect where it kills a random 5 health or more, and it hits the 3-7.
I mean, at this point, surely you Marinostrum that 8/8 in the front line, because for XY Loser to get rid of it, he has to train something into it, more than likely, right?
However,
you can't trade into it. He needs to find another bomber to just destroy it, or to block with 2 Grenadier Guards.
Okay, but hear me out. You play Armored Train or First Rifles, and he goes for the First Rifles, and you prepare yourself for more effects like Avenger and B-17. And I think this is smart. This 8/8 is already a huge target. You don't need to heal right now. Giving it +1/+1 is very irrelevant to the threat of this card. This card is already a threat. If this card doesn't die, it will win the game on its own. You don't need to expend resources, making it even scarier. I think he's smart to save the Man Nostrum and instead focus on getting many units down on the board and try and continuously apply pressure instead of putting all his eggs into one Soviet infantry basket.
Yeah, Xyluza is only running 1 B-17, but 1 Avenger, but 2 B-17s, so he really needs to find a lucky destruction deployment effect here. Rough Lightning is a good
Rough
option.
is really good, yeah.
Another pin would be helpful too, but he's going for the research.
Although he can get a pin next turn. If he goes for the active sonar, that will pin the board and it will really, really affect John's tempo. If he can play some of his cards from his hand right now... Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah. I think KV1 would be a decent drop.
I agree. It's scary for Brits. It just means they're slowly ticking away. And if they don't have a solution to deal with KV, they have to draw a solution, at which point KV kills them.
Yeah, exactly. This could be a little bit more pressure. But I think XY Loser is playing with air defense. Is he? No, actually not. He doesn't have a simple solution to kill that tank.
Now, these are open deck lists, so the players can obviously check each other's decks and make sure they're playing around the correct cards. But then there's also the fact that you can distract yourself. It can be a bit of a double-edged sword. You spend all that time looking for an air defense, and then you notice there's a clock in the corner of your screen, and it's very easily done. I can't say that I've never missed a turn in competitive play.
I've definitely missed a turn, and I sometimes like what I'll do is I'll queue up for a game of cards, and then I'll tab, and then I'll start working.
Oh, you forget.
And then, like,
have you ever tabbed back in and you
yes.
just see the defeat screen and you think to yourself, "Oh no."
Yes, I have, and I feel so bad because I know that the person had to sit through me being AFK, and I'm like, oh, I feel so bad. But what feels kind of even worse is when you get back into the game on turn 3 or 4 and then win,
Yeah.
right?
You
just
feel like a horrible
the guy's
human.
the guy's established the full board, and he's like spamming out all his cards because he's 100% you're AFK, and then you turn up on turn 4 and then
play Retout or something.
Yeah.
I'd like to point out we saw the active sonar completely bricking John's hand, but then he said, you know what, 9 credits, I'm still going to play this KV. And even for 9 credits, this KV is worth the 9k. It's really scary for Brits. It's sort of kryptonite, and he's going to have to find a solution to this, or he's going to be in trouble. That might be a solution. Thoughts on this, Darkness?
This can be a solution, but John Pig's top decked and Ladechima without extra credit cost to kill that Black Watch.
Hit face for 8 as well.
And he's able to face to 8. This is insanely strong from John PX. Surely the plus 21 combined credit costs hurt, and he's not able to play a lot of cards with these 6 credit Bloody Sickle, 9 credits, 6 Airborne.
Here's a question for you. What can Xyluza find to get him out of the situation? What can he get to save him? Because you've got to remember, even if you have Monty or Shalin, there's this KV on board that's killing you. And you can't even get to the KV. The KV not only has an Italian regiment guarding it, it also has a literal armor train. This is a train covered in armor. It's not even worth trying to get around it. I don't think there's anything available that he has which will let him deal with this KV. And even if he can clear board, it's just...
In theory, it's possible. He could be able to play Monty and B-17, kill the right target, and a War Machine to ramp up. Or he's finding carpet bombing. This is very strong too, but he will receive a lot of damage in the next 2 turns.
Hold on. He's got lethal. He sees it. You do this, get him down to 2.
Pass the turn.
And that's game. You pass the turn. When you leave him on 2 health with the KV, it's like, oh, draw a card, I dare you.
I gotta say, I think the KV kill shot is one of the most satisfying ways to do lethal in the game.
I think Commonwealth is number 1 for me, or perfect commando pings when it's your last order and it just finishes them off. But KV is certainly up there for top 5.
Well, this was the first match, and as I said, John PX Soviet control list is able to beat the Britain US RAM control. And this list was made to face other control decks. So right now, currently, John PX has the advantage here. Of course, this can change, and for Xyluza, it's maybe a little bit easier to predict the matchup. The first matchup was fine, maybe, but now he really wants to send his aggro deck into the British RAM control or his Soviet into the US aggro one.
So simple. You're Xyluza here. What deck? All the maths considered. What deck are you bringing then?
It's so hard. You can flip a coin what deck you are running in next from John PX, and it's really thinking. So I think John PX will play his Brit deck, but if he thinks I will think, he will bring his US deck, and so on and so on.
I think Xyluza should bring his Brit deck again, because I think it's probably the most versatile deck of them all.
Well,
in this matchup, US is the most versatile, because against John PX aggro deck, it's a mirror matchup. It's aggro versus aggro, and again, John PX British deck, the ramp deck, he has the tempo advantage.
Well, it looks like Xyluza agrees, because he has brought his US deck and he's gone up against John's Brit deck. Now, John's Brit deck has a lot of guards. Xyluza's deck has a lot of ways of dealing with guards, including artillery that just remove the guard upon attack. So I don't think John PX is ever going to better rely upon guards. He does have this Stars and Stripes and this Carpet Bomb, and he's got quite a bit of ramp in hand. He could very quickly get some AoE, bait Xyluza into overcommitting his board with the first AoE, and then clear it again.
Yeah, that's basically the matchup in a nutshell. Well, a lot of early aggression coming here from Xyluza. John PX has to respond with a Kitty Hawk. Definitely a good drop turn 3. Even though he missed one credit, but he can't really do something against it. The most important thing is to deal with the board till he's able to play carpet bombing.
This board is getting very scary, but the third unit sets him up on the support line.
And there's one tech card, Stars and Stripe. Look at that. He completely destroyed the back line, both artilleries and the little buff tank.
Catalina, never going to find its draw because unfortunately there is a Wrath in hand for John PX. Very simple play. Bounce the Catalina. Xyluza, I think at this point he's thinking about Shermans. If he can find a Sherman, start getting this draw train going off, he can very quickly come back into this. But John is currently, I think, controlling the game very well.
The
Honorable
that
deck.
was a great top deck.
Yeah, that was
something
huge.
doesn't have a great answer to this anymore. Well, he top decked his like ambush like bomber, but this won't help him here. Maybe he will.
He can use it as bait for the bomber. So it hits into it, kills it, and then he sets up the carpet. But the issue with this play is you have a huge risk of this just getting bounced and returned to your hand with some sort of 99th or half track. You don't feel comfortable playing aeroplanes against USA when you don't have the front line. Maybe when you have the front line, but like this, you don't think there's any way this is surviving.
Well, as a bait, this could work, but this could backfire too. But you can play daylight bombing to Catalina and setting up doubting system to kill it the turn after with carpet bombing and block a potential order. That could have worked too, but he chose to risk something here. If this works out, this will be better than a wasted doubting system, obviously, because Xyluza here can waste 2 credits to attack.
But there it is!
But there's a retreat. This hurts. Now he doesn't have a way to deal with the Catalina. And the Catalina will draw Xyluza more and more cards the longer it stays.
This is becoming really, really difficult for John. He does have this carpet, but even with this carpet, I think you have to go for the carpet still. Give Xyluza a little bit more draw. You think you go for the Avenger?
I think, yes, killing Catalina is more important, I think.
You do have risk of just being slaughtered the next turn. With the AA gun, Blitz, and for the Emperor in this deck, it can very quickly kill you out of nowhere.
Yes, sure, but he needs to have the right cards, and if you let Catalina live, Xyluza will draw these cards eventually.
Oh, here we go. For the Emperor, rushing up those tanks, moving up the Greyhound before attacking with the bomber, and that's just it.
Exactly, so GG.
GG, and just like that, Xyluza hits back and ties us up at 1-1 here against John PX. And what a fantastic play that was, and highlights the strength of the deck that Xyluza brought to the table there.
I must confess, I thought the Brit deck was the deck to bring, but clearly you were right, Douglas. The USA deck was more versatile, it was comfortable in whichever matchup, and I think it paid off.
Looks like John PX is going to be bringing his Brit deck again here, and now we see the mirror matchup, Brit versus Brit. How do you feel watching this countryman on countryman violence, Bubbles?
You know, the British have a habit of making lots of enemies. We've managed to make enemies with almost everyone in the world, including Iceland over fish, which unfortunately was not our finest hour.
Hey,
not only did we go after you guys for some fish, but we also lost. But Britain's oldest ally is Britain itself. We have many civil wars, and I have no doubt we will have many more.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that the COD wars are like the funniest thing that I know about in history, right? It's just like, what did the Icelanders do? You know, against the Brits that had like these big military ships, they like rammed, small fishing boats into the side of them and threw stinky fish at them. And, they did it so much that in the end, the Brits were like, you know what, this isn't worth it. We're just going to back out. These guys are crazy.
Xyluza found the turn 4 war bonds. John PX maybe should have played the Ultra instead of Fortification, but now a Blackwatch turn 4 is definitely strong. Silos are able to ramp even more.
Oh my
John Peaks
lord.
hit that war bonds, but he has enough credits to just play it.
And it's worth noting he's gained more credits than the Blackwatch has affected his hand. So even with this tempo swing from the Blackwatch, which is usually devastating for Brits, Zolu's been able just to ignore it and actually cycle a lot of his hand. So he's going to have more and more orders which haven't been affected by this Blackwatch because of these war bonds. I think currently this is Zolu's game, but I mean these mirrors, they can go all over the place, and it can be a really crazy game. HMS Illustrious. I wonder if we'll see the War Britannia come out
That would be such a sick combo to pull off this early in the game as well.
this early. Yes.
It's like turn 6.
Yeah.
So this would be a huge combo, and he would be able to deal with this bomber.
Albacore, is he going all in with it?
Oh my god.
Oh!
Massive Empire strikes there. And just, yeah.
Secures the front line with the swordfish. You know someone is confident when they put their bomber into the front line.
Yep.
Someone who does that is either incredibly confident or incredibly desperate. And it's worth noting these pioneers, they're almost like an extra ramp. And the pioneers die to that as well. When AoE becomes so big that it's killing your pioneers, you just want to cry. It feels horrible. Wrath going to be coming out, bouncing one of the swordfish, but these do have blitz. So it's not that big of a deal for Xyluza here.
And I mean, the RAF is only coming out really because that's the only thing that will protect from the bombers, right?
The
I mean,
B-17 clears the RAF, clears the protection for the bombers, and you can return this to hand with carrier cover, but then you're giving your opponent another B-17 proc. What do you do here? You can find a carpet bomb, it won't matter. Maybe you can find Monte and that saves you and buys you some time, but this is a really difficult scenario. There's a carpet. Do you even bother?
There's a carpet, but you need more. You need daylight bombing or another ARE to kill that B-17, and then you're already running out of cards. John PX, maybe he needs to consider drawing cards to get more options. Yeah, there are a lot of nice options, but I am afraid he needs too much time to use his power. Xyluza is instantly playing Blackwatch, adding a lot of credit costs and playing We Can Do It to keep all of his units alive. It's not looking good for John PX.
that Pioneer company
And
doing work.
Yeah, these pioneers are so powerful. I think they're my favorite 0-4 elite. I don't know if they're the strongest. Signal and Nasham are both very strong, but I think pioneers are definitely my favorite to use. When you get orders that have had their cost increase, and then you get pioneers, you feel like you're playing like in a time machine. I think they're the most fun of these cycle to use.
I completely agree. I like the pioneers too.
The B-17.
Perfect. It's a perfect 20%
1 in
chance
5.
hit. Whoa, this was cool.
Yeah.
As long as Xyluza is not hitting Rule Britannia, this is very cool.
Dude, it would feel so bad to hit that 1 in 5 B-17.
You see the bombs come forward and you think, please go to the swordfish. And it keeps going after the swordfish. You're like, oh no!
Well, Xyluza needs to find an answer. Research would be, for example, another. Another We Can Do It.
If he finds Rule Britannia, I believe he is running one, right? Let me check. Yeah, he is running Rule Britannia. If he finds his Rule Britannia, this board goes from being incredibly defensive to just being incredible in every front. It's so terrifying. And when you know your opponent has Rule Britannia, how are you not thinking about this? If you're John, you want to have Ultra up every turn. But you can. You can be spending 3 credits every turn just to accidentally hit the wrong countermeasure. But how can you let someone get away with this Rule Britannia?
He is not only running Rule Britannia, he's running Research too, and the synthetic rubber onto Blackwatch in the front line is nearly killing everything in one turn.
Yeah, I mean that was one of my favorite combos with the Research Blackwatch thing. Is if you manage to get it into the front line, you play it on curve, you get into the front line the following turn, then you pop your synthetic rubber on it, and then all of a sudden that's 20 damage to face, right? So
This
I
would
mean,
be 34.
yeah, something like that. Xyloser, at least, if getting a lot of options and a lot of opportunities to find the Rule Britannia here, because there's just no responses in John PX's hand. And I mean, I don't think there are any responses in his deck, right? There's nothing that'll deal 12 damage AoE. He doesn't have the option to do that. He can play a carpet bombing, then he can play another carpet bombing, and he's only going to kill one unit that's currently on the board. That is insane.
Oh, the fortification. I'm certain that was just a check for the Ultra.
Yeah.
100%. John PX revealed
No,
that.
for synthetic rubber. Is that game? That's
No.
game.
Yes.
No, that's
No.
game. You go synthetic.
5 synthetic
Oh
rubber.
no, it's not game.
No, it's
Sorry.
not. It's not game.
I got very excited. I get excited when card games end.
Yeah, but he's missing one credit.
He's so close.
He goes to buff the one in the support line instead of the one in the front line. Reason.
No! There's a rough lightning.
Oh no!
That's a top deck, and I don't know why Xyloser played this into the buff into the back line. Maybe because he saw John PX using already one rough lightning, but the carrier cover here is maybe able to.
He's doing it. He's dealing with the
more
board state.
time.
But for how long, Ollie? For how long can he deal with this? How long until Rule Britannia shows itself?
Well, Britannia would still kill him.
Yeah. But I mean,
It
At
wouldn't
this
be
point-
lethal. Rule Britannia wouldn't be lethal because of this this Wrath. You have to play your Swordfishers first, and then you might have lethal, but with the current board state, it's not lethal.
Yeah, but you have a 12-12 Pioneer, and
You do, and
John
these,
PX needs to
remember,
kill them.
these Swordfish keep Blitz, so you can drop them and then make them 5/5 and attack. Comet? That must have been from the 2K Elite
What?
search. That's from Few Good
shows.
Men.
He's not running this in the deck list. Well, that's a strong card.
Can I just say, I really want this Comet to become competitive. I really love this card, and I put it in every Brit deck, and then I take it out of every Brit deck.
All right, let's think about this for a while. What can John PX do here? Because I mean, he's on the back foot. He needs to start doing. He needs to reduce some of that HP in the front line. I mean, keep in mind had XYLoser put the synthetic rubber on the Blackwatch, that Blackwatch would have been a 16-16 with Fury in the front line and wouldn't have been able to be pushed back into hand, right? So the game,
Although he had carry cover, he could always carry cover. He did have that in his hand.
John PX has some options. He's going for the we can do it option. He deployed another unit, buffing these units to get more stats. Nearly equal to Xyloser now. He could have went for the ramp, but he's too far behind. He's in risk of dying to Rule Britannia, so he deployed another fighter to not die to Blitz Swordfish with Rule Britannia.
There's a Monty.
Monty, ooh.
John PX does have options though. Sometimes when Monty is played, you feel like you're just skipping a turn. Your opponent spends one credit and you have to just end your entire turn. But John has a lot of options. He can carpet bombing and then he can follow up with a downing system. There's a lot which can go on in John's hand. What I would be scared of if I was John is Xyloser floating credits. Because if you're worried about an Ultra, what do? Do you play your War Machine to check for it? What if your War Machine then casts? You just spent 4 credits on a War Machine at a crucial point in the game.
Xyloser's not running secrets, right?
I don't believe so, no.
So Xyloser floating credits is maybe good for John PX.
the Avenger, that could be big. That takes out at least one target that could become huge for
but you have to play the carpet bombing, Ollie.
And into the Dowding.
The 2 units in the back.
He be doing this.
Yeah. But I'm saying, like, next turn, the Avenger is going
Okay,
to take out either one of those things. I
Yeah,
was
I
just saying,
agree,
like,
I
it's another tool for him to deal with the high HP units on board, right?
Could John really be bringing this back? This seemed like such a game over. We were talking about how there was no way he could clear the board, and now look at it. Carpet bomb, hit by the Dowding.
Well, both secrets, Ultra and Dowding system, they are really, really strong in this mirror matchup. And this could be the small advantage for John PX here.
Is that John's last countermeasure? He's running one Dowding, I believe?
Yeah. That was his last counting measure. And
So, no
both-
more to worry about. You can play your orders safely.
yeah, you can.
C4
Highlanders,
Highlanders.
this is
This
non-factor.
reeks of a sad hand, for lack of a better word.
John PX is able to play ramp here. He's able to.
Although
Yeah, he could-
if he hits the Pioneers and then plays his Avenger, he can guarantee it to hit the C4. And then he can start really putting pressure on Xyloser.
Yes, but I think playing ramp here is the right decision. You can kill the C4 Highlander anytime with your Avenger, and you really want to have more credits available as your opponent, because you have so many high cost value cards. The way to win these mirror matchups is
Guys.
by playing more cards and more value.
I just want to point out that there's only a C4 Highlander on board for Xyloser now. What is going on? If John PX wins this game, I will just say it right here, right now. That is the biggest comeback journey that I have ever seen on a Cards broadcast.
It's truly incredible.
I do believe John is the upper hand right now. And my question is, what does Xyloser need to swing that back round to his favor? Sexton is a nice find. Sexton is very good. But I don't know how long it's going to last for, because we do have this 4-2 Hellcat on board and we have this Avenger in hand. This Sexton could die immediately if there's nothing else at play other than what we see. And we know there's no countermeasures left. Avenger comes down, clears the C4. At this point, if you're Xyloser, you have to start feeling bad about this. You got to start feeling gutted. Or you shouldn't, but I think it's only natural to feel a little bit, I had this game, what's happened, you know? It's difficult to keep your mental state in check when you had such a powerful and formidable board, and John just executes it perfectly.
It's so sad to not see Xyloser's hand and his options and his decisions. Well, I don't think John PX executed this perfectly, thinking about his turn 4 not playing Ultra, allowing Xyloser to play War Bonds, and getting in this position where he was way behind. But
I mean the comeback. I think he did the comeback well.
Yes, he did. He did. With some amazing top decks, but he executed that perfectly. And that's the reason why he's one of the strongest player currently in cards, and why he's able to come back.
I mean, all the luck in the world is meaningless if you don't know how to apply it and take advantage of it.
Yes, of course.
I mean, from my where I'm sitting, I've watched a lot of competitive cards by the nature of the fact that I have casted, I think, pretty much every competitive cards tournament since we started the esports scene. But I'm hard pressed to remember a game that was as insane as this one. And of course, we got to also think about it. Xyloser, how unlucky did he get that Rule Britannia was somewhere buried way deep down in his deck, right? I mean, he had plenty of opportunities to end the game there if he just found the right cards. But John PX playing it to perfection, buying himself just enough time and taking care of the threats one by one until there were none left. And my God.
There comes the Avenger, there comes the Swordfishers.
Yeah, Ollie, that's true. Well, Xyloser's running out of cards. Ooh, the Monty. Another
You've got the
card. Oh, maybe
Monty.
he doesn't even
I
want.
think you Monty and save the Stars and Stripes for a 4th unit in the support line, and then you just obliterate it. Or you can go for the Mosquito Stars and Stripes and kill it all now. But the Stars and Stripes,
He's not
John,
afraid,
so
he's-
satisfying. I get that this is a smart play, but what about the satisfying play?
Yes, but Silusa is running Rule Britannia, and he could have closed the game with that. Well, I still think Silusa gave John Pix the opportunity to come back because he played Synthetic Rubber on the backline Swordfish.
But we know this carrier cover was in hand.
Yeah.
Even if he played it on the frontline one. Yes, Raph couldn't bounce the one in the front line, but John was sitting on this carrier cover. Now, whether
think
that
that-
went through Zylusa's mind is impossible for us to know, but I think no matter what he cast it on, John had a solution to it with this carrier cover, which, quite frankly, I was sitting here thinking this carrier cover is a dead card, but it paid for itself.
I think he made previously the right call. He could have buffed the Black Watch, killed the Grenadier Guards.
Yeah.
This unit would have been dead, and you don't like to send back this damn Black Watch because he's adding more credit costs to your orders. I believe Skylusa could have won this turn with.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big swing there is that you get to kill the Gren Guards, right? Because you have that one leftover credit, and you kill the Gren Guards with the Blackwatch, and it's like if you want to push it back, you're forced to take a tempo hit because I'm gonna redeploy it and hit your orders and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, in the moment when you feel like you have such a massive lead, maybe you're not like, fully going for the jugular. Maybe you feel like you just want to try and take a more safe approach and all that kind of stuff. But that slightly slower, slightly safer approach allowed John PX to claw himself back into the game step by step by step. And looking at it now, I don't see how he's going to lose this one. I mean, what is going on?
Don't speak too
don't
soon,
say
Ollie.
that. Maybe
You're gonna curse him.
Maybe Xylusa will play Carpet Bombing next turn if he's having one left.
Oh, but the
Yeah,
B17.
it's looking very strong for John Peaks now.
You could potentially go for synthetic rubber to buff something, so that if the carpet comes out, the unit has already got that bonus attack damage from the high defense.
Xylusa finding finally some card draw. A little bit too
7
late.
cards left in his deck there.
Oh
He just
my
surrendered.
God! It happened, guys. It happened. John PX, he made it all the way back.
This was
If we look at how many health points were on the board, and how impossible that seemed in a position, if I was in a ladder game, I probably would have surrendered. No joke, I probably would have been like, screw this, I'm going to go make a cup of tea. I'm not dealing with this. And John, stands his ground, gets some of that Eastern grit in it, and says, you know what? You punch me, I'm going to punch you back twice as hard.
I don't even know what to say. I am actually speechless. I'm watching it on the stream right now because we are doing this on a 15-minute delay, and everybody's like, this is game. You're looking at the board, and then we just happened the 20% B17. I mean, we forgot about that, guys. The 20% B17.
Yeah, this after an unpleasant start, he was able to come back because of 20% chunks RNG. Bubbles and I, we were talking about this earlier. You mentioned Cappuccino was dropping at the end of the season like 250 points because he auto-surrendered it, and after you reached out to him and wondered what happened, why did you just surrender it so many points, he was just sad about RNG, but that's part of the game.
Yeah. I wonder if it was the 20% B17 that got the Cappuccino. John PX and his 20% came after and took those points.
I mean, I'm looking at it right now, and it's 10, 16, 28, 37, 55. No, 45. It's 45 unit HP on board. 45 unit HP on board.
You know,
Oh my
from an analytical point of view, I really wish we get to see both players' hands. From a story point, from a storytelling point of view, that game would have not been that game without the suspense of not knowing what's in Zolu's hand. It sort of adds its own little magic to it. So you know, I personally kind of like it. Maybe we should keep it. You know?
Well,
But
look
there are
at
good
these
news.
shiny boys. 3 golden
Yeah.
chocolate bars, infantry in the back line, and he's having a pursuit in hand. If Xalusa is not dealing with his back line, the back line will get into the front line completely.
Do you play your pursuit or do you save it for something else? Oh, I think you pursue that. Because if you pursue the Cuban Cossacks, you can give your infantry free attack, which means they're now able to kill the Cossacks. The only concern for me would be getting confusion, which is I just a risk of playing against Soviets. What can you do about that?
Yeah, Xalusa's deck, well, no matter how strong John PX as a player and as his deck list is looking right now, Xalusa's Soviet Brit control deck is very strong against aggro and has definitely the advantage in this matchup. Well, there's always room for more, for something. Looks like John PX is not using the pursuit,
Ooh.
but
Oh, that's good, because what this does, even if there's confusion into trade, as long as there's a unit alive, he's got 5 credits next turn. He can move an infantry to the front line, play an M4 Sherman with a US unit in the front line, guaranteeing him card draw. I think that's a smart play. I think you Sherman here. There's one rule of playing US aggro. Always Sherman when you can, because if you don't, it always comes back to bite you. If John never gets this Sherman draw off, I'm going to... I don't know.
You would blame him for this decision, but I think this is a kind of safe decision. Well, this is more aggressive, and Xalusa is not in carpet bombing range and didn't play this bloody sickle last turn, so it's really hard to deal with these units right now, even with one.
It's going to be bounced again. He's got triple bounce and a patrol guard reveal. You remember earlier I was talking about you play your C4, it gets bounced. You play your C4, it gets bounced. We're seeing a live action replay of this. That's 2. We're on 1 bounce right now. I want to get a bounce counter going.
Bounce.
Well,
yeah, playing tennis.
John PX definitely wants to play the Sherman. You want to get this card draw before the carpet bombing.
Do you just go for patrol? He trades.
Oh,
the bounce counter.
Carpet bombing bubbles. He's playing around carpet bombing.
No, it's smart. It's smart. It's really smart. When you see your opponent reaching the point where they might have a big AoE, and your units have a medium to high value trade, you should normally take the trade. Now, there's no rule of must, but it's a generalization that you should normally try and take that. Goes for the Confusion Urals combo.
Ooh,
unfortunately, it's nice, but it's not going to last. There's pursuit, there's trop, there's so many ways of dealing with this, and he can just move up and hit it with the Sherman.
I mean, that's probably the best thing for him to do, right? I mean, do you want to?
But what else is he able to drop? He's not able to drop something.
Yeah, I think you bounce it. I think bounce is the tempo play.
Maybe he's bouncing the engineer. No.
No.
I mean, what do you? Maybe not this turn, but I mean, is there a case to be made to just patrol the engineer and then kill it, remove the smokescreen?
There is, but you're playing against a deck with first rifles, where patrol removes its guard and its destruction effect. Parade has just been played as well. Wait until you've seen all the first rifles. There could be 2 first rifles in Zolusa's hand right now. You don't want to waste a patrol on this unit yet. Maybe in a bit. Oh, there's a C4. The bounce counter's back.
At another bounce.
Yeah, he's got the 2 half tracks ready.
I think you play pattern here, because then you can hit with the trop as well. Actually, no. It wouldn't be a 6/6 trop. I take it back. I'm wrong.
No, it needs that infantry.
Yeah, it needs the infantry. So that's 2 C4 sent to hand. I'm hoping we get to 4 before the game ends.
I mean, I'm still recovering from game number 3 in this series. No joke. I'm still just thinking about it. But
so what do you need? You can partisans the Sherman. trade and Urals. Unfortunately for him, he does not have the combo. Does heal him for 2 and
Fusion
take
and another guard, like the C4s.
C4 coming out again. Come on, let's see
Well,
it.
the engineers, he traded the unit of.
Oh, that's big.
Oh yeah.
And what do you do if you're John?
I
You
think
don't have a
play
Sherman.
the health track and buff the BF 109.
If there's a partisans from Xyluza though, I feel like there's some logic to keeping the half track with pattern in hand so that you can blitz it out for if you top deck a Sherman. It also means if Xyluza moves a unit into the front line, this can clear the front line itself and go and get it. If this dies and then he draws a Sherman, he's going to be sad. And he paraded the C4 because these are the third C4s we've seen. He played one, it died when he traded into it, and now he's playing another 2.
Oh, John Peaks is so unlucky in this turn. His top decks are not working right now.
I think you double pursuit. Try and buy some time to find a Sherman. Go single pursuit and patrol. I think double pursuit just goes with the Ollie. Goes with the Ollie play.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say that that's a seal of approval, right? But it's my play. I mean, I did point it out, but I like this. Removing the guard there off the second C4, that it's not going to regain that guard, and it's a pretty useless 1/5 on the enemy turn, right? So,
yeah,
not a terrible turn there for John PX. I mean, the C4 can't even trade out that half track in the front line. So,
partisans though. Oh.
Is he having your factory?
Oh, yeah. What does he get? Pass. It's difficult, but you got the strat bombing.
Yeah.
Well, C4 Highlander, guard or not, in the front line, it's still hard to deal with this.
You know, you can get this 22nd into the front line if you really want. I don't think it's worth it, but you can do it.
You could, but you shouldn't.
Yeah, you could do.
You can pursue that C4, play the pattern, and then throw it into the front line.
Aye. Well, John PX was looking for another Sherman for more card draw. You really need this card draw mechanic to choose one constantly pressure against your opponent, but
this is one of the downsides of US aggro. Is you've got these Shermans which you're relying on for draw, but you can only have 4 of them, so you need some more. So we've got 22nd in here, but still then you almost feel like you don't have enough. You feel like you want like a Catalina in there, or maybe even a mobilization.
Yeah. You're playing so much around the front line.
He's going. What can you find at this point? What's going to save you? Sherman coming a little bit too late. Not what you needed. A little bit too late.
Yeah.
And John, I think, started to feel a little bit defeated by this. You see, he's opened the surrender tab. He's not pressed it yet, but he's got it ready, you know, on a hotkey.
Yeah. Nothing he can do against 2 C4 Highlander in the front line.
Oh, and the 7/7 guard. And this isn't a threat on its own, but why this is a threat is the Stalin. And the Shermans. You don't need him anymore. And he just goes for the surrender.
Yeah.
So, going to a game 5, some really exciting games. I thought John had that one, I'll be honest. But then Xyluza able to hold it ground.
Was just not good. Just its matchup against Soviet Britain control is just insanely hard for aggro.
We know the final matchup though. It's going to be Xyluza's Brit ramp against John PX's US aggro.
Yeah.
I think this is aggro favored, but I think it can also go either way. I think if ramp gets a considerably good start and gets some early AoE, I think the aggro deck can struggle, especially because it's this aggro deck, like we saw last game, it really needs to have some board presence to operate. US aggro relies on having board presence, especially in the front line, So if Xyluza can properly deal with that board presence, he may struggle to stay in on John.
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
It's all about the start from Xyluza and John PX. Xyluza needs to find his ramp
Ooh,
very
that's a
early on.
Good hand. Turn
to-
1, drop the combat, move the Panzer 35T up. Next
Yeah,
turn.
but this matchup overall is very favorite for John PX. The combo, the aggro potential, the Shermans will survive carpet bombing.
Oh, that
And-
albacore slows down the tempo of John quite a bit, but John just recovers it with golden chocolate boys. Absolutely beautiful. Does he have 3 or 4 golden? I think he's only got
3.
He's
I think
only
it's
got
got
3.
Yeah.
I think I saw a non-golden
So
one.
Ollie, you are Dev at 1939. For those that didn't know,
I am.
but I'm going to ask you some cards trivia about the chocolate infantry. Just to embarrass you if you get it wrong. Do they draw the top 32nd infantry in your deck, or a random 32nd infantry from your deck?
I have no clue.
Take it. Okay, they draw a random. There used to be a theory about playing these early on so that you guaranteed you didn't top deck them if you drew the top one. Completely went out the window when we messaged a developer and they said, no, it doesn't work like that. And we've been spending like so many hours playing in a certain fashion just to be told it was wrong. John, if that chocolate boy survives, you can get a Sherman off next go. I think Xyluza is forced to do something about it. I would hit it with the honey.
Xyluza finally found some ramp, but the honey really hurts. Not only he's providing some heal, and that means time for Xyluza. He's able to trade currently 2 units of John PX. He started with the T39. So John PX is able to drop the Sherman and getting more options. Another Sherman, very nice. I think it's all about the we can do it now. John PX needs to buff a certain amount of units above carpet bombing kill range.
Wrath the Sherman. Now, you may be concerned about card draw, but look at John's hand. I think this is the right move. More of a tempo move than a card draw move. I would be concerned about my late game if I was Xyluza, but I think that's still the right move.
Well, card draw, yeah. Even if John PX is playing the Sherman now and drawing cards, he would overdraw. It's not giving him more options.
There's that Catalina.
Yeah, but what do you play it with?
Not playable. You can. I think you bounce. I think you play your chocolate boy. I think you tap face for 2. Maybe you get carpet bombed, but you're completely okay if you get carpet bombed. I think you've got to sort of play it a little bit slower. You definitely have to play some more cards from hand. Otherwise, that Wrath can force you to overdraw again.
I think I would have played the Hellcat and attack for 4.
I think you have to play that chocolate infantry, because now you're going to overdraw if that Wrath comes down again.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I understand why he's saving it. He doesn't want to overcommit for the carpet, but I think it's one of these units where you can overcommit and you're fine.
So game number 3 just ended on the stream now. It was such a long game. We're already halfway through game 5 and we're done with game 4. But yeah, we just handed out a commando knife to celebrate John PX's win there in the Give Me Stuff giveaways in chat. But no carpet bombing coming out here from XY Loser. So a chance for some fun stuff for John PX.
But Xyluza still can have carpet bombing.
Is that a Hellcat or is that a half track actually?
I think it's a Hellcat because you don't want to give him the. It is a Hellcat. Yes.
It is a Hellcat.
Yes.
Because for a second I was like, wait a minute, that could have been a half track this entire time.
No. Don't
I
you
like
see this little gray shade in the left top corner? This is definitely a Hellcat.
But half track is like going down a grey beach, isn't it? I mean, I'll take your word that it's Hellcat. But I think
I mean, you have to patrol and trade if you're gonna do that, right?
you've got so many cards in your hand. You play it, you let Xyloza take it. And if he takes the trade, you set it up for the strategic bomb. I'd be more scared of some AoE.
Xyloza is he's sending back the kid's Leaner. He could have sent back like the chocolate infantry and watching John Pix overdrawing 3 cards. That would have been fun. I personally enjoy doing that to my opponent.
No, I mean that's actually a great point. I mean those cards that John PX would have overdrawn, those 3 cards, that is a significant amount of lost cards. So that might have been a move.
Strat bombing? Do you just drop it now?
Apparently
I don't
not.
know about that. I feel like it's time.
I'm not sure what he wants to pursue there. I mean, do you want there's deployment effects on both of those.
He also knows if he looks at Xyloza's deck, Xyloza runs 3 weakened duets. If units are low enough to kill them. Don't take any risks. Just kill them where you can.
He just overdrew again.
I think at this point he doesn't care about overdrawing. If he can't win with his hand, he's not going to win.
Sure, that's a good point. But I mean, I'm just wondering, like, he could have played the Chocolate Boys before and then played the Sherman, and then he wouldn't have overdrawn.
I think his logic is he's going to overdraw at some point. May as well be now.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know if that's correct logic, and people would hear what the hell he talking about. That's terrible logic. But I am an expert in terrible logic. Over 20 years of experience in it.
But now, XY Loser is going for face here with the control that he has on the board. The Sherman being discarded, not maybe the end of the world because he does have another Sherman in hand.
I think half
track, we can do it.
No. Patrol and strat. Clear both fighters. Patrol and strat.
No, you Xyloza just pinned all of John Pig's units, ready to kill all of them with carpet bombing next turn. You're going to play We Can Do It.
Mm-hmm. I say patrol that mosquito, right? Get something off the board, or that.
I think he needs to focus on killing these a little bit more. Because he is down to 16 health, and this Lancaster Blitz, Lancaster Bomber with Blitz can be a finisher. I think he needs to start being concerned about this. He does have a very potent hand with this with this Pursuit, thank you, where he can very quickly burst out of nowhere. But I'm becoming concerned about his health pool, and it's weird for aggro to be more concerned about this against control while you still have such a board presence and a hand presence. But it's a concern for me. A shelling and some hitting face, and it's just game.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point. You always have to be wary of that. You also have to be wary of like Rule Britannia suddenly making that a 7/7 Rough Lightning,
or synthetic rubber,
right?
Making the Rough Lightning to 9/9.
Yep.
I'd really like to see him either apply face pressure or clear the board from John. I think he's done enough developing. He can play Hellcat, or he can play Combat Engineers before Pursuit if he wants, or he can play the Strat Bomb. I'd really like to see something active and not something defensive.
Yeah,
Setting up for the Strat Bomb.
I can definitely agree with that.
I like that play. I think that's smooth. I think that's correct. And yeah, I think that's a very smart play. Moves up the infantry. The tank can move up and attack next go, so that there's no reason to move that up now. You're far better off moving up the infantry.
Oh, Xyloza's under a lot of pressure here. He's the one playing the ramp deck, but look at the credits. After strategic bombing, the credits are even again. He only played 1 War Machine so far. This is not looking very good for Xyloza here.
No, I mean, not unless he finds something amazing here. I mean, the carpet bomb would definitely be pretty huge. It would allow him to trade everything but one unit in the front line, and would only leave, a Sherman and one unit in the front line on the board. So it does put the pressure on John PX to refill the board and kind of redevelop a little bit. So I wonder if we're going to see something like that. No Sexton is coming out.
Are you having the
And is that a
shelling? No.
No,
fortification?
War
war
bonds.
bonds. Only actually gaining 1 credit slot from the war bonds due to going up to 12.
All right, now the Trop can come out because the Trop's going to be a 6/6.
Yes. With,
so that's-
with
Does it
Patton,
need
this
to
could
come
have
out?
been
Yeah,
crucial.
save it for Patton. I think you play Hellcat and I think you play Pursuit, and then you just go crazy.
I definitely think this is a pursuit turn, right? Because that'll drop the op cost on all your front line down to 0.
And with the Hellcat, you can put that in the support line.
He's still not using Pursuit.
looks like he wants to pay to play.
My theory on why he's not using Pursuit yet is he wants to save it for a pattern where he can pattern, drop a bunch of Blitz guys in Pursuit, and kill Xyloser completely out of thin air. I can't see much other reason for holding it back, personally. But it's important to remember that we're sitting here casting, they're sitting there playing. We don't know what's going on in their heads. There are a lot of possibilities which they could have thought about and have completely, flown over us. It's what we think is right is usually wrong.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a lot of context that goes on in the head of these players as they're competing. Who knows? Maybe these guys faced off with similar decks on the ladder recently, and that has something to do with it. It's just something that we can never really know. And the Empire Strike's coming out, doing a lot of damage, only leaving Chocolate Boys in the front line there. The reason why they're called Chocolate Boys is because they look like they're eating chocolate.
No, they don't look like they are. They are eating chocolate, aren't they?
They're eating chocolate on the photo.
Both boys have
playing
chocolate.
his carpet bombing. I don't really know about this. He used the Empire Strikes and carpet bombing in a single turn, and now he's lacking of more AOE while John Peak's having a lot of units.
I'd like to point something out though. Look at John's health. He's on 7. He could get blitzed if Xyloser can find a way of dealing with this Trop. I think if you don't drop this Trop, you're in serious risk of just dying to a Lancaster bomber. I really like dropping this. It can still get wrapped and things, but you're not going to get blitzed out in one turn.
I think Xyloser needs to have shelling.
Yeah, shelling doesn't actually clog the support line because 2 of these units die, but it's still big enough where it can just... It can put John's new rush to a complete halt. Now,
I mean, John PX is threatening lethal on board right now. I mean, he's threatening lethal even if you take out the Trop, because the engineers pushed up in the front line with the 2 Shermans is going to be enough. So, action on XY Loser here to do something to not lose this game next turn.
carpet bomb.
Ooh, another carpet bombing.
Now, I have a question. Because we know John hasn't played a pattern. Has he overdrawn a pattern? Because he did a lot of overdrawing earlier, and I don't remember if we saw it go by.
I didn't see it. At least. I mean, the positives here for John PX. All right, looks like Xyloser doesn't have.
Oh, leaving him on 1. Oh, and it's lethal!
No, it's lethal! It's done! The top deck there for John PX, and John PX is going to win his semifinal match. In the 5th and final game of the best of 5, 3-2, John PX takes out XY Loser in what I can say is probably the best series of matches I have ever seen in Cards. What a fantastic play, and congratulations on making it to the finals, John PX. Jesus, holy smokes, guys, those were some matches.
Yeah, I mean, not only is it a best of 5, but most of those games were like super close. That could have gone either way at so many opportunities. Xyloser finds his Rule Britannia, just destroys them. There's so many little possibilities. These are the best kind of card series. not just where someone shows their skill and talent, but also where the games tell a story. And I think this, not just every game told a story, this series told a story. It was a fight, it was a battle, it was a war, and both sides fought strong and fought long. But in the end, John, he's experienced, he's skilled, we know he can play well, and he's showing that. And Loser showed that as well, but John just, took it in the end.
The mental strength that you need to just sit in that position with 45 unit HP on the board in front of you, with a guy that is running Rule Britannia, and not just surrender, it's huge, right? Because that does feel like an impossible mountain to climb, right? And I am beyond impressed with both players there. I mean, I think Loser, he showed us that he has matured as a tournament player, right? He showed us that he can play controlled decks and he can play them well, all the way down into that first matchup when it was a controlled mirror, and he won that one, right? Didn't he win that one? Yeah. So I think we're seeing some awesome things for Loser.
What mirror?
But no, they were both playing control in the first match.
Soviet versus
Soviet
Brit
versus Brit.
Control. Soviets won. John PX won game one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, John PX won.
He got the A8 in the front line. He started pummeling down, and then he did the lovely KV elegantly through with the Manos.
Been so long ago, I just hardly remember. But I mean, in any
case, it's been so long.
I think what Loser showed us is that he's definitely on his journey to graduating into a badass control player in tournaments, right? So I'm gonna be keeping an eye out for him through the World Championship in particular, and it's gonna be interesting to see him in the November Open as well if he makes as good of a run. But with that, let's take a look at the bracket real quick so we can see how this looks. XY Loser, he's going to be playing for the third place match. Of course, the top 4 players in the KARDS Open do receive cash prizes. John PX, however, making it all the way into the finals where he's going to be playing for that first place championship, the KARDS Champion card back, which will be deployed into the client alongside the Uprising mini set on the 9th of September, allowing John PX, and then it's going to be Hoi Hoi, the only 2 people that will have that card back available, can flex like crazy on the ladder. Let's figure out how the other semifinal is going to go. That's going to be Kosnik versus Tiger. Now, guys, what do you have to say about that matchup, Kosnik versus Tiger? Let's put this one behind us. It was insane, but we have to move on.
They're both good players. They're both experienced players. I've pretty sure I've casted over both of them before, and I think it's going to be another good series. I don't know if it's going to be as insane as that series. That might be the best series of the day, but if we're lucky, this one's going to be even better. I think it has the potential to be. These are both very, very strong players. They're both experienced players, and I know Darkness has been looking forward to this series because Kosnik has some decks which he very much enjoys, and
Yeah, I mean, I think that's insane, right? I can't wait for this matchup. I think it's just time to go for a little break before we jump into breaking down those decks for that matchup. So we'll be right back in about 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. I will roll a giveaway in chat while we're away. So make sure to type "give me stuff" to be eligible to win stuff throughout today's broadcast. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Officer Club. No, the Officer Club. The KARDS Open VIII Final Four.
You okay, Ollie? You know where you are? You know what's going on?
I'm just give me a second. No, it's been relatively recently that I cast the OCC, but no, we are here and we are here with the KARDS Open VIII finals, and we are going into the second semifinal here. This time between Tiger and Kosnik. So we just ended with the series between John PX and XY Loser. John PX took that one 3-2. But now let's jump on into the second semifinal and take a look at the decks that these guys are bringing to the table. Starting with Tiger. Darkness and Bubbles, what awesomeness is Tiger bringing to the battlefield here today?
As is expected with everyone today, fast hands, with Leopold included, very, very good right now. We've spoken about it, and we're sure as hell going to speak about it again, because put this in your deck if you can. He is running 2 Enigmas, which I quite like lately. I think it's very good. Slight anti-combo with the Naval Supply Run, because if you're anything like me, your Naval Supply Run will always hit your Enigma without failure. This is a very well-rounded deck. It's scary to play against. It's well-constructed. I'd be scared of that deck. And then he also has USA Britain Ramp. This is an old-school deck, you know, and Tiger's been around for a while now. I'm sure he was here when this deck was good. I think that there sums up my opinions on this deck. I'm not a fan of this deck. However, I really want to play this deck. So I'm really hoping Tiger, you know, shines the light on us, shows us the way, leads the path, and says, you guys are failing to play US Ramp in tournaments. Just do what I do. Just do this. And we all just go, oh my lord, this guy's a genius. We're all idiots. This guy knows what's up. I want to see this deck work. Allied Research Effort. Now, I think I might be the only other player to bring Allied Research Effort to a competitive event. I lost. But I hope Tiger wins it. It's a brave card to bring because you're adding a random 7k or more card. You can get B-17. You can get the Coastal Gun. You can get Rule Britannia. It's very random. And Soviets, Darkness, you are more of an expert on the Soviets than I am. How do you feel about the Soviet deck?
I was looking at the Brit US deck because did you notice the Privateer PB for Y Privateer? Nobody else is playing that. This is this 4/4 bomber with heavy armor 1, I believe, and +2 credit cost for targeting and attacking this unit. Well, the rest of the deck is very similar, but you rarely find someone playing this bomber. But these bomber are pretty strong. And I know this because I lost against Tiger and this deck list with these bombers in tournaments before. So I'm looking forward to see some of these actions. Maybe we will see some more of these nasty bomber in the future if he succeeded.
No B-17s though? No B-17s?
No B-17s.
No.
I'm wondering if the Privateer and, you know, other kind of cards that we kind of see on the fringe are really good to bring in a tournament setting, because they kind of force your opponent to play differently, right? Like to deal with something that they might not be used to dealing with, and it opens them up to make mistakes. And if you're playing such a cool and calculated tournament match, if it is an actual valuable unit that can force your opponent into making a mistake, then it might be worth to bring it, even though it might not be a B-17, right?
Yeah, it's not a B-17, and on the paper it's not looking as good as a B-17. Like the deployment destruction effect is amazing. He chose the Avenger over the B-17 because it's more controlled, and as a Privateer fits better in the curve. You know, against more aggressive decks, against faster decks, you can drop this in the mid-game. And if you have a guard already, it's very hard to kill this bomber, because if the opponent only have like 4 credits, how do you kill this 4/4 bomber with heavy armor if you
Yeah.
need to pay 2 extra credits. And the next turn on top of that, we can do it, or a guard. Sometimes it's just impossible to clear this bomber, and then you do have a bomber on the field trading for free, turn after turn. So this is a big potential here, a little bit more focused into the mid game and against other control decks. And this is what Tiger prepared his decks for. He prepared to face Kosnik, and Kosnik is a great control player. We will see his decks later. Looking at his Soviet decks, it's the same. Well, it's not as strong against control as John PX Soviet Italy deck, but it has some amazing tools, like some late game things, tractor factories. We didn't saw these earlier. He's using 2 air defenses to deal with other control decks and just kill tanks immediately, or for example against fast Heinz. This is looking very, very calculated. And and another thing is he choose to play 2 times 5-year plan. It's another great control tool. You're playing a bunch of units, a lot of value cards, but sometimes you miss some card draw. And with 5-year plans and Honey, wait, is he playing Honey? Yes, he is. You're not losing 5 HP, but drawing 5 cards. What is just insane. It's a very strong combo.
Yeah.
The main issue with 5-year plan is when you got too much card draw. And when a card issue is that it gives you too much card draw, you know it's a good card. You know it offers a lot of card draw when you're like, I don't have enough space in my hand to play this.
Yeah, that's true. But the most impressed I am with Tiger bringing US Brit ramp. We didn't saw this in a while. I used to play this very early on, but then the meta changed and it was very bad, and I lost a few tournaments because of that. But I think this is the time, the right time and place to bring back US ramp, because there are so many control decks currently beside Heinz and aggro, but Kosnik, we'll see the decks later, isn't even bringing aggro. So with his US Britain deck, you do see all of these high value, high cost cards like High Altitude Bombing, Avenger, B-17, B-17F, Seaborne Invasion, all of this crazy stuff, because Tiger really prepared very well against his opponents in this tournament. This is the most impressive part for me.
Yeah, speaking of his opponents, let's jump on over and take a look at Kosnik's decks here. So Kosnik posting a Swiss record of 5-1. He's a member of the Eastern Front team as well. Bubbles, you all have 2 representatives here in the semifinals?
You know the thing about the Soviets, Ollie? There's a lot of them.
That's true. All right, but I can see there's French. There's some French cards in there. There's a resistance deck. What's
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Why don't you start us off, Darkness?
The first deck is Brit Soviet, and this is a very unusual deck. This is the most interesting deck for me we are going to see today. All of the other players are bringing Brit US. Because this deck list is just insanely strong. But Kosnik made a new deck. This is Brit Control with Soviet, and I remember playing this against Drogear like 2 years ago. But now with a lot of different and a lot of new cards, it has insanely power potential, and I know that because I played against him on ladder and he just destroyed me with this very unknown deck. The point is, it's having all of the British control aspects like Grenadier Guards and Carpet Bombing, Monty and Shelling, all of the usual control cards. Britain, we love Britain for that. And he just took the new Confusion and Partisans from Soviet, who are insanely strong with dual factories, added a little spy ring, and 3 Scorched Earth. So this deck is a nightmare for every aggro deck.
Yeah.
And
those triple Scorched Earth. I mean, I'm afraid
Triple
just
Scorched
looking
Earth.
at the deck list, right?
This card by itself can just destroy an Heinz deck, and this is a top meta deck. And this Pet Lear, I don't know how to pronounce this 3K bomber, but yes, this bomber is blocking deployment effects. And this is strong against nearly everything else, because all of the tournament decks using the strongest cards, and the strongest cards are the cards with very strong deployment effects. If this bomber will survive, it's very hard to deal with this deck, and I'm very interested how he is using this own made deck in this tournament.
You know, I tried to give him opinions on this deck. He showed me this deck, and I was like, "Oh, you could do this to it, you could do that to it." And every suggestion I made, he was like, "You have no idea how to play this deck. You don't know what you're doing." It's like you can't take that card out. That's the best card in the deck. And I'm like, okay, good. I don't know what I'm doing. It's clear that this deck is beyond me. I like aggro. You play card, you go fast, you hit easy. This is some rocket science level decks.
All right. Well, moving on to the next deck that he's bringing.
Do you want to cover this one, Darkness, or should I?
Yeah, I can cover it. The next one, well, we already talked about the next decks, because this next one is Soviet Britain. We saw this multiple times, and the most interesting thing is 1 Burning Sky and 1 critical hit. This is a little bit more removal against air and control, what is very interesting. But
I really like that.
Yeah, I like that too. But he's using the carpet bombing, rough lightning, C4 Highlander as well. Looks very fine. Only thing what bothers me is he's not running Blackwatch. I really love this card, and I don't know exactly why he chose not to play it. Well, looking at the other decks, he prepared against aggro, and Blackwatch is not very great against aggro. Maybe that's the reason. And his last deck is the US Britain deck, very similar to Tiger's deck. I wouldn't be surprised if both will ban the US decks.
Yeah, I mean, he's bringing the Privateer as well.
Yeah, it's Privateer, the B-17F, B-17 Flying Fortress, Avenger, high altitude bombing, seaborne invasion.
But guys,
I'm really interested what they will ban here.
You know what he's missing? No allied research effort.
There is no allied research effort, but I think the rest of the deck is looking pretty juicy.
So this third deck, this is a resistance deck, and this is for our newer players in chat. This is probably the most controversial deck in cards. You have people who are known because they only play this deck, and the only real way to describe this deck is it's like you go round to your neighbors for dinner and you just go and clog their toilet and go home. Like, that's the only way I can describe this.
Is that the only way?
Maybe Darkness has another way, but that's the only way I can describe this one.
I wouldn't describe it like that, but I totally get you. Well, this is the deck I hate the most in cards because of the resistant mechanic. The mechanic is you add extra cards to your opponent's hand, called resistance. These are the resistance cards, and the opponent has to play these to get rid of them because they are blocking spots in your hand, and you can choose, because these resistance cards have effects as well. You have to choose between dealing 1 damage to your HQ or throwing the top card of your deck away. So you mill 1 card or you deal damage. It's mostly choose between pest and cholera, and it's very annoying to play against, and a lot of the time it's not fun at all, but it's there. Yeah, like some friendly neighbors.
Yes.
I mean, okay, the takeaway for me here is two things, right? Number one, don't invite Bubbles for dinner. Number two, you guys just really like to complain a lot, right? I mean, when you play against resistance, you just discard the resistance cards, just get rid of them. It is over.
Yeah,
You know, it used to be really bad. I'm not gonna like when it was like you could only play them to discard stuff off the top of your deck, and when you could generate a whole lot more resistance cards. It used to be really bad.
You
But
know,
it's okay now.
the thing which gets to me isn't the resistance cards in my hand, and it's not the AoE on the board. It's the healing. When you get your opponent down to like 3 HP, and then you blink and they're on 38 HP, and you're like, what the hell?
Sure.
Where did that come from? That's the part which gets to me. Personally.
With long range recon and liberation, you're able to get 50 or 60 HP very easy. That's just crazy. This is probably the strongest heal deck in card, combined with the most annoying mechanic.
So, I want to point out one thing here, right? We're in a tournament. This tournament has bans, right?
Yeah.
So this is a very annoying deck. It can play against pretty much anything, and if you draw it in the right order, you can win against anything. Is this just pure ban bait? Is he just bringing this to be like, you're gonna want to ban this one because you really don't want to deal with it in a tournament setting, because it can, if I draw the right cards, shut down any single strategy that you might be bringing to the table, and like, you know, of course, you know, you're gonna want to ban that, and that leaves open 3 other really strong decks that, you know, maybe don't rely as much on drawing order.
Here's a question: Do you think Kosnik has ever played this deck before? He just net decked it and has full confidence that it's going to get banned. He doesn't even know what these mechanics are. He's never seen this before. He's just like, you know what? They'll ban this. I'll be fine.
I mean, let's take a look, and there we go. Yep, we see the bans. There we go.
It's gone.
Banned. It's banned. So, you know, resistance gone. And I mean, it's a good strategy.
Gone for Tiger.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's a good strategy, right? You bring that, you draw out a ban. It's clear that the top players don't want to face it. Just listening to you guys.
What if they don't ban it? Then you start playing it.
Well,
yeah, that's fine.
It's a great ban if you want to ban the most annoying deck, yes. But I think Tiger did the right choice here, because overall, this is not an tier 1 deck, Japan resistance. But against Tiger, it is pretty good. You know, it's very annoying to run aggro into resistance, because all of that heal and AoE, it's so hard to beat. And against these heavy control and ramp, it's very annoying too, because if you're not able to get rid of these ramp cards very fast, you will overdraw too much and lose because of that.
Yeah.
Here we are in game 1.
All right, we are underway here. This is the second semifinals of the KARDS Open VIII between Tiger and Kosnik. Who will join John PX in the finals, and who will drop down to face off against XY Loser in the 3rd place match? Will it be Kosnik or will it be Tiger? Let's find out right here, right now. Starting it off with Britain versus USA, and both players dropped the 0-4 on turn number 1.
Well, just looking at the matchup, Tiger should have an advantage, because he is playing the ramp deck. He's playing the amazing strong cards like B17, a lot of them, and Kosnik is only running a control deck with no ramp. But Kosnik is running a very special control deck with partisans. He's able to steal an B17 and upgrade this with Ural Factories to get a Pershing or an B17F. What can change the outcome of this game. And of course, he's running some Spirings. Research is usually strong in the late game, so this is another thing. It really depends on how many RAM cards Tiger is hitting early on and how many follow-up drawing cards he's able to get. If Tiger is hitting the right cards, I think there's no chance for Kosnik. But with synthetic rubber and some card luck, maybe he's able to just build up tempo out of a control deck with Britain Soviet.
Oh, but here's that privateer, and you can't RAF it.
You can't RAF it.
You can play the RAF and you can target it, but it just fizzles out, nothing happens. I think. Do you, knowing that this is a US ramp deck and there's not going to be many cheap units, do you just Confusion Urals the Jasko? And maybe you just do it. I mean, I get that he probably wants to save his Urals for partisans and things like this, but I think on gimmick level, I think it's a lot more enjoyable just to take that Jasko and say, I'm having this.
Well, this could work, yeah, but he really needs 2 Euros for the B-17s.
I think research is the correct move. I think it may not be the fun move, but it's the correct move. And when you're in these sort of tournaments, that is generally what you go towards. Surprised to see him synthetic rubber that. I understand why he's doing it. I just don't necessarily agree with it as a trail of thought. What do you think about it, Darkness?
I really love this play. I really like it. It's a brave play. You're sacrificing your research early on, but this was the only way to let your commando survive. Very sad.
Worth it, though.
Well, he is able to send the Seaborn Highlander back, but he can't trade into the bomber because of the effect. But 6 damage is something at least. Poor Kosnik, watching this nasty bomber just killing his buffed #1 commando. That hurt.
So far, I wonder what he got from that. I really wonder. Do you think it's a Rule Britannia, or do you think he went for the unit and ended up with a coastal gun, as is traditional, or a Tempest? You can get the Tempest, the 3/7 ambush fighter. That's a pretty, actually not a bad one to get in these sorts of matchups because it stops things like the Lancaster bomber.
Yeah, it would stop something like that, but something like Commonwealth would be funny too. Without heal, the British order that deals 20 damage if you're at 30 or above. All the time I'm playing that research, I'm getting Commonwealth in my US decks with or Rule Britannia without British units.
I tried to do it with Italy Ally to get the Commonwealth off with the Man Ostrom, but you have to switch back to Britain just in case you get these Rule Britannias.
Yeah.
He does have some hit in this deck, though. I don't think he has enough hit. Oh!
Will this be another synthetic
He has
rubber?
fortifications in this deck.
But will this be enough?
I'm not sure.
Kosnik is under such a lot of pressure because of the privateer.
I'd like to point out, though, Tiger has fortifications in his deck, so he can potentially go for a Commonwealth with ramp.
He can. It's so sad we are not able to see his hand, but I'm pretty sure right now it's looking good for Tiger.
I mean, ideally, this is where you want to be with ramp. Your
Yeah.
opponent's not putting any pressure on you. You've got a lovely bomber just relaxing. And it's really in your opponent's court to find a way to deal with your problems. Curious what we're going to see. I think a Seaborn could be nice here, depending on what units he gets from it. just goes for the carpet bomb and the privateer. Kobasnik responds with a splendid.
Better than most, as good as the best.
Now, this may look difficult for Kobasnik, but actually, another Scorched Earth, and you can really just ruin the board no matter what state it's in. Do you go Bletchley
Blocking
here,
like
or do
frontline,
you?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
I mean,
But
you can see 3 units with cost 5 or less already on board.
But still, it will be so hard for Kobasnik to deal just with a single bomber. Well, maybe he's able to. Oof, the Black Watch.
Oh, I think you have to go for the pin here and increase hand. Now, there is Dowding in that deck, and he reads it. That's a good read.
Yeah, it
I
is.
think you go for the Scorched Earth here.
What else are you going to do? You can't really do.
Scorched Earth into #1 commandos. Very important that you do it in that order there. Does he go Confusion? The Confusion Euros on the Jasco!
And he's finding the Hellcat? No. Helldriver?
No, that's the Hellcat as well.
Hellcat as well, yeah.
Helldriver is the bomber, Hellcat is the tank and the fighter.
Yeah. Well, the privateer can trade into this because of the heavy armor without losing HP. But Kolbasnik got rid of some cost increased orders to get some space. He really needs to play something next turn, like active sonar or Bletchley Park. What would you do?
I
Pablo?
think you kind of have to go for the active sonar because you're clutching at straws. But Tiger runs 2 Dowdings in his deck. If he floats 3 credits, that's scary. If you go for active sonar and it gets Dowdinged, you've kind of lost the game. Not floating the credits though.
He's not
There's
floating.
7 cards in hand. If you play an active sonar, that's a 21 credit increase. Unfortunately, though, for Kobasnik, Tiger is playing ramp, so 21 credits is affordable.
Yeah, it is.
However, he may be able to get some sort of combo with this Lancaster and really start to affect Tiger's hand. I think Monty or Shalling, so he can get this continuous pin effect, is probably what he's looking for. Expanded US research. Now that is the level 1 research, even that has the cost of the level 2.
Kolbasnik has to. I think he has to play Scotch Earth now. With Lancaster, he's not even able to kill the privateer.
Well, he can't attack as well, right? Oh no, he can. It costs him
He
12
can attack,
credits.
but it's not
Yeah.
enough damage to kill.
I mean,
well,
really, you want that Lancaster to be hitting HQ, but to
Yeah,
do that, he needs
obviously.
pin. Goes for the Scorched Earth. Not going to put the Pelikov down. Going to save. What are you looking for? You can look for a Monty, you can look for a Shan. You can look for card draw from Kobasnik.
Hard draw into another double Scorched Earth. This could slow him down. But Tiger's deck is a deck with a lot of value, a lot of ramp. And it's not getting easier from this point for Kolbasnik.
This US
More
research. Do you just go for nukes here? Lend-Lease, that's pretty big.
He has to play Land-Lease. He needs to find some options. Another a double Scorched Earth.
Oh, do it! Do it! I wonder if he plays... Oh, he plays both!
Wow.
Look at those
are some
operations.
expensive units to operate.
Can you imagine if he was running bolster? Put bolster onto that black watch.
Bolster would be so
Oh,
strong.
the Lancaster!
Ah,
That's what he got from the Allied research effort. That is a great hit.
wow.
7 credit increase in Kolbasnik's hand. Puts him
Allied
into a
research
difficult position.
confirmed a strong card.
It's so far, it's doing work. It's doing well. I wonder if he goes for this convoy and then probably the sexton. He's gonna go for the convoy. Then he's gonna sexton, but the sexton can die for one of the 11 credits privateer.
Well, Kosnik needs to find maybe 2 carpet bombings. Or shelling and carpet bombing. Well, it's so hard for Tiger to operate these units, but it's so hard for Kobasnik to deal with these. He's running lower and lower in HP. Well, sure, he's saving the honey and fortification, but this will only buy him some time, not finding answers to deal with the privateer and Lancaster.
Taking his time, going over his option. Now, it's worth noting a sonar has been played, so some of these cards could be near unplayable. Oh, a high altitude bombing. That is a big drop.
That's a big draw. Carpet bombing.
You can carpet and play one of the air powers. I'm curious, do you just double air power the bomber?
Lancaster.
You
Probably
could,
yes, but what else is he doing? He can drop Lancaster to kill the Lancaster.
but then it dies. It dies to the privateer. I feel like you need that to.
Yeah, it
help
dies,
you
but it
the
buys you
deck.
time. It's like in guard.
Does it buy you more time? I don't know if it buys you that much time. You spend your entire turn killing that Lancaster either way. You throw away one of your potential win conditions. I think this air power is the right move.
Probably yes.
I've never
Go on.
Yeah.
I've never seen a board where it costs 41 credits to operate all your units.
Oh, well, it depends. Do you want to use that Fury? Then
Yeah,
you're
that's
looking at 51.
51 credits.
Yeah.
That's an expensive turn.
The last time I ran into Scorched Earth on ladder, I was running a bolster deck. And this game was over so quickly. It was hilarious.
A black watch. Kolbasnik's hand, both hands actually, really been beaten down this game.
So what do you do? What do you
Well,
do now if you're Kolbasnik? Do you play the #1 commando?
Really, you want partisans. I think that's your sort of big card you
He
need.
needs partisans.
Partisans on a
consider-
Euro. Or partisans on a B-17 into Euro into the B-17F would be very big. But it's still very vulnerable to, say, an Avenger or something like this.
You know what would be the perfect answer here to this board? Leopold.
Leopold. Always the perfect answer. And if with a hand that big, most of these units get overdrawn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because if the hand is full and you retreat these units back, they're just gone. And you instantly win.
Pretty much. It may sound like an exaggeration, but it can often feel that way.
I don't really see how Kobasnik will be able to come back here. But he's holding for now.
Partisans Euro can do a lot of work.
Yeah.
There's the
And this is
B-17. Now he just needs the partisan.
It's a top deck. Another carpet bombing. That's not what he needed.
Normally you're happy to see it. Normally you want the carpets, but
Yeah, normally.
with a board like that, it's just not going to help you.
Well, the operation costs are so expensive. Even with all of these units, Tiger is not able to kill him next turn. But Kosnik has to just drop some units because he's out of options. The Avenger killing Grenadier Guards. No! He forgot about the
Oh no, the
bomber.
Petliakov!
Ay, ay, ay.
This is Fubar. What else can you say in these situations but that it's Fubar?
No partisans.
Still no
Still no
partisans.
And he already used one carpet bombing, so he won't find a second one.
I
He's
mean,
just unable to destroy the board.
You basically have to take the Lancashire bomber and take out that Avenger, right? It's the only way you live for a few turns.
No, if you hit the B-17 as well, it sets up for the carpet next turn.
That's true.
There's some logic to it.
It's a good point.
Enough credits to kill him because of these operation costs.
That's true. It's always so funny when you see a board like that, but then you realize that he can't actually use any of that board. Oh, he does have enough to kill him.
It's just
There it
game.
is. Strategic
Now-
bombing.
That was quite a strange game of cards. I don't feel like that's an accurate description of what this game normally looks like. It's two very specific playstyle decks just slotting together in such a unique and weird way. I think you could show that to people who have played the game for a while, and they'd be like, "What the hell is going on here? This is something else."
Yeah, that's true. But I don't even wonder why Kosnik is choosing his deck again.
I think it's the correct choice. He's
It's
good
a
at the
best
deck.
choice.
It's a
Yeah.
good deck. You know, sometimes you lose on a deck and you're like, is this deck terrible? Am I terrible? Should I just give up? But being able to go, this deck lost. This is a good deck. I'm bringing it again. I like
know?
that.
His control deck is very, very strong against aggro, maybe against other control too. But Kosnik lost to Ramp, and this was the most dangerous deck against him. So what can happen? He can get a great matchup against Heinz. He just got it right now. We're looking at it. The mirror match would be fine too, because Kosnik knows how to play this deck against other control, and for Tiger this should be relatively new. Hey, no, it's against control. Why did I thought he's playing against Germany right now? I got a little confused.
The Germans were in Stalingrad for a while. That may have been the confusion.
That's true. That's true.
I think you take this trade here if you're Kosnik. It's very alluring to wait until you can Partisans Euros it, because then you get the new unit and the destruction effect unit. But I think just taking this value trade where you can and saving this Partisans for something more pressing is the correct way to play it.
Yeah, I agree.
You're right.
That's a painful black watch.
Yeah.
And you know what? Tiger's playing with confusions as well. And these number 1 commandos are extremely dangerous. Because
They certainly are.
you can easily trade them into the other opponent's units.
So, perfect example of that. Kosnik did not move the number 1 commando into the front line there, because if it did get confusioned, it would remain in the front line and be able to take out his Seaforth Highlanders. So
Yeah.
I wonder if that was him playing around confusion. That if it was, that's a 200 IQ play right there.
I would certainly expect it was. I wonder how many turns he's going to keep it up for. I imagine he'll probably move it up next turn, but combo it with the Ultra so that he's ready for the confusions. He does have Partisans Euros. Even with the increase to 8 credits on the Partisans, it's still a very potent and powerful combo. And if your opponent is careless with how they deploy their board and develop their board, you can really catch them out and just devastate their game plan.
One thing here, Kosnik is holding on to 2 Scorched Earth right now. He is 2 turns away from hitting that 8 credit mark. And currently there are 3 units in the backline for Tiger. If he deploys one more big unit there, he might get stuck into his support line really quickly.
It is worth all.
Oh no.
First Parsons yours of the game with a Lancaster.
Oh my god. Now what do you do?
Is it too early to Scorched Earth?
I don't think so.
He just Scorched Earth into Petliakov?
Probably. I mean, the Petliakov maybe doesn't make all that much sense, because Tiger's not going to be deploying a unit next turn. So maybe you just Scorched Earth into Ultra, so that there's nothing that can really mess with you.
I think I know exactly what's going through Kosnik's mind right now. And it's just screaming. It's just internalized screaming. Pretty much.
Just as soon as that Lancashire came out of those Urals.
You know, like in cartoons when it cuts like outside the house and the birds are like flying away in the trees. It's like that.
All right, no Scorched Earth coming out yet. I wonder if he's just kind of...
I think he could have moved the #1 Pioneer to the front.
Oh, but look at this hand. And every go, you get 1 step closer to this Partisans Euro combo. But then you get 2 steps away. You're getting 1 credit a turn, and this combo is being increased by 2 credits per turn.
I mean, now it's 11 credits to take care of that unit instead of 7. That is a very, very significant change. Freeing up the support lane.
The tempo you get with these is so powerful.
Oh, okay.
He's having Monty and Shelling, so this will buy some time.
That's huge. Absolutely huge.
I almost think is the Monty better because you can do the Ultra. I don't know.
I mean, I like denying him the credit, and I like having the Monty to follow up, because you know that the Lancashire's not going to hit your face. You're not going to tank your hand one more turn.
True.
So I kind of like it. I kind of like it. You can play it with Scorched Earth. He's going to have 9 credits.
And he needs the time. He's definitely looking for carpet bombing to kill Lancaster. Well, next turn he can play Monty plus Ultra, maybe even the Petliakov. And the turn after he can play double Scorched Earth.
C4.
Yeah, and I mean, look at it.
4 credit float. 4 credit float.
Yeah.
Okay, that's actually a sick thing, right? 4 credits floated. Is he running any countermeasures?
No. Play the Monty. If it gets ultraed, you can then Partisans Urals that Lancaster bomber.
It won't get ultraed, right?
It was a bait. I don't know actually what countermeasure in Tiger's deck.
So Scorched Earth, it increases op cost by 3, right?
Correct.
So he can basically lock all of them in the backline at 7 op cost and 9 op cost for the Lancashire.
Yeah,
yes,
maybe.
You don't even want the Lancaster to be to survive.
Although you can Confusion Euros, Partisan Euros next turn.
Next turn.
Ooh.
Next turn, Kowalski can...
He's got one of his own. You can put it in the guard, in that little guard, and take out that. I think you just go with it now.
I would go for Partisans.
He can Partisans Euros.
Attack.
That Pioneer will reduce the cost by 2 because it will do the Euros and one of the Partisans.
So I mean, it's going to cost you, what is it, 6 credits?
Yeah, 1 to play the Pioneer, 6 for the combo, 3 to attack.
Yeah, and then you can steal the Lancashire, attack the enemy HQ, brick his hand,
and then Euros.
Yeah.
I believe it is guaranteed a Wellington, which is a pretty bad Euros. However, you take what you can get. Looks like he's going to go for it.
Well, he could trade instantly.
I do like the hitting hand. It can really brick your opponent. There's what? Is it 5 or 6 cards in Tiger's hand?
It was 6 cards.
6.
And there's that Wellington.
Yeah, that's 6 credit swing there just by attacking that Lancashire into face. Really slows down Tiger on this comeback because remember, he's still sitting on the 2 scorched earths, and while this board state from Tiger isn't threatening him a whole lot, he can sit back, chill, just let him develop that board, and then just brick his entire board with a double scorched earth turn. And if something comes out that he doesn't like, he can just partisan it. So I'm looking at Kosnik in an extremely, extremely, extremely strong position here.
That Wellington can die with the current board state. Move up the honey, hit the Wellington, use the guard. You got 7 credits. What do you do with them?
But everything got already increased once. And
One card got out, right? The card he top decked wouldn't be increased.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he running doubting system? Because it looks like.
I can check for you. Soviet Britain. No countermeasures.
No countermeasures. Okay.
Yeah, not enough credits there for Kosnik to play the Lancashire and attack with it within the same turn. So
I wonder why he didn't just drop the Lancaster next to the guard and going headquarter again.
You can also do some fancy confusion play here. There are 2 units targetable with the confusion. If you hit for 1 onto the guard and then confusion the healing guy, you can.
Yeah, you can heal yourself.
Yeah, heal yourself. There you go. Beautiful. Float to the 5. But I think you're okay with that. Now, I don't believe he runs doubting. No doubtings in the deck, so there's no fake out here. Air power into either a carpet
And
or a second air power.
Oh, okay.
Now,
just to get rid of this.
that means this other 4 HP bomber sitting in hand, the Lancaster B3, no longer going to be removable. I think maybe you go for it. Or do you be patient? Do you bide your time?
I will just play Lancaster.
I agree. Lancaster, hit face. Your only real threat is Parsons Urals. But you've seen one already. How scared of the second are you?
Kosnik is able to deal with the Wellington.
I think he is, yeah. He's got the Mosquito. He'll be alright. He may even be able to Confusion Urals the Wellington and upgrade to the other Lancaster bomb.
He's still
what cost is the Manchester? Manchester is 7k as well. I believe, right?
yes, I believe so as well. Yeah, it is 7k.
Okay. Now, it's worth noting, Tiger got possibly the best Ural from that Grenadier card that he stole. I don't think there's a better one in the game. And he got some huge credit cost increases. Kosnik's doing fine. He's putting up a fight. This Soviet deck, it's really strong, and no one plays it. No one's even aware of it.
Look at that, Bubbles. Kosnik played better than both of us because he expected Naval Brigade plus Bloody Sickle to save his Lancaster. That was a really smart play.
And now he goes for the Lancaster. Coast is clear. Hits face.
Yeah, and looking at that hand, I don't know. I don't know if Kobosnik is running those scorched earths just so that he can feel really good. Because I would feel really good if I had 3 scorched earths in my hand and the enough credits to play them all next turn, right? Because that's like, it's like
Yeah.
whatever you have on the board right now, buddy, it's not going any further, right?
Yeah, that's true. And now it's very hard to deal with the Lancaster for Tiger as well. He don't have a lot of removal left, and there's on top of that a guard protecting this. For example, for this, is he running Siberian Transfer or 6th Airborne? Usually they are,
Yeah.
and there is a 6th Airborne.
And the red banner on top of that
Red
as well.
banner. But like we've spoken about, if you Sexton the 7/7 and hit face for 5, you can potentially finish off lethal later with the partisans on the 7/7.
Yeah, I think you have to go.
I think, yeah.
Face again.
And also, you have this air power. You can air power face. For those that don't know, air power does 2 damage to any enemy or destroy target tank. The HQ counts as an enemy.
If Tiger is having Tractor Factory or 270-second
He has to
guard
top
in
deck
hand,
the tractors, though. He has to top deck the tractors. Otherwise, the Lancaster's credit increase makes it unusable. You can play it, but you can't move them up.
is he
Really?
having another partisans left?
Yes, he has another partisan. But
Oh,
he's
bloody
playing a
sickle.
bloody sickle. I think he's in trouble.
Maybe he's having carpet bombing left. Another one. Yeah,
I
he's
mean,
running-
I'm looking at this and I'm looking at Kobosnik's hand, and I feel like all of the stuff that Tiger has here is just unusable. I mean, maybe he has another carpet bomb. Sure, right? Let's say you clear the board. I don't think you're even gonna be able to finish the game if Kobosnik just plays those 2
It's
scorers.
GG.
That's it. GG. Kobosnik doesn't even have to increase the op cost of any of the units in play. Just absolutely controls this matchup all the way till the end and ties us up at 1-2-1.
You know, I'm really glad we got to see that deck work. Didn't even work the way it's meant to, but it worked. I'd have, if he hadn't won at least a game in this series on that Brit deck, I'd have been disappointed, not in him, but just in, the situation.
Well, I mean, what is left now is there's a German and Soviet deck for Tiger. And it looks like it's going to be a Soviet mirror here. And
both Soviet Brits. There's going to be a lot of partisans. There's going to be a lot of healing. We may even see fatigue damage.
Isn't the mirror
Soviet-
here?
It's
like-
a mirror. Well, they don't have the exact same cards. For example, Kobosnik has By the Sword. Tiger has 5-year plan. Kobosnik is running Sky Barons for some reason. 1 copy, and Tiger is
Sky
not.
Barons?
No, Burning Sky.
Burning Sky,
Burning
sorry.
Sky and the critical hit. And I gotta say, I like that. I did the same thing to my Soviet Partisans Confusion deck. I took out a couple of the Brit cards and I put in a couple of critical hits, and it made the deck way more consistent in my experience on ladder.
So, Ollie,
In your experience on ladder, yes, but
Yes.
Tiger is not running an air unit.
my question is, did Kobasnik copy you, or did you
Great.
copy Kobasnik?
Rough
think-
lightning.
I think we're both just equally intelligent and had the same great idea at the same time. At least that'll make me feel the best about myself. So we'll go with that one.
It's worth noting, while the only air units in Tiger's deck are the Wrath Lightnings,
Lightning, yes.
he can get more of them through Partisans Euros, which we saw last game. Those Burning Skies just take out Lancasters instantly. It's such an elegant and clean solution to a Lancaster.
There we see, we actually see a big difference between the two decks. There already the Blackwatch coming out here on curve from Tiger. Kobosnik not running the Blackwatch. It hit 4 orders in his hand, so it increased the credit cost in his hand by 8, which is significant for Tiger here, and definitely a victory in his book. So What does remain, however, is that there's a fairly good trade if Kosnik wants it there with the Blackwatch. It's a fairly easily tradable unit.
There's first rifles. Very powerful unit to get down. Essentially getting 2 units for 1. 7 credits for 4. If you have a Soviet Elite wildcard and you've not used it, go and craft first rifles right now. I don't care what deck you play. I don't care what you're doing. Put whatever you're doing down. Go and craft that first rifles and then come back.
I think you're wrong, Bubbles. Well, not entirely, but 270-second guards is even more powerful in my opinion. Sure, first rifles is one of the strongest cards and fits into every deck, but it's more fun to play 270-second guards, play your factory on it, and get 2 Joseph Stalins.
Don't listen to him, guys. Craft the first rifles. Don't craft the 200 whatever it is. See, I can't even remember its name.
Okay, yeah, I guess the reason why Kosnik is not attacking with that infantry unit in the front line into the Blackwatch is that he doesn't want to give a free trade back for the enemy.
Yeah,
is that correct?
He's just happy sitting in the front line and letting Tiger trade and use his credits.
Here comes that KV.
Bounce
Rough
back.
Lightning. Doing an excellent job here.
Does have Partisans Red Banner in hand. Turn 9 without attacking.
Yeah, 2 turns away from that to be able to deal with whatever comes out. But I mean, you have to expect that Tiger has something similar in hand. He is running the same combos, so a confusion of Partisans, but Tiger has his on curve, right? So I mean, Tiger could pull out a Partisans Ural combo right now if he wants to. So that is the big difference, and I think that's the kind of strength of including those Blackwatches in the deck that Darkness was highlighting when we were reviewing those decks.
Yeah, 100% right.
I suppose Kosnik was more worried about.
Ooh, he found Bloody Sickle and having critical hit in hand.
Oh, do you take out the KV now? Or do you wait next turn?
That's the question.
Because that's a powerful combo. And you can use that to delete anything. You don't if this KV isn't that big of a threat, just save it, right? You can play first rifles, you can start beating away at things, you can start beating down that Blackwatch with your Wrath. You could just be patient with it.
You could be patient, but
I kind of like it. I mean, you're going to get 3 health back if you attack into that RAF with the A45th in the front line. And you can trade it out with your own RAF, leaving that up. You still retain the front line control.
Goes for the complete RAF trade, kills his opponent's RAF, keeps his on board. Does open himself up to a mini potential carpet by putting that low. Maybe a future carpet.
Maybe a future carpet, yes. Well, I think waiting for the Partisans combo was the right decision. Tiger's running 2 Blackwatch, and you definitely don't want to get Partisans up to 10 credits. That would be way too much.
With Red Banner on 13 as well, that becomes an unplayable combo, and you need to find other combo pieces. You need to find your other Partisans or one of your Urals to make that combo at least playable. Engineers come down. Golden Engineers, if I'm not mistaken.
That's a Partisans Ural combo coming.
Partisans, and he's only got the space for 1. He's only got the space for 1 of the 2 units, and he gets the first one. He doesn't get the Ural unit. He gets the Destruction Effect unit. That is not what you want to see if you're Tiger. You get a 3k unit instead of a 5k unit. Now, I do believe that's correct in terms of mechanics. I'm almost certain that's not a bug, and that is how it's intended to work. The destruction effect happens before the Urals effect. However, Tiger may have not been aware of that, and if he was aware of that, he may have not made that decision. These are very, very niche mechanics.
I think Tiger just made a mistake here. He played the Engineers Battalion.
Yeah.
To have get both units, the destruction effect and the
I think it was a mistake as well. He thought about healing. He didn't think about these niche mechanics. And they're easy to miss. I can't say I don't miss them. I miss them all the time. But when there's someone else that points it out to you, you just kind of think, oh yeah, damn it.
All right. I mean, some interesting plays on the board here for Kosnik. He has a confusion target. He has a naval brigade target. He has pretty much a target for everything that he might want, and finds another first rifles if he wants to refresh that.
Rifles or 6th Airborne. Now, the issue of 6th Airborne here, which I think is the correct decision to take, but you can't play it and attack with the Blitz Guiders Go.
Yeah, it's even more removal. 6th Airborne.
It's correct, yeah. I think it's 100% the right move. And is he going to double honey when he has that hand? Double sickle? I don't agree with... Okay, never mind. He finds the replacement. That's fine.
I know what you wanted to say, Bubbles.
Yeah.
I didn't agree with both Bloody Sickles play either, because he's having Naval Brigade and critical hit, and
Exactly.
as that is instant kill for everything out there.
5-year plan. Refilling his hand on Tiger. This is true power. That is unbelievable card draw.
That should signal danger to any opponent. If your opponent brings out a 5-year plan, you should be scared.
Your factory, 6th Airborne, attacking into the Naval Brigade and upgrading to 7 credit unit. We will see this, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, such a powerful play. Can't really leave it on the board. Not going to get a whole lot of opportunities to do it. If another Black Watch comes out, then that hand...
Ooh, that's a good card. That rips through infantry guards, because this is OT-34 is a 4/5 that does have smokescreen, but he Euroed it, so he doesn't get it. And not everyone will know what this card does, because it doesn't too much play. It does double damage to infantry and the HQ. So to infantry, this is an 8 damage threat. And to the HQ, this is an 8 damage threat. It is actually quite scary when you're trying to guard up with these big infantry, because this flamethrower tank just rips through them.
Actually, there was a funny bug with this OT tank, and this was unknown for a long time. But the combo was you could play Ewell onto this tank and attack into an infantry unit, doubles the attack, and the remaining damage was dealt to the HQ. But because this was an HQ, it was doubled again.
You know who made that deck, Darkness?
Was it you?
It was me. I made that deck.
Well,
look at that. Josef Stalin, no longer heavy armor 2, not a chance against the Bloody Sickle critical hit combo.
Yeah, and there's that OT-34 coming out big.
I don't know when you made that, but
I made it a long time ago, and then I submitted it, and then it got fixed almost instantly. But it's possible someone made it before me.
Well, I know someone who knew that before.
Yeah, it's
because I kept the secret for like 3 months.
Oh, no! When I learnt it, I streamed it. I reaped in those Twitch views. You know, I was like, everyone comes to my channel. I've got a OTK combo, and I just streamed non-stop until it got patched. But no, they probably found it before me. You're never the first for anything in life. It's just the reality. Ooh, pincer onto the first rifles.
Can't he confusion?
He can confusion it, and maybe there's still a bug with this going on.
Yeah, it's very I think inconsistent is the correct word.
Ooh.
Winter offensive doesn't actually damage him. The first rifles got put on top of the deck. I almost feel like he shouldn't have hit with the 1/1 infantry. He hit with the light infantry, and that meant first rifles was kill range, which means it can be put on top of your deck.
Well, this was a little bit unlucky because of the order the unit got killed. If the little tank would have been killed first, he would have got this one. Now he got an extra first rifles, what is fortunate for Tiger. confusion into the tank and sacrificing it usually works like the pinch effect is just gone, and this probably would have been better.
You know, this by the sword doesn't see much play, and I think Kosnik, not only being a lovely person and a great cards player, I think he's really creative in how he sees the game. Scorched Earth, by the sword, critical hit. No one is playing these cards, and here he is, top 4 on open. He's like, yeah, look at this. I'm just going to draw 4 cards with this. It's essentially a 5-year plan without the downside. I don't know it costs 6 right now, but it should cost 4. It's been backwatched.
Yeah.
I mean, I like it. If you get a chance to play it on a full board like this, and I mean that's probably what Kosnik is also kind of assuming that he can do.
Oh, he's got the 9/9 in hand, and he has the Euros in hand. He can do the double Stalin combo. That
Yeah, I really want to see it.
is supposedly better than a first rifles.
And if you're able to create a Soviet elite, you should take a closer look to this combo because it's very fun.
It is a fun combo. I'll give you that. And I don't know how many times it's been done in competitive play. I'm sure this won't be the first time, but I know it's not super common to see in OCCs and these sort of events.
Yeah, because usually those games doesn't last that long. You're getting crushed by aggro, or you beat aggro early on.
We've actually seen a lot of control this tournament, and personally, I find that really refreshing because a lot of tournaments recently have been very aggro-based, and seeing control meta it's very nice.
I mean, I also want to point out like that I think a part of that is, you know, kind of comes deliberately from the design of the two tournaments. You know, the Open, it forces you to bring more control-heavy matchups because you have to go through the Open qualifiers, you have to do the play-ins, you have to do all those stages. So you have to be more careful. You have to pick those higher win percentage decks, and versus in the OCC, you're getting players that qualify off the ladder, that feel comfortable playing with certain decks and feel the power there. So I think that definitely plays into the fact into the deck lineups that we see.
Very subtly, certain deck.
And as control player, I'm quite successful in these OCCs, but
in the OCCs,
opens. I'm successful in the opens, in the control matter, but I don't know. I'm cursed for the OCCs.
Yeah.
You know, Darkness, the 2 OCCs you've not been there, I've lost in round 1 every time. I think when you're not there, the curse goes on to me.
Okay.
So, can you please start qualifying and making it to the OCC? Because I really need you to take the curse off me here. It's been following me around. I really need it to go on someone else for a bit.
Is he not playing the double Joseph Stalin?
He's playing the Partisans
Can
trade.
still play it. He's not deleted the combo.
Oh, 0 cost Cuban Kosnik there.
I think you play it. I think you play it, even if you don't use it. You just plop it down, and it's there for when you want it.
Yeah. Agreed. He still has in his hand the double Joseph Stalin combo with the 272nd guards. Now, we're drawing pretty late into this game. Both players still at 20. This is like so much has happened this game, but we might as well be on turn 1, right? Like
it's in Soviet British control mirror. What did you expect? It's HP doesn't matter in this matchup at all. It's all about using the value cards, and it's often going to fatigue.
Yeah, I said at the beginning, we may see fatigue, and as this game goes on and on, I worry that I might have been right. You know.
Hey. Combo, please.
There's some Burning Sky value to be had here. I mean, Burning Sky, that Wrath Lightning, and then double Joseph Stalin.
I think definitely Joseph Stalin this turn. I think there's not many better options. And yeah, he agrees completely with Ollie.
Wow.
Yeah.
I feel honored. I feel validated.
Can we just check that Ollie isn't actually helping Kobasnik here on his second monitor.
You know what?
You caught me. I'm
Yeah.
actually playing as Kolbasnik. You guys just
If
don't know.
Tiger is not having great
guys, he's
answers,
logged in on Parsec as Ollie.
if Tiger is not having good answers here,
Oh,
double
no!
air power.
Oh my
Oh,
god!
Damn, that sucks.
this is my first
What were you saying about not having good answers?
I said if he's not having good answers, and then that happened.
And then he definitely showed us that he has some good answers. And all right, making use of that confusion, that's going to protect the Yak 7, at least from that.
I think you play the naval, protect it from like T-34. Yeah, from anything actually. I think naval's the choice there. However,
Actually, I wouldn't drop the honey. Tiger's able to play confusion and get rid of the yak.
true. It leaves you open to confusion.
And I mean, like the naval would have been fine as well because he could have taken out the C4th and just cleared the board, right? Like it's not like he was forced to play them without using the deployment effect, which would definitely have felt worse.
Oh, and it would have saved from the T-34.
I'm just gonna take out the yak, at least the honey up.
However, he can now naval that. KB is nice.
Oh,
but
that's actually huge.
Huge. I don't know. He can drop Naval Brigade, killing the tank in the front, dropping KV-1 next to it, but that's it.
Tiger's gonna run out of deck before he can draw enough cards for the KV to kill him.
That's true. That's actually
He
that's
can
a great
take
point.
14 damage from drawing out his whole deck, and he still has health to spare. So
I don't know. I feel like this is, a fairly decent draw here for Kobasnik. Out of the cards that he could have drawn that were single cards, the KV-1 is definitely like threat to be placed on the board. It forces him to deal with the Naval Brigade and then have to deal with the KV-1 before you can start pushing damage to face. It kind of protects the honey a little bit by diverting some attention. So I don't think it's awful.
I agree. It's certainly not bad. I don't know if it's going to be a game changer, but I think it's certainly not bad.
Well, it's not bad, yes, but Kolbasnik needs some card draw, and he needs it now.
Does he need card draw? He's not got any deck left. I feel like at this point in the game, I don't even want to know what's in there.
Well, yeah, right now you definitely have to consider the remaining cards left because fatigue damage is a thing, and in this mirror matchup, it's a huge thing and often game deciding. Like who's running out of cards first.
Oh, he found the.
I know certain friends of ours feel differently, but thank God this match can't go infinite. I'm so happy that there's a guarantee that in 10 hours this match will definitely be over.
Yeah, I remember one game on ladder I played for 1.5 hours.
Yeah, I heard about that. Didn't they shut
I remember
down
that game as well.
Yeah, didn't you shut his game down, Ollie?
So this was like, I think this was like my 4th day or something at the company, and I'm coming into the company, in charge of competitive and esports and all that stuff. And I sit down and like, I don't know anyone in the community. I'm feeling kind of timid, and all of a sudden it's like here's darkness, yelling in Discord about being stuck in a game that's never gonna end. And I'm just like, what do we do? What do we do? So I have to like run around the office, asking people like, is this intended? Like, what's going on? What happens? Eventually, I think we killed the game because I was like, one of you guys just has to lose, and both of you. Who was your opponent in that match? I don't remember, but both of you responded. It was like, I'm not losing. Like I'm not
remember.
Losing.
Yes, I was rank 3 in this moment, very close to the end of the season, and I was fighting to get to the rank 1. And Revkin played me in this match, and we had first rifles when they were producing themselves over and over again.
Yeah.
And we were that stuck, nobody was able to win, and we were both grinding HP, and there was no way to...
Didn't you refund the points in the end? They both got their points.
Yeah. We basically just made that match not count. Just refund it. Like I told Darkness, just like surrender, and I'll refund the elo points. So we ended up having to do that. But this is looking like it's going to swing in the favor of Tiger
Ooh,
here.
That's a good top deck.
It is.
Do
He has to
you?
play it.
I think you play it now because you take so much damage from that T-34. You play it now. You drop the Wrath, bounce back the 6/8 to the
I
support.
mean, I
line.
think you confuse one of those 845th and you attack into the C4th first.
You may be right.
And yes, Ollie, I was yelling in the Discord
You were.
because Revkin was doing the same. Actually, he was yelling to all the other top players that he catched me and hold me on place, so they have to play, and to get me out of the way and to pass me. And he was constantly texting me like, I just need to lose and play and use my time to win more. I will get more points, but it's completely garbage. Because when you're that high on the ladder, you lose so many points by losing every single turn.
I feel like there's still emotions here. I
It
feel
was-
like there's still...
I mean, as a person that just entered the company, I did not feel like I was equipped to handle that situation. But good day to
the
die
surrender.
here. I mean, I feel like Kosnik at least
Oh, he
owes.
didn't surrender. He goes for
owes
the.
us to buy
He
the sword,
goes
right?
for the suicide play.
That's everything he got.
That's not going to be
Indeed.
enough. That's not going to be enough. And Kosnik goes down 2-1. Tiger taking a lead here in this series. It took a while to get that match over with, but we are now out of it, and the players are just gearing to go on to the next match. They seem like they need no break, no breather.
I think we could do with breather.
Pretty much.
What about us, Tiger and Kosnik?
This is gonna be. I mean, at this rate, like the first series we cast, that was a 5-game series of insane matches, right?
Mhm.
Probably the best series I've seen in cards. This series, I think, is at least shaping up to be the longest series I've seen in cards. And we'll see. Then we still have the
go to
finals.
best of 5 as well, because the only deck left for Tiger is Heinz, which means Kosnik knows what Tiger's playing and can try and counter his deck both in mulligan but also in deck selection. So he can plan perfectly. So I think just from that point of view, Kosnik has the advantage in the sense that he knows what he's up against. But then again, Tiger is playing Heinz. So at the end of the day, he still has the advantage due to the just absurd power of it.
Kosnik is having Soviet control left. We just saw that. And all of the cards. And Kosnik's Soviet deck is strong against Heinz. So I think we will see Kosnik playing Soviet against Tiger next. But
then how do you win with your USA deck against Heinz?
This USA deck is in ramp deck and it's very hard to beat aggro. If he's playing this first, then for the psychological reason, so he's winning with the hardest matchup first, and then Tiger has to beat him in the deck. He's having the advantage.
I would play with the US deck first just to get it out of the way. I'm going to say to myself, if I can't win with this US deck, then I can't win this series. So I may as well try with the US deck and save myself the Soviet again.
Yeah, that's true. But, well, from his point of view, if he's very confident, he can go with the US deck, sure. But if he's like nervous and he's under some pressure, he should play Soviet first to have the advantage to win the next matchup, to get boosted confidence and putting Tiger on the pressure. Like he has to win now or he's out.
It's certainly, there's some psychological warfare where you, if you've won the previous game, you almost have a higher chance, very, very slim, but still higher, of winning the next game. You've got momentum, and believe it or not, it's important. It matters. It affects the way people think. It affects the decisions they make. It affects all of it, and there is, like you say, some sort of psychological effect to it.
Yeah, looking at my own tournaments, often when I lost the first match and I came back and won the second, mostly I won the third too.
Yeah, I actually think there's a trend there. I think it's common for a lot of people where if you can swing that second game, then you have a really good chance of winning that third one.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Because
mean,
you proved you have the nerves to play calm, to come back, to not getting under pressure. And when your opponent sees that you are playing like a badass, and although he had the advantage, he won in the second game. Your opponent is then under the huge pressure of losing the entire series. Right after he lost with his probably favorite deck, or I don't know.
so
That is-
just to keep everyone updated, our current working theory is that Tiger is just celebrating so much for winning that match that he hasn't sat down back at his computer, or the fact that he just forgot that this is a best out of 5, because we a lot of times do best out of 3s. So we're trying to rope down Tiger again, make sure that he knows that this is indeed a best out of 5.
You
So
fools, you cannot contain a tiger. This is rule 101 of zookeeping, is don't try and contain a tiger. They then broke that rule and contained tigers all over the world, but it was a good rule while it lasted. So, Darkness, do you think, well, what are the odds, right? Let's say you're one of those shady betting websites, which we don't endorse, but you got to put down the odds for Kobasnik being able to win the next 2 games back to back. How likely do you think this is? Do you think it's sort of very unlikely, or do you think he's got a solid chance of doing it? I'm just curious for sort of the player's mindset, because we've been talking about mindset a lot. But before they even get into that final game, and we're talking about if Kobasnik wins this, what's it going to be like for Tiger in Game 5? But actually, what about Kobasnik right now? He's got the pressure on him. He's up against the wall. What's how do you feel about it?
How do I feel about that, or what do I think are the odds?
How likely do you think it is, and your general, take on it?
I don't think it's very high, but between 10 and 25%.
Doable. That's doable. We have seen a 20% B17. These odds can happen.
Obviously, it's possible. He has, in my opinion, he has the advantage with his Soviet control deck against the Heinz deck. So he should have maybe 60%, 65%, or even 70% win rate with 10 games or more against the Heinz deck. But Heinz will win most of the time, like 70% against the US deck, and Kobasnik has to win twice.
So mathematically, we're going to a Game 5. Now, obviously, the real world doesn't always follow these rules, but just from looking at it, the odds, we're probably going to a Game 5.
Looking at the odds, if Kobasnik chooses to play Soviet right now, I think he will win the next turn and lose with US. But this is just the average. Looking at the odds, everything can happen.
Yep, and there we go, guys. We are into game number 4. What happened was, unfortunately, Tiger's internet dropped, so he had to relog, and we had to sort some challenge issues out. Sometimes that great internet wall of China can become a little bit of a nuisance, but we are off in game number 4 here, and it's going to be indeed the Soviet deck here for Kobasnik against the fast Heinz deck here from Tiger. We all know what to expect. Now it's just a question of who can come out ahead.
And the stud coming down. Now, this unit is very, very scary. However, it's actually scary for Tiger here because of this confusion. No matter how much you buff a tank, a confusion stagger does double damage to your own tanks. It can really, really backfire. Frankly, when I'm playing Heinz and I'm playing against Soviet, these stugs scare myself. I still play them; they're still good, but I'm scaring myself when I play them.
Yeah, that's completely right. And he didn't even send those to the front line. Well, this is a usual tactic because the first 2 or 3, maybe 4 turns, you just want to deploy at backline and come back with a massive power swing with, for example, Panzer 3F plus for the Emperor to buff everything and reduce the credit costs, maybe even with a Greif, and just overrun your opponent early on. But Kosnik is playing Soviet Brit control, and he had a nuts draw, like 2 800 something 800. I forgot the number.
45th.
Oh, 845th. Yes, thank you, Ollie. Oh, in the last time you were pretty good with numbers. I noticed that. Yeah,
This
like
is,
that. He just not an HP buff, but Wirbelwind plus for the Emperor means he's able to move and attack with 3 tanks.
just think about how he wants to do
that
it.
is
But
worth like 6 credits.
However, what's he gaining from this? We have the confusion we have the confusion trade combo. I mean, we have a sickle in hand. We've got 2 sickles.
That's huge.
But he's going for the confusion.
No,
trade,
no.
right?
Do the sickles. You got to do the sickles.
But you're wasting.
Oh, it's more
Why?
fun. It's more fun.
He's having the top deck.
Oh.
All right, that's actually huge. The fact that he got Sukhov there, pulling the Cuban Cossacks, being able to trade everything out. And this leaves Tiger with 4 cards in hand and an empty board. And, Kosnik didn't take any chip damage.
Obviously,
In
this
fact,
was a better play, like playing Bloody Sickle into Zukov, into Cuban Cossacks, but the average better play would have been confusion into just trade.
I don't know if I agree. You can save the confusion. The confusion is always going to be useful, but look at it this way. If you don't go for the sickles, and then there's never units on 1 HP again, because these units are going to be buffed, they're going to be big. If you just go for this sickle play, you know it's going to be useful, but the confusion will be useful throughout the game. That's my way of looking at it. And it's 2 different paths. Just the way I see it is that confusion will always be powerful, whereas sickle is situationally that strong.
Sickles are never bad. They are
No, they're never bad, but they're not always that good, like what we just saw there.
You know what? I really like that Raft Lightning play. Recognizing that the Wirbelwind was not in the front line, so it didn't get pinned, and
it also it baited out the honorable death.
Mhm.
Now this counters Enigma. You can't Enigma anymore. If you Enigma, you're losing over half your life in the process. You're just ripping through your own HQ. It's really, really neat.
Oh, Sendai.
Sendai's good.
All right.
Sendai is good, but he can still play partisans, attack, and in the turn after, Tiger has to play Sendai again. This buys Kosnik time.
I mean, Tiger's out here is Enigma, right? That's his main out is Enigma. This is what I think he should be playing about. I think he should try and start burning through his hand a bit.
Do you guys know what would have been great now? A bloody sickle.
Oh, it's come back to haunt me.
I'm just saying he could have killed that Sendai with
You
the
know
naval
what,
brigade.
Ollie, you
perfectly
cheered
on
for the
curve.
sickle as well. You cheered for it as well.
I did.
Changing sides.
It's always good to have a sickle, especially
yeah.
Yes, if you're playing with Naval Brigade and critical hit.
Yeah, and I mean, okay. He has some options here, but no Urals or red banners in hand, so those combos aren't quite as threatening as they could be. And currently, just a bunch of 2 attack and then more than 2 health units, making it really impossible to get a successful trade with these. But finds the Cuban Cossacks in the heroes of the Soviet Union, clears the front line and takes the front line himself. I think that's actually a really massive pull from him to get the Cuban Cossacks there and get the front line.
Yeah, getting the C4 Highlander into the front line is so important against Heinz. For example, if you play against Pursuit, you don't have to redeploy C4 Highlander again and again and again.
Yeah.
And it's way harder to deploy a bunch of units to trade into the guard if he's sitting in the front line, because you can't.
Guys, there's a Stug and a Confusion.
There's a Stug and a Confusion. And I mean, Tiger just floated 7 credits because he just didn't have space in the backline to do anything more.
And if you start clearing this hand with playing these Confusions and this 845th Rifles, you make Enigma lower value. I really think this should be on Korbasnik's mind right now. How do I stop Enigma? I got to make my hand small, and I got to make my board presence big. And just that's how you play it. I think that's how you have to play it, and I have no doubt that it's going through his mind right now. Gonna bounce the Stug. And that empties his hand by the same amount of cards. So that I think that's a fine play. It also means that he has to 10 credits. Is it time?
Oh, that would actually be pretty insane.
I got excited for a second then.
We know it's there.
You can't partisan duels it because there's no such unit.
It's so sad Korbasnik didn't have carpet bombing. He needs his KV1 back.
Does
as soon as possible.
Yeah, but he's not finding those Urals or red banners, so he's not actually able to.
I like this, clearing some of his board, get rid of his board, so if a Leopold comes out, it's not as, devastating. Like you say, he needs those Urals for these partisans to reach their full potential. It's a good card on its own, but it's a fantastic card with Urals.
I mean, it's actually not a great card at the moment, right? Like, let's say you partisan that Stug. What are you
Sure.
for
this.
But now, all of a sudden, the HPs and the attack values are changing a little bit, and now we can start talking about making some good plays.
I mean, we have the Confusions. We don't need to use partisans for these. We can just Confusion away. We can save our partisans. I guess for the Jag Bomber, Jag Bomber and the Panzer III are the only ones that cost more than 3 credits in this deck. Other than the Leopold, which we're obviously not going to partisans because we can't Euros it.
And Sendai, of course.
Ooh, Sendai, yes.
Find Euro factories or a banner to steal Sendai and upgrade it.
Yeah.
To get back his KV.
Look at all these 22nd infantry. Oh my lord!
Finally something.
I think you hit face. You hit face for free, and then you play it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I honestly think that's what you do, right? You put him down to 9. You put yourself down to 12, and you get the KV1.
You get your KV, so you put him down to 7, right? Because he's instantly going to take the 2, and then you. Oh.
Korbasnik.
He's going for an alternative trade route, and I mean, it works, right? He cleared the board, and he still has his hand. I'm just wondering, like, what is the comeback for Tiger here now, right? Like, what does it look like him getting back into this game?
I figured out why he didn't play the Winter Offensive. He's saving it for Leopold. It does 4 damage. It kills a Leopold. He knows Leo is in the deck. He knows that it's one of Tiger's win conditions. Just save it for Leopold. He's not running T-35s. Or T-34s, sorry. He needs it for Leopold. It makes sense.
All right, that pushing the Sendai up, I don't actually like that, because now he can partisan trade it, right? He could even have confusioned the Flammy and traded it.
I'm very sure he's having Leopold ready, and he wanted the Sendai to being destroyed so he can make use of Leopold.
However,
or Jagd Bomber, but
he's got this winter. He's got this winter offensive. Leopold will just die if it needs to. He can also Partisans it and smack face for 6 damage and force him to play it again.
He is looking for.
Ooh. He's getting close to being dead, you know? Really, really close.
Blocking front line, attacking.
And he goes down to that
That's
7
fine
HP.
for Kosnik.
Yeah, this is a brilliant situation.
I kind of wanted to just see him play by the sword there, because I don't think for the rest of this game, Tiger's
there
gonna
it
have
is.
more
But
than
look.
one unit.
We all said play Winter Offensive. We all said play it, it's obvious. No, I'm gonna save it for for the Leopold. Or is he just gonna hit face and put him to 1? That would be baller. I want him to do that. Steal the Leopold, hit face, leave him on 1, send it back to his hand. Next turn, drop the KV and just wave goodbye.
Or finish with Winter Offensive.
Or with the Winter Offensive. Oh no, take him out in style.
I want to see the Partisans.
Partisans. No!
A lot of ways to victory
Yeah.
here for Kosnik. I think that's absolutely for sure. I think what he did is probably by far the safest thing. He got 2 guards established on the board, one with ambush, meaning that it kind of doesn't matter what Tiger brings in terms of tanks and firepower this turn. He's never going to smash through that, setting up an easy lethal.
It's certainly safe. If there's, Sendai and a bunch of buff cards, it could fall back on you.
This could backfire. Now
It
he's
could
not able
do.
to kill him.
Oh no, hold on. He can Partisans the guy in the front line, hit face for 2, move up his ambush to the front line, play the KV, and set up for lethal with the thing next turn, the Winter
He can
Offensive.
set up for lethal, yeah, but Tiger just drew a lot of cards and maybe he's able to get the lethal combo next turn.
It's possible.
I don't even think this was the safest play, because Tiger has now just a lot of cards after the opportunity to get an Enigma and draw a lot. But let's see what Kosnik is doing. Winter Offensive is still in great play.
Yeah, I mean, Partisans attack Winter Offensive. Can he get a Blitz unit there? Oh, the Jag Bomber. It's actually pretty good. A lot of HP there, tanking in the front line. Now, with 2 units in the front line, is there any combo that Tiger can pull off with 12 credits that ends this game this turn?
It's
There
incredibly
might
hard
be.
because he does have two units in the front line. If he would be able to move into the front line, deploy 3 or 4 tanks more, and for the Emperor, that would have been possible easily.
Yeah.
But these 10 HP stats in the front line are really hard to deal with, because the guard even has ambush on it.
I don't think you can as well, because it's 2 No, 1 unit. It's not 2 ground units. If it's 2 ground units, you can Jag Bomber 1. And right now, the problematic one is the one with 6 defense. But you can't Jag Bomber the one with 6 defense. The one with 4 defense you can trade into, so that he's forced to do it on the one with 4 defense, but then there's still this 6 HP body. And that forces you to trade into it with 2 different units. And it's just, if you had a different card that you'd yawn into, it would have been, I believe it would have been a lot easier. And I think that's game.
Yep, and he's going to use the
Oh,
Panzer II because he got a nice blitz tank to finish off the game there, borrowed it from Tiger, and then returned it right back. Kosnik ties it up 2-2, and our second semifinal is also going to a game number 5. It all comes down to this: who is going to join John PX in the grand finals of KARDS Open VIII? Is it going to be Tiger with his German Fast Heinz deck, or is it going to be Kosnik with his USA deck?
Really hard matchup.
Yeah, really hard.
I mean, so far the odds are checked out, and we're here in the best of 5. If the odds continue to be true, then Kosnik's got his work cut out for him. It's not impossible. It can certainly happen, but it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be an uphill battle, but anything could happen. And I think Kosnik is a strong and smart player, and I think he's possible. He's capable of doing it.
Well, looking at the US deck list, is he running? Yeah, he's running the War Machine, so he needs like Jesko and the War Machine dropping into Honey, or C-Force Highlanders and early carpet bombing right after Grenadier Guards. If he's able to get this nuts draw, this incredible strong early game, it's very easy for him to beat Heinz, because carpet bombing will mostly kill a lot of units. He's not running US ally with the Alliance, and we can do it.
All right, guys, it is time. We are now in match number 5, the final match in this
Ooh.
semifinal.
An
Absolutely.
early Seaborn.
He's considering Seaborn invasion.
Ah, there's the carpet.
Would have been too much. But
Now look at
he's
this.
He's able to play turn 2 War Machine, turn 3 in Hour of Need, on
Turn
turn
4
4 carpet
carpet.
bombing.
It could happen. It's a lot of ramp. He's going to need to find some draw, because right now he's got a ramp and a carpet bomb, and that's it.
And then he will get overrun.
All right, there's a target 1 for carpet bomb.
I was going to
Privateer.
say,
That is a very, very good follow-up, because
it's a whirlwind. The whirlwind's going to pin it.
I
Why
think
not?
it's carpet
not
first,
going to
right?
win it. Kosnik can safely drop the privateer +1 ramp.
Yep.
He's just ramping. Look at this boy go. And if
He has
this-
8 credits. He has
if
8
this-
credits.
He has 8 credits to Tiger's
yeah.
4. And if Tiger fills his support line, we could see a, as my friend Kowalski calls it, a newspaper come out here. This is the 5K Stars and Stripes.
I mean, dude, like, Tiger needs to do something now, because we're looking at Kosnik's hand and we're like, yep, board clear, backline clear, more ramp, establish the bomber on field.
If he drops 2 credit guys into a support line, it gets cleared. And I know he's thinking about carpet, but he's thinking, I can't worry about carpet. I just have to do things, right?
Yeah.
Maybe he doesn't have carpet. Goes to the Panzer H. I think maybe he Stars and Stripes this. It kills 2 of them.
Strategic bombing.
Okay.
Or
It's
you
even
just
better.
strap bomb and
Yeah.
you cripple his credits even more. And look
9
at that.
credits to 4.
Look at that privateer, right? This is something that I
Yeah.
wanted to come into when we were talking about the decks. You're playing that privateer into a fast Heinz, right? And let's say he wants to take those 2 tanks that are on the board and he wants to kill that bomber. That's going to cost him 2 credits to move them up, and then what? 6 credits to attack?
Yeah.
He's thinking about moving
Look
it to
at
the front
Kosnik.
line.
He's thought about moving.
Yeah,
the
I
privateer
saw
to the
it.
front.
Man, he doesn't need any more ramp.
No.
Give this man some draw.
Yeah,
I
he
mean-
needs some draw. The only way for Tiger to win here is Kosnik not finding any draw, and he has to waste credits and just float them because he's unable to play anything.
He does have
Hmm.
2 mobilizations in the deck.
There's
He has
Stars
a
and
we can do
Stripes.
it. He has a Court Masters. There's the Court Masters. Next go, he can start to draw. Oh,
I love this. I love
that's
this.
risky though. Dropping it, it could
It's
get
insane.
honorable death. There's an honorable death lurking. This is a big hand.
No, I love him moving the privateer.
Oh, I
to
love
the
him
front
moving
line.
it to the front line. I
It's
just think
insane.
maybe you save the draw engine until you can draw instantly, and then you don't get honorable death.
Yes.
It's a risk.
Tiger. If Tiger's having honorable death and able to kill the quartermaster, this was a very bad play, just deploying the quartermaster now. Yeah.
Yep. But
I'd
I mean-
say I'm not going to say I called it, but I'm going to say I called it.
The Heinkel coming out, that gives the spoils of war. He's attacking face, not doing any damage to that heavy armor.
Also, it would cost extra to hit the heavy armor.
It's extra.
And I mean,
I think you just start hitting face. I think I think you play the Avenger. You play the Avenger. You play the air defense. You hit face for 4. You're not going to kill anything this Avenger this game. You just got to try and win the game.
I think hit face. Yeah, hit face and air
face.
defense. Hit face, air defense. Hit face, air defense.
Hell yeah.
Oh man, I really want to see Tiger's hand just because I really want to be able to kind of start piecing together how to deal with this board because this is such a weird situation. I mean, how many times in cards do you see a board like this where there's someone in every front and they're all bombers? Like, I don't have a whole lot of
He
examples.
can carpet bomb as soon as he wants. I think you play the We Can Do It, yeah.
Yep.
Draw yourself a card. P40, the operation cost increase.
God.
Is he doing it?
He's doing
I
it.
mean,
I think he's doing it.
I feel like Kosnik has had an answer every step of this game, every single step of this game. He's now 1 off lethal next turn, and
he's got carpet, the operation cost increase. Can you imagine having the operation increase and then trying to attack a privateer with these increased operation? Even if Tiger plays units and move it up, he carpets, he gets his privateer back, and it's unattackable. You can't attack it.
man, that privateer, I think we're going to be seeing a whole lot more of that in the coming days, especially if these aggro decks continue.
Another Sendai, but this carpet's going to get back 2 units and kill a Stug.
Yeah, and he's going to be
my
like,
lord.
he's going to be able to do that while he attacks face.
And a mobilization just in case. I think you have to play carpet.
Carpet mobilize?
Carpet and hit face and pressure lethal. Oh my lord, guys! Someone hold me!
This is a crazy deck.
I called the odds between 10 and 25% for Kosnik.
He's
But
doing it.
sometimes the odds are even lower and people are making it.
I mean, I am so impressed by the privateer in this situation and the problems it managed to create for Tiger. Just think about it. When he had it in the front line and Tiger was starting his turn with 6 credits, just killing it would cost 6 credits. Even if you had units on the board. So he was absolutely locked. He couldn't do anything.
That's game. If this stays as it is, that's game. He has to buff it somehow.
He has to be able to absorb both hits from those bombers if he wants any chance.
Okay. He can survive a turn. He can survive a turn. However, we do have a mobilization. We can put down the Grenadier Guards if we want. C4, protect our fighter, hit face, put him down to 1. I think that's the move.
Yeah.
You know, protect that fighter, keep it alive. Blackwatch is even smarter. You don't need the unit to survive, but it increases the order in their hand.
Yeah, making sure that there's nothing.
Beef Wagon is irrelevant. That can go. Ramp versus Heinz. Can he do the impossible? The improbable, should I say?
I just
Leopold. Oh, it's
but
one.
this means
Needs 1 damage.
the Avenger is able to kill the
Avenger, yeah.
and he's able to drop the P40 and 5 again.
Do you P40 or do you C4?
I think you C4 because the P40, if you remember, its HP got nerfed down to 3. So that Greif,
Yeah, that Greif can
theoretically,
put into it.
like it would be the entire turn for Tiger. He would basically
be the
have
entire
to
turn for Tiger, yeah.
Yeah, but he could clear the board there. So I think C4 kind of makes a little bit more sense because it means that you'll end up with at least 1 unit on the board.
So he's not running first, but he is running Seaborn. I'm just trying to think what blitz can he does. He's got B-17F and he's got Seaborn. Those are his 2 blitzes. He can also get US military research and just nuke the 1 HP if he needs to. So he has 3 cards in his deck that can insta kill essentially, or not insta kill, but can kill within the bounds of 1 turn. Other than that, I really feel like you need a first here. Very possible still. Hands are F. But does set up for the carpet. Are we going to see the second carpet come out?
I think it's still worth it playing the carpet.
I think second carpet. And then maybe you... Do you ramp?
I would play Blackwatch just
Yeah,
to
for
hit
the
the
Enigma.
Enigma.
1 HP.
If Tiger
Ramp
brings
would-
this back and wins this, I don't know what I'll do, guys. I think I might just like leave the office or something because
Just leave.
I mean it's gonna be like another insane 5-game series, and I'm just
It really is.
I don't know if I can handle much more excitement.
No way. There's the Enigma. That's the turn done. You got to remember, it costs 5 to use that Leopold. It costs 7 if he wants to hit the Privateer. Jasko can buy as much time as he wants. Now he can put down the Privateer and the P40. Can't guard both
He has
of
to
them.
play Privateer and P40 to spread lethal.
He
Yeah.
can't guard both of them though.
Yes, he can.
Hasn't got the credits. Oh, and he shouldn't have protected his HQ. You're right. You're right. But he can move that Blackwatch to the front line.
And drops the honey.
Drop the honey.
All right, threatening lethal in 3 different ways here: the honey from the back line, the Blackwatch in the front line, and of course that P40 in the back line as well.
Remember, it cost 5 to use the Leopold and 4 to use the Flam going to the front line. He may have some Behelfelwagons. Is that the correct? Pronounce it for me, Darkness?
Befelswagen.
Befelswagen.
Befehlswagen.
Befehlswagen. He may have some Befehlswagen's hand, but we saw him lose 1 earlier.
Yeah, and I mean, if he does, and he does claim that front line, that would block the advance from the honey. So that would put him in the perfect spot to. Oh,
No,
no Befelswagen.
Man, I'm really...
He really should have blocked.
Whoa. The front line captured. Oh.
You know, Kosnik deployed the P40 and 5. He could have guarded both the honey and the P40.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's the Grenadiers. I think you should move the Jasko up. Move the Jasko up just to guarantee
He
you got
should
the
have
front line.
played ramp.
Yeah, is
don't
there
know
a
why he
reason
told
why
me.
he's not ramping?
Yeah, Quartermasters. He's waiting for his second Quartermaster. So he can draw.
Yeah. Okay, makes sense. I do like the Jasko with the front line though. I really do like the Jasko with the front line. That would have been a good play.
I feel like he should have protected the honey with that second guard because now it's vulnerable.
Yeah.
I mean, this game.
Oh my god. I
I
am
think
guys, how
Kosnik is under a lot of pressure right now.
If he finds a Courtmasters and doesn't get it honorable death, I think he can win. He just needs to find it. I mean, yes, Courtmaster's under a lot of pressure, but look at Tiger. You're telling me Tiger's not under a lot of pressure? He's got 1 health.
Well, I don't know his
Honorable.
hand.
Second
I don't know
honey.
his hand, but
2 privateers.
Privateers, okay.
all right, yeah. Play the both
Two
with the
privateers.
Grand Guards in the front line.
Move the Gren guards.
Now
Oh no!
that is a lot for Tiger to deal with.
Yeah.
If he can't, and he only has 7 credits, remember, because it costs 5 credits for the Leopold to
No,
kill one of those
It
privateers.
costs 7 credits. It gets the +2. He only
Yes.
has 5 credits left to kill the Gren and the second guy.
He's unable to block with a
Tanzer,
fighter.
he's looking.
He's got 1 credit left.
He doesn't have the Yak Bomber left.
I think this is it.
It's it.
I
He
think this
doesn't-
is it.
He can't have
There's
something.
nothing. There's nothing in his deck that will save him.
Oh, he's exhausted.
He's thinking, and we'll let him think.
He's on
He's
his last.
drawing, he's looking. Kobasnik.
What can he find? He only has credits to use the Leopold once, but that's not going to be it. It's going to be game for the Emperor. That's not going to be enough. 4 credit off Leopold. That's not going to be enough. And Kobasnik.
He does it. Heinz loses to Ramp.
And all of a
Kobasnik in
sudden,
the finals.
the game ends. 2 Eastern Front team members in the grand finals. Kobasnik versus John PX. And another insane 5-game series comes to a conclusion with Tiger being relegated down into the 3rd place match and Kobasnik moving on to the grand finals. Man, that was a crazy showing from both players and such a tight match. Just a few different draws here and there, and maybe, just maybe, Tiger would have been able to claw his way back into that game and win it back, but he was fighting an uphill battle from the moment we said ramp, because Kobasnik was ramping and ramping and ramping. Jesus, what a fantastic series.
That is, without a doubt, the most exciting, thrilling, all over the place game of cards I have ever seen. You know, that was unbelievable. Screw the odds. It's all out the window, you know. Everything we know is meaningless. Because Kobasnik's here and he's flipping it all on his head.
Wow.
That was unbelievable. And that was the 5th game in a best of 5 in a knockout tournament. That's just, what can you say? It's beautiful.
Yeah. I mean, it was fantastic. Let's take a look at the bracket here and see what's up. And as you can see, that our finals matchup is going to be John PX versus Kobasnik. They're going to be facing off for who gets the title of the KARDS Open champion. And remember, there's an extra bit on the line here for Kobasnik, because if he wins this tournament, he automatically qualifies for the knockout stage for the World Championship as the final qualification spot for those pre-qualifiers. Otherwise, he has to go through the entire Open qualifier session. So, I mean, Kobasnik really wants to win here. John PX, he's a repeat champion, right? He's here to cement his Open legacy. He's here to make sure that he puts out a statement, says, you know, I'm the Open king now. Darkness, come at me, right? Like, that's what he's pretty much throwing out there. So it's going to be an exciting one. And then on the lower bracket, of course, XY Loser versus Tiger, the 2 Chinese competitors. Not making it into the finals this time around. Normally we do have Chinese players in the finals, but John PX and Kobasnik just playing exceptionally today, but didn't go down without a fight. And it's going to be thrilling to see the conclusion of Xy Loser versus Tiger there for the 3rd place match. Yeah. So what do you guys, when we're looking forward to that 3rd place match, we won't be doing that live as far as I know, because there is a problem with getting the signals out from China so that they are enjoyable to watch. But I can tell you exciting news that this is the last tournament that we will be doing with the current production solution that we have. We're going to be having spectator mode moving forward, which means that we can watch any match, also including Chinese players, with full quality and without any lag. So we're extremely excited for that. So don't go anywhere. When we return, we're going to come back with John PX versus Kobasnik in the grand finals of KARDS Open number 8. So stay tuned. Welcome back to KARDS Open VIII. My name is Ólafur Hrafnsteinason, also known as Olikrummi, the easier to pronounce name. With me are Darkness and Innocent Bubbles, and we have just witnessed two insane 5-game series here in the semifinals. Now, before we jump on into the grand finals between John PX and Kosnik, let's talk a little bit about that series that we just finished watching between Tiger and Kosnik. One of the craziest series that we've seen, and in particularly that last game, showing kind of just how important it is to have that last point of damage to finish the game. Talk to us about what stood out to you guys during that series.
For me, this was a very good example of a tournament feeling, because if you play these tournaments, you are under a huge amount of pressure. And not only from the first game, later on, if you're threatened to lose the series because you have to win the next both matches against the top 1 meta deck, Heinz, this is going to be a crazy feeling and a crazy situation you are in. Looking at Kosnik's decks and his hand, we were able to see some slight mistakes or questionable decisions. Definitely, we couldn't see his opponent's hands, but I'm very sure he was under the same amount of pressure, and especially the last game when he had a very rough start against Ramp and wasn't able to get a board presence and was behind very early on. This was huge, and this was a very nice story. Like, the first matches were pretty predictable. You had the favorite match winning against winning his matchup. Some one crazy long Soviet mirror matchup. Taking these competitor to really focus as very hard and very long time, down to an Kosnik having to win against the odds, and he just made it. I think this is a great story, and I really like KARDS being in this state now. Like the esport is not the one who plays good is winning against one who made mistakes. KARDS esport is telling great stories.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I feel like what we've been seeing, and we're seeing that. I feel like every tournament is just an elevation of the competitive play. And I feel like, you know, we also see that in kind of swings between aggro decks and control decks and that kind of stuff. But I think slowly but surely we're seeing more of a mature competitive scene. We're seeing a larger pool of competitive players bringing kind of different mindsets and different ideas into the mix. And I think that all just makes for a more entertaining, viewing experience and a more entertaining experience for everybody. So I'm really, really happy of seeing these players, and, you know, seeing these 4 players who we all kind of know, but, you know, these wouldn't be the players that you necessarily would put in the top 4, you know, ahead of time in the tournament, right? But that also just shows us that the tournament scene is changing really rapidly, and new players are really becoming the cream of the crop.
So I want to look at that last game from a sort of decklist point of view, because we saw Tiger on 1 HP, and Ramp usually has some ways of dealing. They have the strat bombing, but that had already been played. They often have Howcats and Firsto First, both Blitz and the Firsto First does 2 damage there, anything in the support line. So we were thinking at first, you know, this is how we'll finish up the game. But he doesn't have either of those in his deck. So I was looking at his, you know, the ways he could finish that game in 1 turn would be with a B-17F, which is a 13k card to use, a nuke, or getting lucky with a, what's it called, Seaborne Invasion. These are all pretty difficult things to pull off. I just want to appreciate how close that game truly was. 1 HP almost does a comeback. I think you got to take your hats off to Tiger there as well. Obviously, Kosnik played really, really well. Like Doctor said, a few sort of things we weren't too sure about, but overall played it really, really well. But we got to give some credit to our 3rd place match players, you know, losers of the best of 3, but really they've given excellent fights, and any of these best of 5s could have gone either way. I want to give a shout out to Tiger and Zyluza, because I think they've been excellent competitors, and I cannot wait to see more of their games. But obviously, congrats to John and Kosnik for making it to the finals. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. And it seems that both players are here and they are gearing up to get ready. So before we go and kind of eke our way into the finals, maybe we should do a quick refresher on the decks that these guys are bringing to the table here. Starting off with John PX's decks. He, of course, was bringing a Soviet, a Brit deck, a German deck, and a US deck. Now, we've seen these decks, most of them. Which deck was banned away from him? Was it his Fast Heinz?
Yes, in game in Series 1, both German decks were banned. We saw no Heinz in Series 1.
So, you know, if we're looking over this deck, these decks, we've kind of already gone through them. It's that Soviet control. It's that, what's that? Is that Brit control ramp?
Brit control with ramp and Soviet control with Italy. Yeah. And I'm 100% sure Kosnik won't ban the Heinz deck because he's having 3 control decks tagged against aggro. So maybe he's having even the slight advantage here deck-wise, but of course it matters a lot what matchup you are able to get.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw Kosnik take out a Fast Heinz deck with his US deck, which is probably his deck that is least teched against dealing with the aggressiveness of the Fast Heinz deck. So, would be surprised if that comes out as a ban. If you are Kosnik, what do you ban away from John PX here?
Definitely the Brit US deck. The ramp potential with Brit control is just too strong against his control decks. So, as Kosnik, I would ban the Brit US deck. And you, Bubbles?
I think I agree. I mean, I'm always unsure about if I agree with things. You know, you gotta be sure about these things. I think I'd ban Soviet Italy just because. No, I disagree with myself. I'd ban Brit USA. There you go.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've disagreed with Darkness. I've disagreed with myself, and now I've gone back to agreeing. Brit USA.
Okay.
All right. Then if we look at Kosnik's decks, they're on the flip side. You get those up. There we see, of course, the banned deck from last series, which was that Japan Resistance deck. And I'm wondering, is John PX going to ban that as well? Or having watched the series that Kosnik just played, is he going to be more afraid of, that US ramp deck or that Scorched Earth deck? I feel like there's kind of a much harder conversation to be had around what should John PX ban than what Kosnik should ban.
So the thing is Kosnik and John PX, I know, are good buddies, and Kosnik, I know, has talked about bringing this Japan deck as a bait deck, and I have no doubt he's talked about it to John PX. So John knows the purpose of this Japan deck as a bait deck. So based on that, I don't know if John's going to ban it. I think he might see through it, simply because Kosnik has quite literally told him, my Japan deck is a bait deck. I think he's going to ban the Brit Soviet deck, because that deck is terrifying and Kosnik knows how to fly that baby.
That deck's terrifying for John PX aggro decks. I agree, this is a great choice to ban. But in this scenario, Japan France Resistance is very strong against the aggro decks too, and it can be at least be annoying against the US deck. And so I don't even think banning the bait deck is bad, because I think both the Brit Soviet and Japan Resistance decks are worth to ban just because of the matchups.
I think based on the fact that it's Kosnik and these players know each other, John may see it that Kosnik is more comfortable on the Brit deck than he is on the Japan deck, and he may try and ban that or prioritize banning that just due to the comfort of it.
Yeah. Okay. I really want to know what are they banning? Can you tell us?
Do we know, or are they still? They waiting for the delay to catch up to listen to the caster advice. They're like, hold on, we've got to get Darkness on the line.
Hey, we're on like a 15-minute delay. So
no, I know.
I'm pretty sure we would get they would get caught out if they were trying to listen to Darkness and act on that. So
15 minutes later, still wait. So before we see the bans, Darkness, I'm curious who you think is going to win this. Oh, I believe we have them actually.
We're almost there. There we go. There we see the bans.
I knew it.
Yeah.
Okay. Wrong flags, but right bans. So John PX had his Brit deck banned, and then Kosnik, the bait deck, Japan Resistance, Japan France, banned away from him as well.
I'm surprised the bait deck got banned. Like Darkness said, it's a good ban. It's really good against your decks. It's a fine deck to ban. I'm just surprised. It seemed like the sort of deck John would be less concerned about.
Yeah.
But if you think about it, do you see more Japan France Resistance decks on ladder or in tournaments, or Brit Soviet control with confusion and partisans. Definitely, John Kolbasnik proved this deck can work, and he is hitting the final. But I do think the Japan Resistance deck is a little bit more proven against aggro.
That is true. It is a more tried and tested deck, and people know what to expect from it more than anything else.
All right, we're just getting everything set up with the stage. Soon we will be ready to enter the match. The players are ready and waiting. They're itching to get going. These are good friends in real life, so they know each other well. They've definitely practiced, played a lot of challenge matches against each other. So I'm looking forward to this one. This is going to be like this is going to be played with a lot of familiarity, and there might be, plays that kind of puzzle us that have to do with just the read that you have on your opponent. And I think those are really interesting situations a lot of the times.
I think it's going to be difficult for John PX though, because even when you know Kolbasnik, he's unpredictable. And you don't know what he's doing, because half the time he doesn't know what he's doing. When he submits decks, he tries to leave it till as late as possible. So you don't even know what decks he's bringing until the last minute. You're like, oh, so you're bringing these decks? He's definitely these 4 decks. And you come back 5 minutes later, and he's completely redone all of them. So I think John's gonna have a little bit more of a hard time reading Kolbasnik than vice versa, just based on the nature of the 2 players.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking forward to the series as well. They know each other, they are team members, they practice together. John PX, the previous KARDS Open champion, Kolbasnik, he was second the last time. He came back, he wants to win, and the qualification for the World Championship is on the line.
Not just that, the rarest card back in the game.
Yep.
What card back exactly is that? Who gets that?
The winner of events.
Yes. So
Winner of event.
I announced it before the last OCC. Is we basically created a new KARDS champion card back, which will only be handed out to tournament winners moving forward. You can't get it any other way. You have to win a tournament. You don't get it if you win the ladder. You don't get it if you win. You have to win a tournament.
I won the last KARDS Open.
Yeah, it didn't exist by then. You just have to win another one, Darkness. Just have to win another one. I'm sure you will at some point.
So, Ollie,
wrong deck selected. I am guessing
saying there's no other way of getting it, but you may not know this. I have trained as a massage therapist.
I'm sorry. I can't. Looks like there's a little bit of a... Yeah, wrong deck. Double checking all the decks. This happens sometimes. The rules around this is that if you don't realize that you picked the wrong deck until after the first turn that has been played, then you're at the mercy of your opponent. You have to forfeit unless they were willing to play the rematch. But since nothing had happened, this is perfectly fine. Now we are back on into it, and we are live with the grand finals here of KARDS Open 8. Who is going to become the KARDS Open 8 champion? Is it going to be John PX with his return win here in the KARDS Open, or will Kolbasnik secure himself his first title in KARDS?
Pretty good mulligan already for Kolbasnik. No matter what he finds when replacing these 2 cards, Sickle and Cossacks is already a nice start.
Yeah,
he's
indeed.
probably thinking about replacing the Cossacks to try and find it with Zukov, but I think he should probably hold it. Rather exciting. We do, in fact, get both players' hands this game.
Yeah. And we can see, there's obviously a lot of thinking going on there.
Keeps the Cossacks. I think that's smart.
What?
Oh, that's
Honey and first rifles.
But look at this hand as well from John. He's got the Nashub, he's got the Panzer 35T, the BFRAG, and the 22nd. There is this sickle to count to the 22nd, but both players actually have really nice starting hands. Just based on the matchup, I think Kolbasnik has the advantage because German control is good against fast Heinz, but John's hand is really quite nice as well.
All right, there's a little bit of a discussion going on around the deck selection here. So
Bear with us. We are just working on it. Got the Good Day Comrade coming out. What's your favorite emote, Darkness?
My favorite emote.
Yes. Is it
Um,
ha 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 ha? You one of those guys?
No. I never use this emote.
I instantly turned it off the moment I found it because I was like, this just seems annoying.
Yeah. It feels rude to use it.
Yeah, even to people I know, it feels too rude. Because if I know someone, I'd like to chuck them an emote or two, but not the bwaha. That's too far.
Well, most of the times, the only emotes I use are the national, like, hello emotes, like the Desert Fox salutes you,
That's
or
a good one.
welcome mate.
all right,
And
guys. So there was a conclusion into this. So the wrong deck was now chosen on Kosnik's side. So we're gonna have to remake this one more time.
Oh, bless them. They're doing their best.
Yes. They're just making us. They're building the excitement. They're building the excitement.
I think this is now the first best of 7 in cards history due to these first 2 games.
They're getting all the mistakes out of the way
Yeah.
before the matches, right?
What about you, Ollie? Favorite emote? Do you have the lone noob emote? Since did you get that?
I do. So I mean, I have all the emotes, but like my favorite one is probably Drunken Life, Dreamy Death.
The Japanese one. That's a good one.
It's the bonsai one. I really like that one as well. And then I also like A Good Day to Die.
I like A Good Day to Die.
yeah, that's cool.
But you might think this is like cheesy, but my ultimate favorite emote is probably just well played. Like when I don't have well played or like GG or something in my like emote list, I feel crippled in my communication with the enemy. I don't want to like, end the turn by saying like end the game like we will never surrender. That feels like a taunt. I want to be like, well played, thanks for the game, dude. So that's
Not a fan
what I
of the
use the most.
classic "We will never surrender" into insta press surrender. That is a classic combo.
No, but what I am a fan of is the lightning start here from John
My
PX.
Lord, look at him go. And not even doing that much damage because of this Jasko. And he's not found this Flampanzer. You find a Flampanzer in this matchup, you feel so much better about this. Kosnik trying to get his USA deck out of the way,
Wait. He did not play depth charges.
He's not under pressure. He doesn't need to. He can save it for when he's under pressure. Next turn he plays the C4 no matter what. There's no pressure to play it right now.
Oh, and look at what John PX found. He found the Enigma. That is a huge turn next turn.
You should play it now, the Enigma. Oh, it's
The
an
Jank
extra
Bomber.
card for the Enigma. There was also another reason to save this 0K1, by the way. It's if you find your Quartermasters.
John
you
Peaks found Admiral Hipper.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's got Admiral Hipper. He also has a Pursuit. And there we go. There's the depth charges.
I think it's smart to save it for a bit. Maybe too long because of the Enigma, but it does make sense. If you draw Courtmasters and you have this ready to pop, you can instant draw.
John Peaks didn't find any buffs, so he needs to play Admiral Hipper now, or Carpet Bombing will destroy everything, except for the support line tank.
Yeah. That's a
But
great
is he
point.
playing around Carpet Bombing here? Looks like he is, yeah.
But I mean, even with that, he doesn't have any way to draw additional cards in his hand. So he has to top deck a buff next turn because
He's got the Panzer H.
Trying to play
Kosnik really wanted it. But
No.
I mean, don't you just play like We Can Do It or the C4 again?
C4 again.
C4 and Honey.
John's going to have to play Panzer H, and he's going to have to find a Calm Before the Storm or a Naval Supply run from that.
I like this We Can Do It, to be honest, with the Jasko on board, because it's only 1, 2, 3. There's only 4 damage in the front line.
Oh, the buff!
No,
just became a little bit more damage than 4 damage.
Also survives most of his tanks from this carpet bombing now.
I wonder.
If he's going to play it, he's just working out how he wants to do it first.
He's 1 credit off an amazing turn. He could pursuit the Jasko.
I think he will drop just these units and buffing everything
Out of carpet range.
out of covered range, just in time.
It's not over because of this
Think about it.
Jasko,
If
but-
Korbasnik would have played this tier 1 research earlier, John PX would have drawn the Panzer 3F 1 turn later, meaning Korbasnik would have been in the position now to destroy everything with carpet bombing.
No, because John PX has Panzer 3H in hand. So John PX would have played Panzer 3H and he'd have found the buff at the top of his deck.
He,
And
he wouldn't have got the Panzer 3F.
No, 3H. He has the Panzer, the 4K, 2-4. He has one in hand. He could have played that and drawn the Panzer F at the top of his deck.
Yeah, you're right.
It's interesting though to think about these sorts of details. Because in some situations it would definitely matter.
But not in this.
I think it mattered a little bit. Really not finding this Flam Panzer. Still a lot of damage.
Without the Flame Panzer, it's a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, but how much damage has that Jasko saved at this point? I mean, that Jasko is working overtime. But I mean, there's nothing that's being found here that will actually get Korbasnik out of that situation, right? He's not finding anything. That carpet bomb is not going to save him.
No,
I think you have to honey and mobilize here to survive. No, I think he's dead. I think you have to draw with the honey and heal. Because FW into face.
Yeah, I mean the Jack bomber.
it's the Jack Bomber. The
And that's game, right?
Jack Bomber.
Yeah, I think so.
But that's it. Just enough.
Yeah.
That's
And
game.
is that the fastest game of the tournament so far?
So far.
Oh, yeah,
I think so.
By far. And that was indeed not Korbasnik's US deck that was winning. It was John PX's German deck that claimed the victory over Korbasnik's US deck. So John PX now not having his fast Heinz deck to play for the rest of this match. Now it's going to be a question of who gets the second matchup. Is it going to be a Soviet mirror or something? No, it's going to be US versus US. So
this
Korbasnik-
is Korbasnik ramp against John PX aggro.
Yeah.
Jasko once again, but this is Germany ally for John PX, so he can find Flam Panzers. Finds a pretty solid hand on John PX, so he's got the Sherman for late game, or for mid game, sorry. He has 32nd infantry, he's got Razor buffing. It's a pretty good hand. Korbasnik just figuring out exactly what he wants to do. I've seen worse hands, but he does need to find some ramp to fully utilize that on the solo Korbasnik. And there is some ramp. So both players off to an alright start. I think John's is a bit better deck-wise.
It's about the decision what to play. It's these mind games are fascinating me. You know, John PX has 2 aggro decks and Korbasnik has 2 anti-aggro control decks. So Korbasnik thought John PX is trying to pass with his control deck maybe first to have a decent matchup. But he really caught Korbasnik off guard. Korbasnik won with his US deck in the 2 worst matchups out of 3. This is very unfortunate from Korbasnik here. He would have been so happy winning with his US deck just against John PX Soviet Italy control deck.
I mean, this is what I was talking about earlier when you try to get into your opponent's head and you end up just outplaying yourself, getting in your own head. It's very easy to try and do something cool in advance and end up just tripping yourself over. It's pretty common that the best move is the obvious one, really, and not trying to do anything too crazy or fancy. We do see John PX setting up the Trop next turn, but also setting up the Sherman. It's up to him what route he takes. I'm curious if we'll see him put down the guard or if we'll see him ramp. Personally, I'd like to see him ramp because he does have this Jasko, but the guard is a perfectly fine option as well. It's unreliable against US aggro where they have all this bounce.
I think he needs to play the guard right here, although ramp would have been better, because the damage potential from these engineers, 10th engineers battalion is so huge. They will burn through Jasko like he's not existent.
And it's
And
true,
this-
it is a lot of damage.
Yeah, and this allows John PX to draw even more cards, while Kobastnik is not able to play strategic bombing yet.
Once again, no flank panzers to counter this Jasko, and Kobasnik is sitting on a very healthy HP pool right now, sitting on 21 health.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the what. Yeah, that's kind of the thing that I was worried about was that engineer battalion.
Yeah,
The 10th engineer is coming and buffing that up, giving that free trade. But John PX refilling his hand, not pushing those Shermans into the
stars.
front line.
And strap bombing is good, but a stars and stripes there would have just been absolutely devastating.
Stars
Yeah.
and Stripes would have been better. But strategic bombing is still very nice, and this opens Kobastnik's gameplay for top-decking carpet bombing and winning. But he really needs to find the carpet bombing.
Does have a turn of completely free HQ damage from that US research if you want to go for depth charges.
I wonder if this turn for John PX, you just drop the Trop, and drop the Panzer 35T, and just gun it up into the front line, and attack with it. The 10th engineers established there.
Looks like he's going very. I
going
wonder
for
if
Bravo.
you just drop B17 just as a sort of. Oh, I think you drop Privateer in P40 would be my vote if I was in Kobasnik's position. Now, obviously, we know John PX has the strategic bombing.
I would
But-
think about Blackwatch, because Blackwatch is able to trade into the Shermans. They are
Yeah.
at 1
You
HP.
think what Blackwatch and P40 or no P40 at all?
Blackwatch and P40, yeah.
And obviously, we know strap bombing is here, so we would play it differently. But also, this strap bomb isn't playable next go. It costs 8 credits.
Yeah, he wouldn't be able to play the strat bombing.
Looks like he's worried about the face damage. Gonna go for the Blackwatch. Gonna save that ramp for when he finds his quartermasters, or for when he feels under more around his HQ.
Oh,
We can do it.
Do it.
Counters
This is-
any potential carpet bomb.
Great draw there for John PX.
We do have this double DFA with the ooh, UB17. A little bit of friendly emo band.
Crushed, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think you play high altitude bombing, the double DFA. And you just do that. You just perfect it.
God, what?
Both Shermans.
What a high altitude bombing there for Kobasnik. Wiped off pretty much the entire threat on the board.
You know, these US bomber crew in all of these bombers of Kobasnik, these guys are trained to do their job properly. Always hitting their targets.
Yeah, but I still think John PX has a massive advantage right now.
Oh, for sure.
I would agree with that. Another drop. Oh, that was his first one. He's got another one in hand. Right?
Avenger is good. You can Avenger and you can protect your HQ,
Yeah.
but you don't gain the credit.
Yeah, and I mean that Avenger is going to get traded out for free.
I think he's going to save the credit gain for next turn. I don't think he thinks he's dead yet. However, if we see a half track come out,
There is
a lot of
a
time.
half track in the hand there for John PX. He's got a half track.
Not
He's got
lethal yet,
it's
but
getting close. It's
with
getting real
strategic
close.
bombing, it's 10 damage. It's really close.
it's 10 damage.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
I think John Pix is playing safe and just dropping the strategic bombing.
He's also playing around air defense by hitting with the 2-4.
Yeah.
Because air defense isn't Goldbastant's deck list, and he doesn't want to try and trade with his 35T and then have it killed by an air defense.
Looks like he's gonna hold the face damage of strategic bombing a
I
little
think
bit more.
it's smart.
And finds 101st Airborne. That's a killer as well. Can end the game for him. We can do it. Might be a little bit too little, too late. Definitely depth charges needed.
I think you draw before you play the depth charges, just to see all your options. And there's almost... I can't think of any position where you wouldn't play it anyway, but there's really no reason not to draw first.
Yeah. Oh.
It's the 5th Panzer Grenadier discarded. Overdraw.
I mean, so if you're John PX here, how do you solidify this victory? Given
Just
the board is-
killing, just kill it. Yeah,
Just kill it.
that's it.
Yeah. He basically has to wait and kill him in maybe 1 or 2 turns.
Really needs a Seaborn invasion to try and buy some time, and then to get some really lucky units from the Seaborn. Oh,
Not it. That's not it.
do you P17 or do you P17F and try and... Because you can kill whatever you want with the P17F.
I think this is game
I
either
think
way.
that's game. I think... Yeah.
There is so much pressure there from John PX making it into the front line, and his USA aggro deck is running circles around the ramp USA list here for Kosnik. Kosnik now in a really tough spot, down 2-0 here in the grand finals. Needs to bring in a reverse sweep if he's going to claim the championship on this one.
Yeah, that's true, but Kosnik is looking to get the favorite matchup for his US deck list. I think he should have looked to get a favorite matchup for his control decks to find these aggros, but now he definitely got the matchup ramp against John PX Soviet lists. And although John PX is running with Italy, and this is a great control deck even against other control decks, I think Kosnik, especially with this starting hand, has the advantage here. So now Kosnik is having the advantage, and after that we will see a bunch of mirror matchups with a slight advantage for John PX.
I think Kosnik can do it though. We've seen this man beat the odds before. Can see him do it again.
Yeah, but
early
resistance was
Blackwatch.
banned, so he has to win with British Soviet and Soviet British against
Soviet Britain.
against Soviet Italy, and
Soviet Italy, yeah.
Soviet Italy is stronger against compared to both. Last season he won against an unfavored and a favorite matchup, so this will be even harder if he's winning this matchup right now. So sure, this one he should have some advantages, but it's getting incredible hard. He's 0-2 behind. John PX is leading this. And if he's not very careful, John PX will just 3-0 him.
Yeah, but now we're seeing him find some of that ramp, and this is what unlocked this deck for him in the previous series. Up to 9 credits here. John PX only on 4. Oh, choosing to Ural his yak.
To not overdraw because John PX couldn't play enough.
But then he kind of gets rewarded for that and hits.
Oh, I don't like the air defense this turn.
He has to play it. He has to kill this bomber because as a bomber denies Blackwatch from being effective.
Oh, it didn't get procced either way.
I mean, ooh, he
Good
didn't.
luck.
He didn't trigger it now.
I think he should have triggered it. But maybe he's expecting Lion from a day and to catch the bait as the air defense.
Oof. I mean, I'm looking at Kolbasnik's hand here, and it's looking rough, right? I mean, he has all the credits in the world, but doesn't really have a whole lot of stuff to spend it on. Lion for a day?
Can't draw.
John really putting the pressure on. I wonder if we'll see that second carpet come out just out of desperation.
I think he has to play carpet bombing now and Blackwatch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
And look at that Blackwatch. He hit 4 cards and he's having twice the amount of credits.
Yeah, but John so much tempo on such a big hand compared to him. He really needs to find like a mobilization, but this KV comes out. It's just becoming really, really scary. Gonna have to play this B17.
Oh, and it hit
It's
for
50-50.
K1. Kolbasnik, he's been making sure that the B-17 and high altitude bombing pilots have been putting in the hours in the simulator because these are snipers today for Kolbasnik. A second Lion for a day coming out, immediately hitting back that B-17, saying no, not on my watch. And now the question is, does he want to take that T-60 and trade it? Yep. Decides to knock down the HP of that Blackwatch a little bit. Privateer,
Ooh.
however.
So I think Kolbasnik should play the ramp, but it's a difficult decision because if you play the ramp and top deck Quartermasters, you're going to feel terrible. But without playing that ramp, that B-17F is never going to become blitzable.
Yeah.
Partisans.
He's able to play. No, he's not. Is he able? Is he able to play Partisans and Red
Oh.
Banner on top of it?
Yeah.
He's able because during this turn, this counts as his own unit, and he's not the enemy anymore.
I don't know, actually.
But-
I'd like to find out. Do
I
it,
never
John.
was in this position.
He should be able to Partisans
He
attack
should be
face.
able, yeah.
He
And
can't
Red
attack
Banner.
face because of the increased cost. So he gets 1 credit left. He can't Red Banner it? It gets the... No,
He has
wait.
to be able.
Yeah, he can.
Okay. Sorry, he looked like he went to cast it, and I thought, no way. That is actually really, really scary.
Yeah,
and
and I mean,
yes, you can B-17F it, but then you know your B-17F is just going to die to a T-34 in a couple of turns.
yeah.
John Peaks can play 6th Airborne or... No, he can't because the Blackwatch is blocking. He can play Winter Offensive to kill just everything. And Kolbasnik is left without cards and without
He's
card
left
draw.
without a board. He's left without any card draw, and he only has he will only have an air defense to his name and 7 HP on the HQ.
John Peaks, why is he not playing Winter Offensive?
All right, that's actually pretty big there for Kolbasnik, finding the guards, giving him a little bit more time to cover up.
I do agree he should Winter Offensive now. I think it sets up the T-34 to hit that Grenadier Guards soon. He can Winter Offensive and drop a Fiat as well. I think it would be...
He doesn't have the credits. Winter Offensive got hit by Blackwatch, so it's 10.
Oh, well, I think you play it anyway.
Last turn. 10 credits. Would have been able.
Is he worried about a doubting system?
Maybe
He might
he's worried about doubting system and playing around that.
He goes for it. I assume it was a doubting play around, and he just goes for it and says, you know what? You know what, screw it.
Oh.
Ooh, with the honey.
Mobilization.
He would have loved having that second honey out as well. That would have been absolutely fantastic for him. But do you move the Gren Guards up, deploy the honey, and trigger air defense?
Yes.
I think
yes.
so, yeah. And I think you save the ramp for a Quartermasters. But this is the issue of Quartermasters, is you end up saving your ramp and then you don't ramp.
Why is he not playing air defense?
And why would he not take the front line? That's like my big question. Because I feel like, yes, that cost more, but
Probably
mean-
just stress. This is a grand final, and it's been a long day of games. I think it's just the stress getting to him, to be totally honest. And
could very well be.
It's rough to see, and we've had such a thrilling best of three.
Maybe it's
And
not only
then,
the stress, because he's running weekend duets, and like it's easier to trade into somebody's units if they are in the front line. So he could hold them back
True.
to hope they will survive, and he's able to buff them.
I think you play the air defense though, because that doesn't make sense to me.
Yes. I mean, I like. Oh, you just
Yeah,
attack face with both honeys here, and
I
play
don't
air
think you
defense?
move them up, because if you move them up, it means T-34s can kill them for cheap. I think you play air
Yeah.
defense, you pass turn. Fair enough. Maybe he's trying to set up a Stars and Stripes.
Potentially. It's actually a huge dynamic into it, and I think that makes putting the honeys into the front line an even better play.
Yeah.
Because if you can actually bait him to play both of the T-34s and trade into the honeys, then you're going to get an amazing value Stars and Stripes.
Just
Well,
going
this
for
was
the
an
first
amazing
airborne.
play of 6th Airborne, because he didn't even have a Newell factory to abuse the self-destruction tank.
Yeah.
So he triggered the air defense and killed honeys. This was a great play.
And now the Avenger isn't guaranteed on hitting the 6th Airborne either, because of the Bologna Regiment being deployed there as well. I guess that does change with Stars and Stripes. He can play Stars and Stripes and the Avenger and take it out.
Oh.
Going for the gamble, but Bosnik doesn't miss. He doesn't miss
That's
every
weird, though.
single time. But that
No,
is
but-
rolling the dice in a grand finals, and you gotta put a question mark
John
behind
Peak's
that.
able to just deploy the T-34 and clearing the board. But sadly, he's not. So we can do it too late.
Seaborn,
He
we-
can still do it on these boys with the ambush is pretty big. I think you have to play it.
Yeah, I think that's good enough.
Oh,
for now.
Jasko. You do not want a Jasko at this point in the game.
Wait. There was definitely a case to be made to play Stars and Stripes after that Seaborn.
I
Right?
think we can do it better with the ambush guy.
Only have killed one unit, not good enough.
Yeah,
Sure.
but neither of them would have been
Dynamic.
able to trade into the 101st, right?
But you can see he's got another T-34 in hand.
Yeah, and he knew
He
that.
didn't
He
have
knew
the
that.
credits to trade.
Yeah.
Seaborn Invasion plus Stars and Stripes are 14 credits. And he's having another.
You are correct, my friends.
I mean, that's a
Doesn't
huge
strike.
Stars and
Oh
Stripes.
my god!
Oh,
It's a huge
strat.
strategic bombing.
I don't
I
know.
mean,
What is
But
better?
these stars, you're not going to get
Yeah.
a better stars than this. Strat's
Agreed.
always going to be useful. Go for the stars.
Agreed.
Go for the strat.
Well, both is hitting the support line only.
True, but strat will always be 3 damage, whereas stars and stripes might end up being 1 or 2. But I can't see Kolbasnik winning this. This really, really seems like a John PX victory.
Yeah, what does he get? He gets the Bologna Regiment.
The classic 3 and 4K.
I think 3 months ago when I played the final against Wild Eyes, it's like the same story. 2 friends, 2 teammates playing against each other, and the upcoming esportler doing pretty well, losing 2-3 in the final. But it's not over yet. John PX is definitely able to do a lot here, but Kobalsnik is maybe finding Quartermaster.
US research as well. Can even go for the penicillin. if you need to. Deploy a couple extra units, play a penicillin.
He's going for the Manhattan Project. Just to have more damage potential.
Yeah.
He's researching even more. Not what
Grens
he
are
needed.
nice, but I mean,
Well, very strong stars and stripes, 4 damage, killing the light infantry and engineers
Decima.
battalion.
Just respond to Decima, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. There's just so much to respond with in John PX's hand. I mean,
Quartermaster, privateer.
how are those quartermasters hiding? Kosnik, he has been running the troops so hard recently, training them to hit all those snipes, that the quartermasters are just afraid of him now. They're running to the bottom of the deck. They're just like, no, we don't. Kosnik, he's such a tyrant. He's been working us so hard, hitting all those snipes. But no, I'm done now. I'm gonna hide. Unfortunately for Kosnik, not finding those quartermasters, because he has been sitting on ramp that would have drawn him cards and unlocked a potential to answer some of the aggression here and some of the control coming out of John PX. But it has not manifested itself yet, and now there is an armored train in the front line spewing out light infantry units, and another one in hand here for John PX.
B-17, well, at least that's something. If he's able to hit the Bologna regiment in the front or the La Decima, both bombers are having heavy armor, and it's not possible to kill it with Naval Brigade.
Still a good hit.
Ah,
It's not
not
perfect,
great.
but it's still good. I like
La
that
Decima
he...
dropped it.
Oh, Lord.
My God. And that is going to be a La Decima taking out one of the bombers, and more than likely the other one is going to follow suit next turn.
This is just looking rougher and rougher for Kosnik as the game
No
goes on.
quartermaster!
Another war machine! Oh no! Where are the quartermasters? You trained them too hard. You pushed them too far.
He's not even trading. He's just
going face.
going face, a desperate move.
Yeah, maybe they can't kill my B-17. I can get B-17F even though I used it, you know.
But John PX is
Oh.
having the Naval Brigade able to kill B-17.
At least he likes his style. I think Kosnik is probably starting to feel like this. Oh, there we are!
Master, let's go.
Hooray!
What can he draw?
Black
The
Watch.
Black Watch.
The Black Watch. It's not going to do it.
The
The
C4.
C4. It's not going to do it.
Hold on.
Ooh, research.
Ooh.
Research might have done it.
I mean, it buys him a turn.
The guard is blocking.
I
the
wanna see
attacks
nukes.
too, but John PX is able to go for the Manhattan
Yeah, go
Project.
for nukes. You can
And
finish the
because-
final with nukes.
Because of the change, they are not 12 credits. Kosnik would have been able to Blackwatch them, but he has to play Blackwatch now to not get double nuked next turn.
Yeah.
But even single nuke kills the guard and then allows him to go face. Even with a Black Watch, it's game.
But he can.
Oh,
he can-
he... Ooh.
Expanded U.S. research. Is he going for...
penicillin. But
He's
that's
trying to
not enough.
rush the nukes. He's racing him.
He's 1 credit off.
He's trying to race him.
He was 1 credit off.
So what? He needs to get Dowding? He's hoping he top decks a Dowding, maybe?
He could have played the tier 1 to draw another card, but research is probably his best win condition.
Yep.
Manhattan Project.
But that's
would be it.
just game.
That's match, and we get a nuclear finish here for the KARDS Open VIII as John PX, what a juggernaut, mauls Kosnik in the finals 3-0 to claim his second KARDS Open title. And John PX, man, he did not look like he had any chinks in his armor. Just came in and absolutely dominated the finals there. Kosnik not really finding what he needed to get going. But John PX, our KARDS Open VIII champion.
Congrats to John PX. Well played to all the participants and competitors. It has been one of the funnest events I've been at in a while. There's been some crazy games. It's been fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know what to say. We had the semifinals incredibly close and thrilling, and the final was a 3-0 victory from John PX, completely abusing the fact that Kosnik had one weakness, and this was his US ramp deck in the matchup against him.
Yeah.
That was a great story.
Yeah, I mean, and I feel like we've seen this a couple times before, right? Where a single weakness in your deck lineup, you get to the finals, you get to the person that is, equipped against you, and you just hit a wall with that single deck. And, the strategy often chosen by those guys is like, I'm going to go just start with my weakest deck because I need to win with it anyway, and I'm going to just give it a shot against all the decks that he might bring. But not working out for Kosnik this time around. And he just gets 3-0'd. So let's take a look at the bracket just before we kind of start wrapping this up. John PX, they're the champion, 3-0ing Kosnik. XY loser versus Tiger. They're going to play their third place match tomorrow, as it was already pretty late in China as we got to the finals there. We thank them for their participation and wish them good luck tomorrow. We will, of course, let you know how those games go. But let's talk about the story of the stories. John PX winning his second KARDS Open here. Are we looking at a new contender for the World Championship?
We just might be, yeah. It's the World Championship is kind of special to me because we have this year of cards, and there's a very defined meta for like multiple OCCs and multiple Opens, and you sort of see the meta evolve. And then the World Championship comes along, and it all goes haywire. And no one has any idea what's going on. People are playing these amazing decks. You can go, Germany, Japan air decks all of a sudden last time. I'm so looking forward to it, and I feel like John's gonna bring some boxing gloves with some tricks up his sleeve as well. And I think he's got a serious shot at it with his current track record.
Well, not only John PX, he's one of the stronger, maybe one of the strongest player right now, definitely. In a line with J King, maybe Ari Big Ben, definitely with Kosnik too. Looking at the last months, we had a bunch of strong, consistent KARDS esportler, not like 1 or 2, but like 5 till 10, who are constantly up in the ladder, very high. Maybe not able to beat J King there, but definitely strong in tournaments and showing consistent success there. I think this World Championship will be the greatest KARDS World Championship ever. Not because they were only 2 and having some production problems in the past, but because the esports scene is constantly evolving and getting more consistent with more and more strong players showing their skills.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the competitive community is almost like outpacing, the general community in terms of growth and maturity, right? Like I feel like we're seeing so many players come in and really find their own, in the competitive scene, to a point where like it's gonna become increasingly difficult, I think, to maintain like a competitive scene without increasing the size even more, right? Which is like something that I wouldn't expect to have to do until we like double our player base, right? But we have so many highly competitive players that are now vying for the limited spots that are available that we might need to start looking into like how do we expand this scene again, because we're seeing the same names pop up again and again, and it's not like you say 1 or 2 people or 3 people, it's like 15. It's like a group of like 20, 25 people that you'll see consistently make it to the top of there. And then you have another group of 25, 50 people that are giving them a run for their money every now and then. And it's like, it's crazy to see. And I am so beyond thankful for everybody for their participation in the KARDS competitive scene. It's been a fantastic privilege and honor to be a part of, our journey here and to be a part of this growth. And I am so excited for the World Championship to get back to, getting the players to Iceland, meeting them face to face, sitting them down against each other in the bunker. It's just a whole nother level of competition that creates, and opening that up to players. If anybody's in Iceland, 5th and 6th of December, hit us up and come watch in the studio.
I'll just so happen to be in Iceland on that day. Pure coincidence, It's amazing how these coincidences happen. I'm gonna have my big blowing horn to blow the players. It's going to be great. I'm going to get kicked out of the studio. I'm going to get banned from 1939. And it's going to be a good time. I cannot wait to get banned from the offices for too much noise.
Bubbles is just going to show up with a vuvuzela.
Yeah.
Just outside the office on weekdays as well. Doesn't matter.
So this will be super fun, but the last time when I entered the 1939 Games office, the server crashed immediately.
that was pretty funny. We had a theory that like Darkness and the dev team couldn't be in a room together at the same time, otherwise the game just collapses, because he literally opened the door to the office and the server went down. And everybody was like, "Oh, hey, Darkness, server's down. Oh, we'll talk to you in a bit." Just back to the computers.
That was funny. I will try this again to see if this was a coincidence.
You better not break through a championships, Darkness.
Well, let's hope. Well, any final words, guys, before we wrap this one up and say goodnight to everybody?
Well, everyone, I just noticed we had the biggest amount of viewer ever this tournament today. Thank you very much for giving us your time and watching our content, our tournament here. This helps KARDS a lot. Please continue so, and check out the other KARDS content creator. For example, Bubbles, he did stream a few times. And I want to be a little bit more active too, although there's coming stuff into my life in the next months. You can find me at Darkness for Gaming at Twitch and at YouTube, but make sure you check the other streamer out. For example, Wasting Light, Spoos, Innocent Bubbles, Scott Shout. They are all great members of the community.
All right, what about you, Bubbles?
Just backing up what Darkness said, thank you for letting us do this. It is truly wonderful to be able to sit here and talk about people playing KARDS and have people come in and be involved in the community and just watching it grow and grow. I remember when there was no OCC and there was no Open and there were none of these tournaments. It was just for South Pride, the only reason to climb ladder. And it's come so far from something I was just doing because I had too much spare time. And where will we be in a few years? We might be in the exact same place. It might be us three, sitting here saying the exact same things, but
still having fun.
You never know where the future will take you, and that's thanks to you guys. So thank you for letting us do this. You guys are awesome, and we appreciate it.
Absolutely. Well,
it's hard not to laugh because Bubbles, your bird is going crazy.
Yeah, he's hyped. He
does it every single time. He does it every single time. I go, "Any last words, Bubbles?" And the bird just goes crazy.
I think he knows I'm finishing, so he's like, "Can I finally talk now? I've been sitting here in silence, Bubbles. You've been giving me treats as a bribe, and can I finally? Yeah, I'm coming.
Well, that's going to be it for us here today on Cards Open 8. We'll be back very soon. Next weekend are going to be the OCC play-ins as well as the ongoing World Championship qualifiers, which we, of course, encourage everybody to participate in. You don't even have to qualify. If you post 3 qualification scores, you will get the World Championship 2021 exclusive card back, so don't miss out on that one. It looks beautiful. And then we'll the weekend after that, which is the weekend of the 18th and 19th, we're going to be back with the Officer Club Championship for this month. And then following that weekend, there's going to be a special event that we're calling Mess Hall Brawl Boot Camp, where we're going to see 4 well-known card gamers from around the gaming scene converge in cards and get trained by, among other people, these 2 guys, right? So you're going to be able to tune in on them, teaching some card gamers how to play cards on the 25th of September. Stay tuned for more details on that. I have been Oliver Steinason, and this has been an absolute blast and a privilege. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we will see you next time.